Some weapons should just be called checkmate devices. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the E-Web heavy repeating blaster cannon. We'll start with when we see it first, during the Battle of Hoth. We'll get into how it works and all the different variants, but do be warned, we will get into some major spoilers for the Mandalorian Season 1 finale. But let's start by looking at how the Stormtroopers use this thing, because of course they were well trained with it, and use it as the manufacturer intended, which is not true for the Rebels and Mando that we'll look at in a bit. On this icy world, we see the invading Imperial forces lugging an E-Web, just in case they come upon any entrenched fighters or ships and vehicles. This also would have been valuable in overpowering any personal shield generators. Here we see that the two-man crew was able to assemble the weapon in just a few seconds, but they are cut down by the Millennium Falcon. This first debut really doesn't show off its incredible power, but it does start to show us how this thing works. This box was an Eclipse-class 4TS power generator, which also contained a state-of-the-art GK3 cryo-cooler unit. Inserting the gun into the tripod base was simple enough, but it was this powerful bolt-generating and system-cooling combo that required the two-man crew. That and of course the fact that you just needed two people to carry the thing around. The cannon itself weighed 38 kilograms or 84 pounds. But once you wanted to fire, you really needed this technician. An Imperial gunner known by the name Radon says, "Without a second man, it's very hard to shoot an E-Web. There's no fire control, you can't nurse your power supply or watch the cooler." What he means is that the technician is actively adjusting the amount of power and Tabana gas supplied to the cannon, and the amount of coolant used in direct reaction to the gunner's rate of fire. Some other quirks are that the power generator would take 15 minutes to be able to operate if it was cold. To get around this, the technicians would often keep theirs pre-charged, though this was known to make their job even harder, and deadly overcharge malfunctions more likely. This may seem like a lot of work, but it was only 8,000 credits. It's only about 10 times a DL-44 blaster pistol, and just 4 times the cheap B-1 battle droid. And that even came with an encrypted, built-in comlink system that worked like a local network between each of the cannons. This helped the Imperials to carry out some stealthy raids, but that does work both ways, as many rebels and criminal organizations were also drawn to this weapon's low cost, and this uncrackable comm system. The E-Web's range was also impressive, 200 meters optimum with 750 meters max range, which was 4x and 10x the range of the DL-44 respectively. Years before the Battle of Hoth, we saw them used by the Mining Guild to keep Purrgil away from their gas refinery. And we also see that despite being incredibly powerful, these bolts can be deflected by a lightsaber, like what we see with Kanan. It should also be noted that these Mining Guild ones fire yellow-colored bolts, something we usually only see with the Mandalorian blasters. And if you were wondering, it has never been fully explained why it has this color. Another thing that made it appealing to rebel groups is that it could be operated easily by a novice. Just point and shoot with almost no recoil. And even for targets at a distance, there was this easy-to-use scope. But of course, this thing was a primary target of incoming enemy fire, and thus you could have inexperienced fighters losing their nerve in the middle of battle.
Get the fight! Man those cannons!
But when correctly laying shots down range, it could easily blast holes in enemy vehicles. And in this case, on Lothal, it actually forced Imperial dropships to quickly turn tail. Now what's funny is that the manufacturer claims that this weapon is simply too large to be carried by a single person. You just can't do it. Which is why both Zeb and the Mandalorian prove that sometimes it's better to just try it out. Stronger than your average stormtrooper this guide was written for, the Lasat can easily wield this powerful blaster. And we see that when these bolts hit their target, it can easily blow apart a dropship with just a few shots. But we do see that once it's disconnected from its power source and Tabana gas, the blaster burns through the little bit that was still charged in the weapon in just a few seconds. But of course, it can always work as a melee weapon at that point. Jumping forward to the year 9 ABY, we are in the era of the Imperial Remnant, and on the planet Navarro, Moff Gideon gives a whole monologue praising some of the moments that made this weapon infamous throughout the galaxy. He starts with how it was used with ruthless effectiveness against the Republic shock troopers.
She has witnessed many of her ranks vaporized mid-descent, facing the predecessor of this particular model.
Dune actually hinted at this in a previous episode, and though her tattoo seems symbolic of the Republic shock troopers and their iconic red color scheme, Cara was with Special Forces in the Rebellion. But once the Alliance transitioned into the New Republic, these shock troopers did take on a similar role to the old Coruscant Guard, defending dignitaries and acting as riot police.
Then when the imps were gone, the politics started. We were peacekeepers, protecting delegates, suppressing riots, not what I signed up for.
But we also learn how this weapon was key to conquering the homeworld of one of the toughest people in the galaxy, how the Empire used it to take control of Mandalore, an event that has been built up a lot in the Rebel series.
Has heard the songs of the siege of Mandalore, when gunships outfitted with similar ordnance laid waste to fields of Mandalorian recruits in the night of 1,000 tears.
This is how they got all that Beskar in Imperial hands, and what forced this once proud people to go into hiding. Unlike Zeb, the Mandalorian knew enough about this weapon to not disconnect it from its hose, so he would retain that full firepower, just of course that added difficulty since he's carrying it all himself. This is able to rip through ranks of stormtroopers, but what's interesting is just how deadly the explosion was when Moff Gideon fired at the generator. The blast isn't even directly on the Mandalorian, yet it sent him flying through the air, and would have killed him if he did not receive medical attention. There was so much power in this generator that it was that deadly even through his incredible Beskar armor and undersuit. So that's it for its history and breakdown, and as for the cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, there are actually several different versions of this weapon. Moff Gideon even mentions that the one that he's using is a successor to the more infamous versions, and the gunship mounted cousin of the E-Web. The F-Web had this triple blaster system, and even a shield generator, though this system was even more complicated and needed a third crew member. The E-Web 15 was able to cut down the startup time to just 5 minutes, ironically down from 15, and some of these would work in a deflector shield generator as well. During the Clone Wars era, the go-to was the EWHB-12 heavy repeating blaster, and many see that the Imperial E-Web was actually a step backwards, because this Republic era one could target enemy clankers and fire automatically, without the need of anyone manning it. Then there was this E-Web rifle, which was made from the same manufacturer and used a lot of the same design features, really noticeable in the barrel, but of course functioned more like a standard heavy blaster rifle, and this was also used during the Battle of Hoth. The E-Web has also appeared in the LEGO Star Wars game, and a lot of this information comes from the Star Wars role-playing core book, the New Essential Guide to Weapons Technology, and the Essential Guide to Warfare in the Imperial Sourcebook. And most important of all, remember, hit the gym hard, so that you too can defy the owner's manual, just don't unplug it like a Lasat, and the Force will be with you, always. If you ever need a getaway vehicle, be sure to hijack an ITT. What's up, meta-nerds? In today's video, we're going to be talking about the Imperial Troop Transport, or ITT, a vehicle that originates in Legends but has made a big comeback in canon. The specs and even the design for this vehicle do differ between Legends and canon, so let's start with the Legends. This vehicle was first known as the Reconnaissance Troop Transport, or RTT, and it was built by Santh Sinar Technologies, the parent company of all the different subsidiaries that made everything from the TIE Fighters, TIE Maulers, and other ground vehicles like the Sentry Tank. The RTT was 6.4 meters long, about 2/3 in AAT, or just over 3.5 cents. It had a top speed of 150 kilometers per hour, or 93 miles per hour, making it 100 kilometers per hour slower than the average X-34 land speeder. Its crew was just a single pilot and a gunner, but in some cases a second gunner would be used. For transport, you could carry up to 6 troops on these outside racks, which also allowed them to fire independently while traveling. Although you do get the extra firepower, these troops would be open to the elements and incoming enemy fire. The rear of the RTT had what was called a prisoner immobilization unit, which could be used to detain both organics and droids. And for armament, the RTT had this turret with 2 light blaster cannons. Now the design of the cannon version does differ, where the front is now more squared off, and they add these 2 extra blaster cannons. And all the cannon versions have transparent steel in the viewports, whereas in Legends sometimes these just appear to be openings. But what does stay the same is that turret packs a big punch, and we see that it can be used effectively against land and air targets. In canon, the Imperial Troop Transport, or ITT, was built by Ubrikian Industries, the same people who gave us Jabba's sail barge and the Bantha II skiff. It also gets an official model number now, the K79S80, and its length is 8.77 meters, now 2 whole senates longer than the Legends version, and about a Jawa shorter than the AAT. It had a width of 4.5 meters, almost 2 Wookiees across, which is a little bit less than half the AAT. While its height of 3.5 meters was about twice that of the TX-225 Occupier tank. The top speed remains the same, and we even learn its weight, 20,600 kilograms, or about 22 tons, roughly the weight of 25 dewbacks. But what's really incredible is this thing's shield generator and thick hull plating. It can take down multiple blows from an ATDP, TIE Fighters, and even the Ghost. All blasts that could punch a hole through most vehicles. But we often see the ITT taking hits without even breaking stride. In fact, even in this scene where the Ghost finally causes it to wreck, the actual armor is never penetrated. It seems like either the steering or the repulsors are damaged. It can also plow through the legs of an ATDP, or even push aside another ITT, though again without compromising the armor of either. As for its history, in Legends, the earliest we see the RTT used was in 0ABY, where Agent Marbarez is unsuccessful in capturing some rebel rookies. Then we learned that after the escape pod was found on Tatooine by a dewback squadron, the ITT squad was brought in to hunt down the droids containing the Death Star plans. they found the Jawas that sold these droids at the Lars farm, before opening fire on the sandcrawler and ordering the Jawas to exit. As they did, the stormtroopers slaughtered them, and then staged it to look like an attack by Tuscan Raiders. The RTT would once again be used on Tatooine sometime after the events of A New Hope. Several of them would be present for the testing of the Omega Frost superweapon. During this encounter, the RTTs chase Han and Luke across the Junlan Wastes, before they end up hitching a ride on something all too familiar to the RTT, a Jawa sandcrawler. As they traveled along, Luke and Han would spot another sandcrawler directly in the blast of the Omega Frost weapon. This caused everything in the surrounding area, the sandcrawler included, to be flash frozen. If this weapon could work on the scorching hot deserts of Tatooine, then it could work anywhere. And remember that these massive vehicles are like mobile fortresses containing almost an entire Jawa clan. The two Tag brothers would have a close-up view of the devastating effects of this weapon, but as soon as it was discovered that our heroes were close by, Orman sprung into action and would board an RTT to give chase. The sandcrawler containing Luke and Han made a direct course towards Mos Eisley. To lose the pursuing RTTs, Luke had an idea. While Han and the Jawas would drop containers of Skyhopper fuel, he would sit atop this massive vehicle and snipe the barrels, causing a massive chain reaction and wall of fire, and even exploding one of the barrels directly under an RTT. That was enough to break through the armor, and the Jawa were happy to get some revenge for those fallen sandcrawlers. During the Galactic Civil War, we'd see the RTT one more time during the Battle of Trask. These RTTs were actually a variant of the standard version. This kind removed the side racks and had all the troops inside, while also having this extra glass on the side for more visibility. And the last time we see its use in Legends was during the Imperial Civil War in 10 ABY. We'd see the transport being used on Coruscant during the hectic battles between Imperials still loyal to Palpatine and the other Coruscanti that no longer were. The RTTs here would be used to quickly transport supplies and troops across the dense cityscape of Coruscant. Now, the earliest that we see the ITT in canon was a year after the Galactic Empire was formed, in 18 BBY during the Battle of Dak City on Mon Calamari. Here we see something very interesting, but makes absolute sense given the time period. The ITT was transported to the Mon Calamari capital by LAATVs. Another interesting thing is seeing the AT-ATs and AT-DPs being used in this battle as well, which means they were already transitioning out of the Republic walkers just 1 year after the Clone Wars. 14 years before the Battle of Yavin, we see several ITTs used by an Imperial outpost on the planet Kashyyyk. A handful of these came under attack by Saw Gerrera's partisans, the Kashyyyk Resistance, and an AT-AT commandeered by Cal Kestis. A few of them stationed at this base would be destroyed by this hijacked AT-AT. In 11 BBY, ITTs were deployed on the planet Gorse to hunt down the wanted fugitives Hera Syndulla and Kanan Jarrus. They were wanted for an assassination attempt on Count Vidian, and they were actually spotted by an Imperial transport, but Hera was able to set off an explosive, allowing them to escape. The most we would see the ITT would be between the years 5 BBY and 1 BBY on the planet Lothal. Given the ITT wasn't used for direct combat, the ITT would take on a number of roles instead, ranging from standard troop transport duty, prisoner transport, and even carrying cargo and food, such as Nelu runs. And when the Imperials wanted to show off their might, you could also find them in parades. We saw them being used to carry prisoners after an attack on the Samar family farm, which after the war was over was actually used by the family to transport their workers. But the Spectres would hijack many of them over the years. One such occasion was during the Empire Day celebration in 4 BBY, where both ITTs and AT-DPs participated in the parade. The celebration was cut short as the Spectres sabotaged the newly displayed TIE Advance model, which was the centerpiece of the celebration. Now on the run, they would commandeer an ITT to make a quick getaway. And that's where we really see how resilient this vehicle is, plowing through other vehicles with ease and really taking on a lot of damage. In the year 1 BBY, the ITTs on Lothal would be joined by the TX-225, yet another repulsor craft, but even more heavily armed and armored. During this battle, Hera Syndulla would commandeer an ITT after being shot down, and use this vehicle to rescue other downed rebel pilots. This transport would continue to be used by the Imperial-controlled worlds until the end of the Galactic Civil War, and so the last time that the Imps used them was during the Battle of Jakku in 5 ABY. But even though the Empire was finally defeated, remnant forces would go into hiding across the galaxy, and continue to operate with these Imperial vehicles. The ITT was no exception, and we see one under the service of Moff Gideon's forces on the planet Navarro. Here the ITT would be used to transport a squad of stormtroopers to Gideon's target, the mysterious child. This ITT has some minor details changed from the ones we saw earlier, and actually more closely resembles the Legends version, with that more rounded front and the sunken, forward-facing guns instead of those ball mounts. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The ITT was the very first toy made by Kenner of something that wasn't featured in the movies. This isn't the only Kenner toy to make a comeback in Star Wars, as the INT-4, MLC-3, and MTV-7 have all made comebacks not only in Legends, but are now a part of canon. The toy of the ITT came with this little informational booklet that gave some behind-the-scenes info on the ITT and some information regarding the Sandcrawler. The variant on Trask was first seen in the comic Boba Fett Overkill, and before making its debut in Star Wars Rebels and canon, its first appearance was in the junior novel Ezra's Gamble, set shortly before the events of the Rebel series. What's really cool was that this toy actually had a prototype that differed from how it looked in the final version. The entire front of the ITT was more ramp-like, ending in two pointed edges. The top-mounted round blaster turret is missing, instead replaced by a turbine engine, and it's said that the ride vehicle at Star Tours was based on this early design. But most important of all, remember, ships and vehicles always outlast their faction, and the Force will be with you, always. Imagine always being asked the same question, and always disappointing people with your response. What's up, meta-nerds? This video will cover the Pantoran species, the people often confused for the much more mysterious and more powerful Chiss. They are classified as a sentient, near-human species, an in-universe designation that means that they have a sense of self, can use tools, and have language, while also being in a roughly humanoid shape. Hailing from Pantora, their homeworld is actually a moon. Located in Sector P19 of the galactic map, you can find it in the Outer Rim territories. The planet they rotated around was Ordo Plutonia, a desolate ice world home only to the Tals and some non-sentient creatures.
And this is the planet's tropical zone!
Pantora itself was covered in marshlands, and by the time of the Clone Wars, the global population was around 1 billion. All Pantorans had this similar shade of blue, and as they explored out from their homeworld, other species often confused them with the Runian and Chiss species. The easiest way to tell them apart is the eyes, with almost all of them having yellow eyes and very few of them having black, while their hair could range from black, blue, white, and even purple. At an average height of 1.5 to 1.9 meters, or 4 foot 11 inches to 6 foot 3 inches, it's about an equal range to that of humans, and about twice the height of a Jawa. Similarly, they have two sexes and reproduce like most mammals. The only real biological difference other than their appearance is the fact that they can endure much colder temperatures than your average human, something we see on display with the difference in wardrobes seen here. Over countless millennia, their society was shaped by the slave and spice empires that surrounded them, as crime has always been big in the Outer Rim. With these scoundrels for neighbors, they developed a strong military tradition and were ruled by powerful families. These early days are described as a feudal society, with a hierarchy of lords ruling the land, each doing the balancing act of keeping the peasant Pantorans in line, while also trying to keep Pantora independent from the constant raids from slavers and spicers looking for a remote place to set up operation. Nobles would decorate their cheeks and forehead with these yellow markings that showed their family lineage, a sort of coat of arms right on your face. But over time, lower members of society picked up on this tradition as well, showing off their family and region. The only religion that outsiders are aware of is that of a moon goddess, most likely worshipped for millennia, and something that they kept up even as they became part of the larger galactic community. Relics and jewelry were also cherished by the Pantorans, but grew to become even more meaningful to the noble families after the transition from feudal lords to a democratic society. The details on how Pantora was unified is still unclear, but the result was a Pantoran assembly that ruled the entire planet. It can be presumed that many of these early elected leaders came from the same family as those feudal lords, but over time it would become one of the most egalitarian societies in the galaxy. And again, that especially stands out in the wild and dangerous regions of the Outer Rim. There were two leaders and sort of branches of government, a speaker who led the assembly of all the other local elected officials, and the chairman who had executive power, something like having a president and a senate or a house of representatives, where they would debate the nuance of law, what would be their sort of equivalent to the court. It's not really clear, but it seems to be debated between the speaker and elected representatives and the chairman. Interestingly, despite their democratic turn, those old traditions of strong leadership are evident in Chai Cho, who was the chairman of the Pantoran Assembly during the Clone Wars. He points out to Senator Ryo Chuchi that the reason Pantora has remained strong and independent throughout the years is by remaining ever vigilant against their enemies.
I have led our people since before you were born. I've seen 100 planets rise and fall through force of arms. If it's not the Separatists out there, then it's a malevolent and aggressive enemy nonetheless, and I will not let whoever it is jeopardize the security of the people of Pantora.
He also mentions that he has been leading his people since before she was born, so presumably for decades, which might give us a hint that there are no term limits on the chairman role. We know that since the 50s BBY, Plagueis and Palpatine had been pushing the galaxy towards war, and the Outer Rim especially became more dangerous. And so if he could keep Pantora safe during these decades, you could see why they might not want to get rid of him. And he even calls himself the Supreme Chairman and Exalted Ruler,
And as the supreme chairman and exalted ruler of Pantora, you will not command me to leave this planet or do anything else.
So perhaps he's just a small-scale blue Palpatine, using emergency powers to try and rule as dictator. We also see that he was willing to massacre the Tal species in retribution for attacking a Republic outpost, the result of which he saw as weakening his defenses against the CIS. He goes so far as to attempt to label them as animals to carry this out.
They are savages. Look at what they've done. They've slaughtered your troops. They belong to us. This whole system belongs to us.
And hints at an idea that is likely shared by many Pantorans, that their solar system was a birthright awarded them by being the only sentient species in the system. But as we mentioned earlier, that sentient status is a technical term, and is granted if you could find evidence of things like tool use and language, both of which the Jedi witnessed, and thus they could be covered by the Convention of Civilized Systems. As for why the Republic intervenes on Ordo Plutonia, it is because the Pantoran system is one of the few in the Outer Rim that doesn't want to join the CIS. Once the supposed savages and the Pantorans engage in battle, the Supreme Chairman is wounded. Though interestingly, when he's trying to be nice to the Senator, he drops the Supreme part of his title. But it doesn't work, and she tells him that the Pantoran Assembly has ruled him out of order.
Final command, as Chairman of Pantora, I order you to destroy the Tals.
The Pantoran Assembly has called you out of order. I am to negotiate peace.
Which shows whatever the extent of his extra powers and/or longer term, the ruling body was still functional and able to check him. With the peace forged via the Senator and the help of the Jedi, the Pantorans would recognize the Tals as their new sovereign neighbors. Many likely hoped that their effectiveness at killing droids and even clones would actually amplify their own fierce independence and perhaps help to keep the system free from the machinations of the outside galaxy. Papa Noida would be elected the new chairman, but was quickly met with a Trade Federation blockade, which was explained as being simply a matter of debt, not something meant to influence the war.
The Trade Federation is neutral in this, but Pantora must pay its debt.
Conveniently, Dooku said the CIS would provide aid to the Pantoran people. And in order to further push Papa Noida, the Separatists hired bounty hunters, including Greedo, to kidnap the chairman's two daughters. Once this plot was revealed, the Pantorans were rescued, and the Trade Federation claimed that they had no idea of this plan, and in goodwill they would lift the blockade. Everyone knew the truth, that this was simply too obvious of a play. This world would remain out of the major battles of the Clone Wars, and even into the Imperial era there are no accounts of the Empire causing harm on Pantora. Perhaps this marshy world was of no value to, or a thorn in the side of Emperor Palpatine. So that's it for the Pantoran biology and history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Most of the face markings were simply like makeup, but some would actually be tattoos, and instead of symbols it would be text from ancient Pantoran works. Some, like Lassa Rhaim, a Pantoran pirate, had no face markings as they did not wish to represent their family ties, while others would use this tradition to show their allegiance to a new family, a crime family, like we see with this Pantoran member of the Black Sun crime syndicate. In the novel Dark Disciple we get some details about their architecture, being tall buildings topped with large gardens. In the new canon Thrawn trilogy, Thrawn is often confused as a Pantoran while he's on Coruscant. Also, George Lucas and his daughter appeared in Episode 3 as Pantorans, though at the time they were just being called Twi'leks. But most important of all, remember, if you get kidnapped, you gotta smash them in the head with religious statues to really get that blessing out of the gods. And the Force will be with you. Always. From guard duty on the Chimera and the Death Star, to single-handedly taking out Corvettes. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about a Stormtrooper variant that everyone has seen, but most don't know how it evolved into an absolute unit. Their history starts back in the Clone Wars, branches off into this heavy assault mech variant, and was used by Thrawn and Tarkin to defend key assets. The Republic's Galactic Marines were the first to experiment with a clone armor with a built-in jetpack and breathing device, perfect for launching attacks from space, kinda like we see in some of the episodes of the Clone Wars. Commander Bakara was one of these Galactic Marines that used these prototype suits during the Battle of New Brunel, and this early iteration was much closer to the Zero-G Assault Trooper than what we would see with the standard Imperial Space Trooper, because depictions of this battle have the Marines encountering super battle droids in zero gravity. The droids were likely magnetized into place, and since we don't have any accounts of B-2s walking around on the outside of CIS capital ships, perhaps the location that they were assaulting was some sort of space station. As the Marines engaged the enemy, their built-in weapon systems failed, forcing them to rush the B-2s and fight them in hand-to-hand combat. Luckily, the mech suits that they were wearing provided enough power to rip these droids apart, limb by limb. So they quickly went from watching out for those wrist rockets, to watching whole droid arms harmlessly float away into space. News of what happened spread throughout the Republic armed forces. And although the weapons failing was a bad look for the prototype, it sure helped to solidify a ferocious reputation for the Galactic Marine Corps. The Empire would recognize the need for space troopers, but this would just be a simple adaptation to the Stormtrooper armor, attaching a jetpack and rebreather combo device, while also outfitting them with a T-21 heavy blaster, along with their standard E-11 and thermal detonator. The heavy blaster would be able to punch a hole in smaller boarding craft that might be trying to set down on an Imperial ship. And since the space troopers were always at least in pairs, this could be pretty effective. A rude welcome when a barrage of blaster fire comes from some part of the ship that you didn't think had any defenses. If the space trooper was on offense, this thermal detonator could act like a breaching charge, opening up the hole enough to drop in or even smash through the transparasteel of a cockpit or bridge. It was on this defensive role that we would see them on the Death Star, but we also learn how Thrawn used them to defend his flagship, the Chimera. Always thorough, the Chiss Grand Admiral had a protocol before he would tractor beam ships into the bay of his ISD. He would of course start with a battery of scans, but then he would send out teams of space troopers to survey the hull for any traps or potential threats. Having organic eyes and droid systems going over the same areas provided redundancies, making it less likely that both would miss something. And those organic eyes can't be hacked. Then he would send a survey team to enter and clean the inside of the ship before it was deemed safe enough to tractor aboard. With the Death Star, it just seems more like they have constant guard duty, but again, because these troopers' eyes can't be hacked. It's also a nice way to keep everyone busy. But they would go back to their Clone Wars mech power suit roots thanks to Rom Mach. This isn't confirmed, but lore states that he was an officer in the Clone Wars, who had a reputation for destroying droids in hand-to-hand combat. Perhaps he was also there during the debut of that prototype model over New Brunel, because his entire life was devoted to just two things, the military and cybernetics. For this, Palpatine put him at the head of the Dark Trooper project, but he also helped to create the Zero-G Assault Trooper. Here's a quote about them from the Imperial Handbook. Widely considered the best soldiers in the galaxy, Imperial space troopers specialize in assaulting and capturing enemy starships. Like the Imperial Marines, they serve aboard the vessels of the Imperial Navy. Unlike the Marines, space troopers operate best in the airless interstellar void. Other sources state that their deadly abilities are second only to the Royal Guard. 2 meters tall in this blaster-resistant mech suit, they would stand about as tall as a Wookiee, and this whole thing actually went over your standard Stormtrooper armor. It was built to be fast, powerful, and incredibly agile. It would take a while to be perfected, and are mostly seen with the Imperial Remnant, as the project wasn't even started until after the destruction of the first Death Star. With the Legends Thrawn, these two protected his flagship, the Chimera, and were so effective that Leia Organa Solo remarked that these were more like single-pilot spacecraft. Their weaponry included shoulder-mounted grenade launchers that could fire concussion grenades for pure destruction, or gas and stun grenades for capturing New Republic leaders. Both wrists contain laser cutters for carving their way into a ship's hull, along with a blaster cannon on the right arm for personnel, and a miniature proton torpedo for incoming ships. With all that, you can see why Leia said, quote, "A single space trooper was more than capable of breaching and seizing control of a blockade runner." And I'm sure Thrawn thought a single power-armored trooper taking out a CR-90 was a much better return on your credits than a Death Star. Both the NR and Imperial Remnant forces referred to them as the best troops in the galaxy, as being able to wield all of these abilities correctly took an incredible amount of training, and they could be quickly transported across the galaxy and dropped off in a hit-and-run style via these hyperspace pods or from a Gamma-class assault ship, which could deliver 40 space troopers at a time. Their only real problem was that they could be disabled by EMP bursts. But this is true of all starfighters as well, and perhaps the suit could turn itself on after a while. But of course, when disabled, they were extremely vulnerable. Crix Madine advised Rebels and later NR forces to always have EMP countermeasures ready when transporting high-value assets. And it was Wedge Antilles that noticed that although they were quick and nimble for a person in a mech suit, they still didn't compare to an actual starfighter. These space troopers would try to avoid dogfights and head straight for the target ship. But any reasonably trained pilot should be able to make quick work of them if you could get to them before they breached the target hull. Their most notable use was during the Battle of Sluis Van in 9 ABY. This is a major NR shipyard, and the space troopers planned on capturing several capital ships to strengthen the Imperial Remnant. A quick response led to all of them being shot down, but the final two were able to self-destruct, resulting in some major hull damage to a Corvette. So that's it for the history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. Bakara's Clone Wars era backstory with these early prototypes was from the old StarWars.com page and can now only be accessed via a backup link. And this big mech version came from the game Super Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, and they also appeared in the Heir to the Empire book and comic adaptation. For those normal ones on the Death Star, Joe Johnston actually played both of these guys. This is actually shot split screen because one of the suits was stolen. I tried looking up if this was ever recovered, but couldn't find anything. So if you know this suit's whereabouts, do the right thing. Reach out to contact@metanerds.com, send it on over, and you can remain anonymous. And yes, despite it being a priceless collectible, I will be wearing it. Often. And in 2015, they came out with a really cool model of these guys, which finally confirmed the heavy blaster that they had. But most important of all, remember, if we all meditate on the Force, we can convince them to make a Rainbow Six Siege style game with space troopers. And the Force will be with you. Always. Nothing worse than watching your loved one get ripped through the wall and squished like a grape in your town square. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about the UATT Walker, aka the Urban Assault Triped Transport. It has some really cool new features, and the First Order used these in a truly terrifying way. And unlike the AT-ST, this one may have actually been a transport. This new walker was manufactured by Kuat and Tralla, the same people that made the M6 and Capital ships for the First Order, which was a merger of the centuries-old company Kuat Drive Yards that made all the Republic and Imperial walkers. Its cost is unknown, but with a height of 6.52 meters or 21 feet, it was about 2/3 the height of an AT-ST, and nearly twice the height of the AT-RT. As for its top speed, it was tied with the AT-ST at 90 km per hour or 56 miles per hour, making it about 1.5 times the AT-TE. Due to automation advancements, the crew is now down to just one, removing the co-pilot/gunner that we see in the predecessor, all while increasing the amounts of blaster cannons. There was this chin-mounted double laser cannon with targeting sensor array right underneath, and this weapons cluster on the side of the cockpit, containing a heavy blaster cannon and 2 light repeater cannons. On the other side of the cockpit was the spotlight, but of course the main event here is the CAP-5 activator arm. It can tuck up underneath the walker when not being used, but whenever the path was blocked by debris or dissidents, the UATT could handle it. The First Order went towards more specialization with their walkers, increasing the size of the AT-AT with the AT-M6, but making the UATT smaller than the AT-ST. When the First Order wanted to take control of a city without leveling it, they couldn't send in the huge guerrilla walker. But in dense urban areas, this triped walker would be able to stomp around without leveling the whole block. If civilians try to set up a blockade, the arm could easily pull it apart while still laying down fire, which was strong enough to be deadly to personnel, especially with that heavy laser cannon that could punch through any armor and overwhelm a personal energy shield, without having the missiles or grenades of the AT-ST that might just blow down the whole building. You also see that it's an armored passenger cabin with this entry hatch for FO stormtroopers to deploy from. It seems like you could probably fit around 6 troopers in this area. And this is a bit of speculation, but I think a lot of these design features point to an interesting way that these troops would enter and exit. See how it has these digitigrade legs that bend backwards, and we know that this top part can rotate 360 degrees. Seeing how this armored hood of the passenger section slopes down, when this walker were to sit down as low as it can, and then rotate the top completely around, the hood would come down to meet the claw arm. Perhaps the troops could climb up the hand and arm, over the hood and into the hatch, while the walker could still be facing the enemy laying down covering fire. Objectively, maybe not a brilliant way to do it, but surprisingly more reasonable than a lot of other vehicles in this galaxy. This armored hood also acts as a great way to protect the vulnerable power cells from any top-down attacks that you might expect in a dense urban environment, or from an incoming fighter or gunship. When occupying a hostile city, the trooper squadron would often escort on foot alongside this walker. The armor top would protect the walker, while these extra pieces of riot armor on the limbs would protect the troops. Escorted by these troops on the ground meant that you had protection from the rear and the sides, and could provide quick eliminations to any resistance that might run up with an explosive, as running out of an alley and lobbing a sticky detonator onto the underside is the biggest threat to this walker. But it also has a psychological trick up its sleeve. Few things would be as terrifying as having this arm smash through your residence and rip you into the grip of the First Order. But to terrify all of your neighbors into submission, they would bring dissidents out into public places, parade them through the streets held high up in this claw, and either read off your crimes before hauling you away, or, more often, they would simply execute you on the spot, crushing you in the UATT's grip, juicing you into the public square as an example for your entire community. That's actually the dark extra part to that street-level escort. The FO Stormtrooper Blaster, the F-11D, has a stun mode like most rifles, and so they could easily paralyze a whole crowd if they were deemed to be inciting a riot, at which point the UATT got to play the galaxy's darkest version of the claw game. All of these tactics were used to subjugate the previously lawless Kijimi City. So that's it for the UATT, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The FO was inspired to make this vehicle from the design of the AT-AP, but instead of a long-range cannon, they wanted something that could work more like a SWAT van. Comparisons to those other walkers comes from the Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles, while the UATT details come from the Rise of Skywalker Visual Dictionary. So that's it for the Urban Assault Triped Transport. But most important of all, remember, you can support the Resistance, but try not to get you and your neighbors juiced. And the Force will be with you. Always. TIE fighters are always changing to meet the needs of their time. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will break down the new Outlander TIE Fighter. We'll see why this design makes sense for a fractured Imperial remnant, and even some cool behind-the-scenes facts on how this almost appeared in The Force Awakens. Of course, like all TIE variants, it retains a lot of the key looks and features of the TIE LN, but the most obvious changes are these S-foil folding wings. But why this change? Well, it's important to understand that the TIE Fighter was designed with an assumed infrastructure around them. It's cheaper to just build the hangar racks and specialized landing pad equipment once, and have all of that safely on a base or a carrier, instead of building landing gear into each of the countless TIEs pumped out over the decades. The sad truth was that TIE fighters were disposable. Those were the things getting blown up. It's much cheaper to build these permanent catwalk structures in Star Destroyers and Death Stars, or just have a simple set of stairs on wheels that you can roll into place. This low cost, just 3 times of Ultra Droid, and less than half an X-Wing, allowed them to be pumped out at such a rate that any destroyed by rebels would be quickly and effortlessly replaced, which had a very demoralizing effect. They are famously weak, and there were even popular TIE fighter slogans like "No shields, all guts." But I think there's some strong evidence that the Outlander TIE was upgraded. When the Mando latches onto the TIE, it seems like he thought he could just fire through the glass. It would be odd if he didn't think that this was transparasteel. He must have some reason to think that this would work, so perhaps this TIE was reinforced. If not, I think that certainly the hull was reinforced. One is simply the fact that a Moff wouldn't be riding around in a flimsy TIE fighter of the line, it's just too risky. And proof of this is that these 2 explosives don't set the whole TIE fighter ablaze. It doesn't even sever the wing, it just blows apart some of the top half, as if it didn't penetrate the whole armor, but instead the blast was directed up and outward and tore up the more fragile solar collector array. You also get a glimpse at a really useful detection method new to this model, which shows you when something is placed on the hull, and most likely would have provided other damage reports and tactical information. As the TIE falls to the ground, we see that apparently the ejector seat mechanism was removed. Perhaps this was done to clear out some room for the landing gear. Interestingly, the 3 legs of this landing gear, 2 to the sides and 1 out the rear, are very similar to those of the X-Wing. Some speculate that this, combined with the S-foils, which bring its landed position into this X shape, may point to the Outland TIE being a retrofit that incorporated some X-Wing parts, perhaps captured by Imperial remnant forces. That or Incom Corporation had worked with Sinar Fleet Systems to create this variant. Incom originally made the X-Wings for the Empire, so I could see this being the case. Shields and hyperdrives are often the most expensive parts of a ship, and so your standard TIE fighter has neither. And although those might be useful, I don't see any evidence to think that this variant has any either. We don't know for sure how large a force the Moff has, but he must at least have some large transports, if not a capital ship. There's various troops like regular stormtroopers, scout troopers, and death troopers, and even vehicles like speeder bikes and ITTs, all of which points to some sort of carrier. And so this Outlander TIE may still just be a short-range fighter. But remember, the TIE LN was never supposed to be setting down on strange terrain. They were most often in escort and patrol roles, with only occasionally ever engaging enemies. Once the Empire was killed and that well-oiled war machine started to fracture, things had to change. The TIE still had good firepower and excellent speed, so they were still really valuable. But now you would need TIEs that could land on worlds that you wanted to bring under your particular rule, as Imperial warlords took a more direct role in holding on to regional power. So hopefully you see how these small changes really do make a big difference in a time of a fractured empire. As for the behind-the-scenes facts, I just wanted to point out that there is some mechanism that lifts him out of the cockpit for dramatic flair, and conveniently we don't see him actually do the less graceful slide off onto the ground. Also, this design was first seen in concept art for The Force Awakens, created by the amazing Doug Chiang, who is responsible for a lot of the best stuff of the prequels, stuff like the Naboo Starfighter and pod racers. And in this episode we saw that of course the Darksaber, a form of lightsaber, can cut through the hull, which would be true even if it has the thicker hull plating that I think it has. And this is connected to Gideon's past on Mandalore. He was in the Imperial Security Bureau and helped with the siege of Mandalore, and later would become the Marshal of Mandalorian space. So that's it for the Outlander TIE. But most important of all, remember, if this really is a combo of TIE Fighter and X-Wing, then it has brought balance to the starfighters. And the Force will be with you. Always. Sometimes stormtroopers and walkers aren't enough. Sometimes you have to send in a vehicle so powerful, immobilizing it doesn't make it any less deadly. What's up, meta-nerds? In today's video, we'll be talking about the Imperial Patrol Speeder from Legends. A very cool vehicle that only appeared once in a Star Wars newspaper comic. The Imperial Patrol Speeder was a vehicle seen on the planet Aridus in the year 0 ABY. Luke and an imposter, Ben Kenobi, fought against this repulsor tank on their journey to destroy an Imperial fortress located on this planet, and save a local species known as the Chubits. Unfortunately, there are no sources that give the exact measurements of this vehicle, so we'll have to dive into a little bit of speculation regarding its stats. We don't know the manufacturer, but this repulsor tank shares many design characteristics with products of Rathana heavy engineering, like the TX-130, 2M, and TX-225. And in comparison with the 2M and TX-130 in particular, the Patrol Speeder shares these main two viewports on each side of the vehicle. Now for its size, we'll use this photo of Luke looking down at it, and we can get a little bit of scale on this vehicle. And we can also do some deduction with the fact that each of these pods contains a single gun mount with two vision ports, which most likely means that one or two guys crewed each of these guns. To get some rough measurements, we'll compare it to the aforementioned pic with Luke. And by using this 3D model, we can get a much more accurate sense of the height. By using this human model as a reference, the Patrol Speeder is almost exactly 3 persons tall. Luke has a height of 5 foot 9 inches, so that times 3 is about 17 feet 3 inches. So we'll go with a little more than 17 feet. To compare its height with another ground vehicle, the AT-AT, which was 74 feet, so it's about a quarter of that height, or about a Jawa taller than an AAT. For width, the Patrol Speeder is 6 persons wide with about an extra foot, or about 34.5 feet, about a Wookiee less than an AAT. For its length, the Patrol Speeder is about the same, about a foot less than 6 Lukes, or 33.5 feet, almost equal to the AAT. All these attributes together give us a vehicle that might be 4 times smaller than the AT-AT, but may pack even more firepower. This repulsor tank was heavily armed on each side, having 2 forward-facing blaster cannons, 2 side-mounted blaster cannons, and then an additional 4 side-mounted blaster cannons mounted on a turret. These smaller laser cannons were all mounted in spherical barbettes that provided better aiming and a larger firing cone for the guns. The main turret was armed with 1 large gun, and although we don't know the power output, it is shown in the comic as firing a beam-like weapon. So perhaps instead of a normal blaster cannon, the main gun was instead a laser cannon or even a turbo laser, something similar to what we see in the CIS's AAT. What's interesting to note is that compared to other Imperial vehicles, the Patrol Speeder's main gun is very long, extending outwards from the body a considerable amount, which makes me wonder if this thing was designed for some long-range accuracy. The bottom of this repulsor tank has several circular objects, which although we don't really get a good visual of, this is most likely the repulsor system that gets it off the ground. And there appear to be these 2 hatches on top of the vehicle for entering and exiting. In comparison to other vehicles of the Empire, its use as a patrol vehicle with so much firepower and perhaps an incredible accuracy and range with that main gun, it could be both more deadly than the AT-AT while also being a lot harder to take down. As for its history, the Imperial Patrol Speeder would be used by the Galactic Empire as early as 0 ABY, only a few months after the destruction of the first Death Star. They would mostly play a defensive role and be spread across the galaxy protecting various bases crucial to the Empire. One such example would be on the planet Aridus, where many of this type were used to patrol the perimeter of the Imperial fortress known as the Iron Tower. The Iron Tower was a massive base used by the Imperials on Aridus to control the local population called the Chubits. This structure would act as a long-range transmission tower and had to be built large enough to overcome the dense ionized atmosphere. One of the side effects of this incredibly powerful transmitter signal was that its frequencies actually damaged the nervous system of the Chubit people. This outcome had a good side effect for the Imperials, as it prevented the Chubits from attempting any sort of rebellion. The tower would also serve as a base for Darth Vader, where he would create a very interesting plan to lure Luke to the planet. Using an actor that resembled Obi-Wan, Vader sent this actor to inspire the Chubits to attempt a rebellion. On one occasion, the actor would rescue a rebel agent, who returned to Yavin 4 to tell news that Ben Kenobi had returned. Upon hearing this, Luke immediately departed to Aridus to meet his master, who mysteriously disappeared. Upon arriving, Luke would encounter the imposter, but actually believe that it was the real Obi-Wan, and this actor was even able to make it look like he had force powers, all thanks to some clever tech. The actor was instructed to lure Luke to the Iron Tower, where together with Vader, they would kill the young Jedi. But on their way, they would encounter an Imperial Patrol Speeder blocking their path. The vehicle would force them to the high ground to avoid the multitude of weapons this machine used. They were almost killed by the main gun, but as it approached, it continued firing on the 2, and as it was distracted with the Jedi, a handful of Chubits had set up on a cliffside directly behind the large repulsor tank. Despite its powerful weapon, the Patrol Speeder unfortunately had an Achilles heel. A direct hit to the main thruster would render the craft immobile, but despite losing its repulsors, the speeder was all but defenseless. Thanks to the large amount of smaller guns placed around the body, the speeder was still able to fire these weapons even while incapacitated. An impressive feat, and something some Star Destroyers could learn from. The Chubits continued to fight the down speeder as the imposter Obi-Wan headed towards the Iron Tower. Luke asked Ben to help him take out the speeder once and for all, and save several of the Chubit resistance fighters. Although he had a strict mission to complete, the actor indulged Luke's request, and the two went to destroy the vehicle. The fakey one Kenobi used his lightsaber to slash the speeder's power cells, causing a massive explosion which completely destroyed the tank and almost killed both Luke and this actor. The two would eventually make it to the Iron Tower, but seeing Luke's kind actions would convince him to sacrifice himself in order to disable the Iron Tower and attempt to kill Vader. The tower was heavily damaged, but Vader would survive, only being trapped momentarily. And unfortunately, this would be the only time we see the Imperial patrol speeder in action. But we can assume this heavy repulsor tank could be used across the galaxy whenever there was a large fortress in need of patrolling. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It first appeared in the Star Wars newspaper comic, The Return of Ben Kenobi, and would end up being its only appearance. And there are actually two vehicles with the name of Imperial Patrol Speeder. The planet the IPS was used on, Aridus, was planned to make an appearance in the campaign of the game Empire at War, where a ground invasion by rebels was made to free the local population. It is directly stated that Chubits would be supplied with T2B and T4B tanks, which now that we see what they were up against, makes complete sense. I know I'd like to see a tank fight between these three. Well, what's funny is that the manufacturer of these rebel ground vehicles, Utrain Trakata, was actually based on Aridus. They were also responsible for the T3B series and the MZ-8 pulse cannon. Other than this, Aridus appears numerous times throughout Legends, even being a holdout for the Yuuzhan Vong after their invasion. But the planet has even made its way back into canon, where it is mentioned in the Star Wars Force Awakens beginner game. So that's it for this incredibly obscure heavy repulsor tank. But most important of all, remember, sometimes Vader hits the spice when he comes up with these schemes to capture Luke. And the Force will be with you. Always. It's hard to fight off claims of corruption when the politicians are the ones riding around in the flyest shuttles. What's up, Meta Nerds? In today's video, we're going to be talking about the H2 Executive Shuttle, a smaller shuttle used during the time of the Republic, mainly by senators and other high-ranking officials. The H2 was constructed by Slane & Corporal, the same company that would produce the V-19 Torrent and T-6 shuttle for the Republic, and who would later go on to produce the B-Wing and MG-100 Star Fortress. Its cost is unknown, but the H2 was 14.6 meters long, or 48 feet, making it about 8 meters shorter than the T-6 shuttle, or equal to the length of an ARC-170 plus a Wookiee. It had a decent top speed of 875 km per hour or 544 miles per hour, making it about 50 km per hour faster than the new class. For crew, it would only require a single pilot, but had comfortable accommodations for up to 5 passengers and a bunch of luggage. The H2 had a much more sleek design compared to the other shuttles in this era used by the Republic. The majority of those shuttles were built by Cygnus Spaceworks, like the Nu and Eta, and they had a much more utilitarian design, whereas the H2 seems to be designed for looks. The front cabin had plenty of transparent steel windows, giving the passengers and pilot a beautiful view. The wings of the H2 were able to fold closer to the body, making this craft easier to store in smaller spaces, and this wing folding feature is a staple of Slane & Corporal products. Now we're unsure if the cutouts in these wings serve a purpose or if they're just to make it look cool, as this was a luxury craft meant to make a statement. And given that it was mainly a diplomatic ship, it had no onboard weapons. And surprisingly, if you go with the stock model, you don't even get a hyperdrive. First we ever see the H2 shuttles in the year 21 BBY at the peak of the Clone Wars. Given that now it was a galaxy at war, the Republic knew that the capital of Coruscant was always under threat of invasion, and that the Supreme Chancellor would be the #1 target. In the event of an emergency, an H2 was installed inside of the Republic Executive Building as a means to escape from any threat that might arise. This H2 is painted a dark blue color, very similar to the Senate Commandos, and it would have this Senate symbol on the bow. Despite the capital city being so well protected, it would eventually come under attack, but not from the Separatists, instead from the mighty Zillo Beast. This creature would rampage through the city in search of the one who ordered its imprisonment, Chancellor Palpatine. It would finally find its target in the Republic Executive Building and begin its attack. To protect the Chancellor, Anakin, Padme, and their droids would board the H2 stationed in that building. It was able to quickly take off, but it was grabbed by the Zillo Beast, and then it tried to crush everyone inside. What we see here is either a testament to the Zillo Beast's intelligence, choosing not to just crush the craft, but to look Palpatine in the eye before he killed him. Or perhaps the H2 is so well constructed that he actually couldn't crush it. It's very easy to think that the escape craft made for Chancellor Palpatine would have some heavy modifications. Reinforced hull bracing, thicker plate armor, all kinds of stuff to make this ship more secure during an attack. Just how luxury vehicles here on Earth are often reinforced with added layers of defense for VIPs. In order to escape this attack, Anakin would use his lightsaber to slice the forward section of the shuttle in half, disconnecting the part that the beast was holding onto and letting the cockpit slide off onto the building. They would then escape on foot thereafter. So despite it being cut in two, the H-2 did still buy the Chancellor some time, even if it couldn't get him off of Coruscant. Now that's the only time we see it in the service of the Republic, but interestingly, the H-2 ended up in the hands of some Separatists. In fact, we actually see it with Separatist senators more than Republic ones. This either shows that Slain and Corporal, despite producing one of the main fighters of the Republic, as well as a shuttle used exclusively by the Jedi, was still neutral in this war and sold ships to whoever it wanted. Or that several of these H-2s were produced and purchased before the outbreak of the Clone Wars. Both are plausible theories, so let me know what you think down in the comments. We see an H-2 that is painted in old Senate red used by CIS Senator Mina Bonteri. Ahsoka and Padme would hitch a ride on this particular H-2 to meet with Bonteri behind the Republic and Jedi's backs in an attempt to start peace talks to end the war. What's interesting to note about this H-2 is that its wings don't fold down and then backwards. Instead, they just fold up. Why it's different with this particular version is unknown. Perhaps it's an older model, because this version would take up more space in a conventional hangar. Rush Clovis, another Separatist senator, would also have an H-2 shuttle for personal use. This one would be named the Scipio, after his homeworld, and will be painted a goldish bronze color, and this H-2 has the same folding wing action as the one we saw with Palpatine. Once again, Padme would be on board, as she would take the Scipio to Clovis's personal residence during their meeting with the banking clan, all in an attempt to pull a loan for the Republic in the year 19 BBY. And despite its widespread use, it's actually something that we don't see any more of after this year. So that's it for its history, and the only cool behind the scenes facts is that it made its debut in the Clone Wars animated series, with its first appearance in the episode The Zillo Beast Strikes Back. The red variant is seen in the episode Heroes on Both Sides, and the Scipio is in the episode An Old Friend. While some of the extra details about this come from the new canon book Star Wars Encyclopedia of Ships and Other Vehicles. But most important of all, remember, cutting it in half with a lightsaber does void the warranty, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? Gonna keep this one short and to the point about a couple parts from the Episode 9 Visual Dictionary. Two questions that many fans had about the Exegol fleet were how was it built and how was it kept a secret? It could have been the case that these ships, like the Ziston and the TIE daggers, were built somewhere else and secretly transported to Exegol. If not completely finished, most of the major work like the hulls and reactor installation, etc., could have been done at some major shipyard and just transported here. Because just by looking at it, Exegol doesn't seem like it has a lot going on. Just that massive structure that we find Palpatine and the Sith cultists in. But a couple details point out that for sure everything was built on Exegol. Not on the surface exposed to that dangerous atmosphere, but actually inside of the planet. Vader and Palpatine had wayfinders to get to Exegol, and even if somehow you did know where it was in the unmapped unknown regions, you couldn't get there without this device showing you the route. Palpatine and or Vader used theirs to transport the early equipment and cultists that would work on this contingency plan, years before the events of the original trilogy, or perhaps even alongside the films. Enormous chambers were carved out of the rock, with hidden hangar doorways that would eventually let out these fleets. This serves as just another layer of avoiding detection, in that even if somehow a probe just happened upon Exegol by sheer chance, the atmosphere would quickly destroy it. And any data or images that may have been sent back wouldn't show a massive shipyard in full production. Kinda like how we landed probes on Venus, but they don't last very long. If it was a really lucky probe, it might have seen the odd building we find Palps in, but I don't know if that would have been as immediate a problem if you showed the New Republic Senate. Just some weird old abandoned Sith relic. So now for the how. Well, the materials are actually shipped from Kuat and Trala in Sinar Jamis, the same company that made all of the major ships and vehicles for the First Order. And the merger of the two companies, Kuat Drive Yards and Sinar Fleet Systems, who were the major suppliers to the Empire and Republic. Sith loyalists within those companies made it so that certain raw materials disappeared, fell off the transport as it were, and presumably with Vader's Wayfinder, maybe Snoke or some other agents would escort the goods to Exegol. There, the massive team of Sith Eternal scientists, technicians, and shipwrights put it to work not just making the same Imperial ships, but actually innovating them, creating things like a highly advanced TIE fighter and a capital ship-mounted cannon with similar power to a Death Star. Now to me, the part about making raw materials disappear seems plausible enough. If you watch a lot of true crime documentaries, people often buy materials from different places as to not set off a red flag. But I don't see why it wouldn't have just been easier for Palpatine as Emperor to just have a massive amount of materials all shipped out at once to Exegol. Even with democratically elected governments, there are parts of the military budget that are not disclosed because they are for classified projects. And we know that just moments after the Clone Wars, Palpatine was able to keep the Death Star a secret, at a time when the Imperial Senate still had some power. Wouldn't it be easier for the Emperor to just make a massive shipment of all the materials at once when he had this privilege as ruler of the galaxy? Instead of while he's in hiding, hoping that none of those many Sith loyalists embedded in different companies ever betray you, or even accidentally slip up, or is being actively monitored by the New Republic or Resistance. And think about just how many trips they had to make to Exegol, and with 50% of your keys. The Wayfinder is like a set of keys needed to enter the planet, and so somebody had to have only one of the 2 keys in order to transport these materials. Just seems like way too many places for something to go wrong here. Could have just had a massive amount of materials secret away under the stamp of a classified research project, and Palps would ride along with it to check on the site and ensure its arrival. Even if you needed a long train of ships to carry all that material, you could just do what Rey did, and have the Emperor in one with his Wayfinder, and all the other ships following the path. The rest of the plan is the same, you just leave everybody in that underground base in Exegol, and Palps leaves and goes back to ruling the Empire, knowing that he has his set-it-and-forget-it Sith fleet crockpot going just in case Sith hits the fan. But what do you think of all this? Do you like the explanation from the visual dictionary, my modified way to carry out this plan, or were you thinking something totally different? Kinda like I said with the Sitharian Rule of 2 applying to Kylo and Rey, I actually think this whole secret stored up fleet is a cool idea, even if it could have been portrayed better across the trilogy. But again, let me know what you think down in the comments below. But most important of all, remember, it's not turtles, but contingency plans all the way down. And the Force will be with you. Always. Sure, there's going to be a rant about this on Mayfield's Monday Morning podcast. What's up, Meta Nerds? In this video, we're going to talk about how the Intergalactic Banking Clan funded the First Order. How their fleet was built up is something that's been talked about in a lot of other YouTube videos over the years. But there's this very simple detail that I kept laughing at how obvious it was every time I saw it. But I never got around to making a video on it. So the companies that made everything for the First Order are Kuat and Tralla and Sinar Jamis. Kuat and Sinar have been around forever making ships and vehicles for both the Republic and then the Empire. But what are Tralla and Jamis? Well, if you look at their wiki pages, they don't have any details about them in canon. In fact, the only info we have is their location in the galaxy, which is literally flanking the planet Munilinst, the home of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, the organization that funded the Republic's efforts to buy more clones, arms, and armor, while also providing loans to all the companies of the CIS. They swore neutrality, even had a seat in the Senate, but all knew that a galaxy at war was great for the Banking Clan. This was something Padme, Bail Organa, and many others railed against in the Senate Rotunda. It cannot be an accident that canon lore has caused these well-known companies, Kuat and Sinar, to merge with these worlds that have no other details about them. And then of all the other planets in the galaxy, put them both right next to the unscrupulous Banking Clan. Working with a rogue military force had to be something prohibited by the New Republic, but I doubt that mattered. And though the First Order operated outside of the civilized galaxy, and may have been operating in completely different currencies, they were carrying out operations in NR space for decades. The book Bloodlines gets into how Leia uncovered that the First Order was funding terrorist groups and criminal empires to simultaneously keep the NR occupied and create a public demand for a strong dictatorship. The Mun-run IBC would have been able to set up accounts to convert currency, and perhaps have a whole web of accounts to make the First Order's funneling of money harder to track. Ill-gotten credits in Republic space had to move around to other FO assets, and even back out to the FO in the unknown regions. While money brought in from the First Order's fiefdoms would also flow to those crime syndicates that Leia discovered. All of this requires a bank to shuffle around credits without asking any questions, and there are many arcs in the Clone Wars that show us that this is the IBC, which is again located on Munilinst, flanked by those 2 worlds that got paired up with the illustrious Kuat and Sinar. I don't think canon could have made it any clearer. Now in Legends, Tralla is a free commerce planet, and Jamis actually had the sizable Galentro heavy work shipyards. Could say that for dozens of other worlds throughout the galaxy, and again the fact that the canon map puts it right next to the home of the IBC seems to be spelling it out that they were helping to fund the First Order, by at least making loans to Kuat and Tralla and Sinar Jamis, if not also that whole credit shuffling multiple account tricks to hide their shady dealings. So what do you think of all this? Was it obvious to you that somehow the IBC would be behind this, or do you think it's odd that they were able to get away with it again? Also consider the fact that they are intergalactic, as in different galaxies, meaning who knows what kinds of similar shadowy organizations are being funded by them. And if they could go to other galaxies, the fact that the unknown regions is relatively more obscure shouldn't have been that big of a hurdle. So let me know what you think down in the description. But most important of all, remember, Hosnian Prime might still be around if some NR senators subscribe to the Mayfield podcast. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Hang on.
With some creativity and expert piloting, this thing can quickly become a Special Forces shuttle. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about the Eta-class shuttle. We'll get into all the interesting ways this ship was utilized during the Clone Wars, talk about the executive variant, and we'll do a full breakdown of its stats and behind-the-scenes facts. The Eta-class was manufactured by Cygnus Spaceworks, the same company that made the Nu, Theta, and Lambda, really locking down the shuttle market for a couple decades. And this was mostly due to their low cost and high performance. At 100,000 credits, it was about a third of the cost of the Lambda, but surprisingly, it was more expensive than the Nu class. What is also odd is that its top atmospheric speed is only 750 km per hour, or 466 miles per hour, making it slower than the bulkier Nu class that often carried cargo. So perhaps that's just stock, and many of these are modded by the Jedi Order, because in space, the Eta-class is known for racing through CIS defenses, and even when we see it in atmosphere, it can still zip around with ease. Its Class 2 hyperdrive is average for these types of craft, slower than many fighters in the Venator, but quicker than your average consumer freighter. It is not shielded, a risky choice to make it one of your go-to shuttles for the Jedi Order. I guess no better force field than trusting in the Force itself. Its armament is 3 light laser cannons, which is great for just fending off fighters and interceptors while it tries to escape, as it really shouldn't be initiating any dogfights. Instead, the Republic and Jedi Order mainly use these as a standard transport, carrying up to 10 passengers at a time in this spacious cabin area, while also bringing along a complement of 2 Undakar-class jump speeders, very compact, foldable speeder bikes. All of that is why it also made an excellent Special Forces shuttle. It could quickly get across a planet, or weave through CIS fleets, actually set down on a separatist ship or space station, and lock into place via its magnetic landing gear. If in space, there was plenty of storage room in the Eta-class for the gear needed for a spacewalk. And while on-world, these 2 compact speeder bikes could be used by troopers or Jedi to scout ahead. We saw this method used to get behind the enemy lines during the Battle of Ringo Vinda and the rescue of Eth Koth. With the latter example, we can see that with the right pilot, you could come out of hyperspace just before the CIS fleet, and the craft was quick and nimble enough to be flown closely along whatever capital ship was your target, allowing you to evade detection by sensor arrays. And we see more of this ship's maneuverability when a C-70 was destroyed as a Jedi escape, nearly taking out the Eta-class with it. Another excellent feature is the folding wings and fine-tuned repulsor system. At a length of 14.2 meters or 47 feet, it was 2 Wookiees shorter than the Nu class, and about 9 meters shorter than the Y-wing. With its wings open, it had a height of 21 meters, or 69 feet, making it about 2 Wookiees taller than the Nu, and about a Jawa shorter than the AT-AT. And at 26 meters or 86 feet wide, it is more than 3 Wookiees wider than the ARC-170. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be taller than a 6-story building, longer than a school bus, and wider than 7 lanes of traffic. Keep in mind that like the V-19 Torrent starfighter, it isn't like those dimensions are all filled in. It isn't that big a target. And with the pilot's ability to maneuver these wings while in flight, it creates some annoying variation for the CIS targeting computers. But primarily, this wing folding feature was designed to take up less space in the hangar bay, allowing for hundreds of ships total, including starfighters, bombers, and many shuttles inside of a single Venator. With just that one level hangar, you would prefer your ships to take up more vertical space than horizontal, which is why so many ships like the Eta, Nu, and V-19 have this wing folding feature, while it also had incredibly fine-tuned series of repulsor lifts, giving it this ability to make these sharp but smooth turns and set down in these hectic warship hangars, and also on busy planet-side landing pads. As for its history, before the war broke out, these were known to transport senators and other Republic VIPs, but it was used so much by the Jedi during the Clone Wars that both Cad Bane and Darth Maul instantly know that Jedi have arrived when they see the distinct tri-wing shuttle set down.
Jedi, brother! You found us!
And speaking of Maul, just a quick nod to his incredible strength in the Force. We see that he can single-handedly force pull an Eta off a cliff. One of these shuttles would take Ahsoka to Mandalore during her mission to help stem corruption, and it later took her, Kenobi, and Anakin to a different plane of existence. Without them knowing, when they were brought to the mysterious Force world of Mortis, they popped out of the normal galaxy.
So we are at the rendezvous point, and there's no sign of you in our scanners.
They don't know who or how they landed the Eta-class in this double pyramid-shaped object, but the shuttle would become their home base here. We see that the maintenance area is located right under the floor panels in the passenger section, and allows for comfortable access to most major systems like the hyperdrive, engines, and computer systems. And another neat feature is that the co-pilot can completely take over the controls, with Obi-Wan swerving the shuttle away from a tower when Anakin was pursuing a target a little too closely for Kenobi's tastes. And later we would see that this was one of Palpatine's preferred methods of travel.
Prepare my ship.
Darth Sidious arrives on Mandalore on a variant of the Eta-class called the Republic Executive Shuttle. It is said to have many upgrades, the details of which are still classified, but we can make out some differences in the cockpit bulb, while the main body appears to be bulkier. This most likely points to powerful engines and larger Tibanacast reserves for these larger and likely stronger laser cannons, coming up from light laser cannons to medium or even heavy. The placement of the weapons on these wings, as well as the general shape of the wings, are also slightly different. And though more rare, we do see one of these Republic Executive Shuttles with the fleet over Ring Govinda. And we learned that your standard Eta-class was great for search and rescue, as well as some stealthy operations behind enemy lines, with Anakin, Rex, and Fives using it to both search the wreckage of Tup's transport, before it covertly delivers them to the underside of the planetary ring, allowing for a spacewalk to the CIS-held hangar bay. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The Eta-class was brought to life in the Clone Wars via inspiration from the original concept art for the Lambda-class, which was created by Joe Johnston for Return of the Jedi. Its first appearance was in the episode Grievous Intrigue, Season 2, Episode 9, and has been expanded upon in the Legend sourcebook Endless Vigil, and the canon sourcebook Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles. But most important of all, remember, don't judge a shuttle by its speed stats, and the Force will be with you, always. These things are proof that you can have great action scenes that are guided by the lore, not breaking it. What's up, Meta Nerds? In today's video, we're going to be talking about the All-Terrain Armored Cargo Transport, or the AT-ACT. We will do a complete breakdown of its stats, see how it was used on multiple planets, and end with some behind-the-scenes facts. The AT-ACT was produced by Kuat Drive Yards, the company that produced almost all of the walkers for the Republic and Empire. Though technically not for sale, word on the HoloNet is that these run the Empire about $125k a piece, just over twice the cost of a TIE fighter. At a glance, the AT-ACT looks like it's just a simple variant of the AT-AT, but it actually has some really big design differences. For starters, you got the size. The cargo transport had a height of 31.85 meters or 104 feet, making it about as tall as an AT-AT with an AT-ST standing on top. And at 34.9 meters or 115 feet long, it was 14 meters longer than the standard AT-AT, being more than an entire X-Wing longer, space that was all used for this large cargo bay. This area was able to carry up to 550 cubic meters of cargo, which could hold a total weight of 5,000 metric tons, about equal to the weight of 6,135 dewbacks. If it showed up here on Earth, it would stand taller than a 10-story building, be about half the length of a 747, have the cargo space of 16 20-foot shipping containers, and haul more cargo than you could fit on the backs of 46,000 horses. They had these specifically designed cargo pods that were used for transport, which had this distinctive orange coloring, a modular system that allowed these pods to be picked up by other ships and vehicles. And we can even see that they were designed to be taken off with this conveying system. This additional height did provide for a longer stride, but came at the cost of structural stability. U-Wings at the Battle of Scarif were able to exploit this weakness and bring the whole thing crashing down with a single mounted Roba M45 heavy repeating ion cannon. Whereas on Hoth, we saw that the more powerful P-Tower laser cannons proved ineffective on a standard AT-AT. So how is this possible? Well, it is due to a very important difference in the design of this cargo walker. To provide extra power to move this enormous cargo, the AT-ACT has stronger engines, which is simple enough, but to help with the fact that all of this new weight is set on top of longer legs, the load would be supported by an electromagnetic tensor field. A tensor field essentially nullifies the weight of gravity on objects, making them a whole lot easier to transport. Tensor fields aren't often mentioned in Star Wars lore as much as other types of technology, but you have seen them used before. Some examples of other ships with tensor fields are the C-9979 landing craft, which would generate them in their wings, in order to prevent them from sagging under the extreme weight of all the AATs. And a tensor field failing was the culprit of the invisible hand breaking in half during the Battle of Coruscant, as the ship simply couldn't handle the gravitational pull without one. And with the AT-ACT, we see that the tensor field generators are in the knee, right where the gunner is aiming. With all those ion shots on target, the complete weight of the walker is now bearing down on this single leg. The full, non-nullified load proves too much, and so we don't see it exploding in a ball of flames, but buckling and snapping from supporting too much extra weight. A cool little detail that shows how action can be logically guided by well-written lore, not just dismissed in favor of action scenes, which is so often the case when it comes to things like shields, where we simply have to say that the plot willed it. Its large cargo hold was monitored by stevedore droids, which we unfortunately don't have a current visual of them, but they would help to divide the loads on the walker to make trips more manageable, as some of these experimental materials are described as ultra-dense. And some other interesting things to point out is that the red glow is from an infrared force field generated in the cockpit. The air filters for the vehicle are located right behind the head on the main body, and these walkers use the same solid fuel slugs like we saw in the AT-AT. On board the ACT, you would have a crew of 2 and space for up to 10 passengers, which is 20 less than the AT-AT. Because of its cargo role, overall it had much less armor, but the section just over the cargo container is reinforced. And despite not being intended for assault, it could still defend Imperial assets, coming with 2 Taman-back MS-2 heavy laser cannons, which would be able to blow apart enemy infantry and easily punch a hole in any attacking ground vehicles. The first time we see the AT-ACT in use is during the numerous construction attempts of Fortress Vader on Mustafar. The Sith Lord consulted an ancient Sith ghost known as Momin to help in the construction of a building that would focus dark-side energy. The design of the fortress would start off being rather different from the final version that we would see, with each of its predecessors having a very unlucky history, each being destroyed in some unforeseen way. This would happen 8 times, with the 9th building being the one we see in Rogue One. Due to the harsh nature of Mustafar, Vader would use AT-ACTs and OICTs to build each of the different versions. These would be very useful in safely transporting building materials across the hazardous hellscape. Not only would the lava be dangerous to typical vehicles, but on several occasions, the troops and vehicles stationed at the construction site would be attacked by the local Mustafarians, who weren't too thrilled with a Dark Lord of the Sith plotting his castle right on their home. On one occasion, 3 Force-sensitive Mustafarians would use their power in an attempt to flood the castle with lava, killing off almost all of the Imperial troops and destroying most of the vehicles. Vader would be able to survive the attack by using the wreckage of an AT-ACT that had been swept up by the lava. And so Vader has this vehicle to thank for him not losing any more limbs to the fires of Mustafar. The next time we would see this walker would be on the tropical paradise world of Scarif. Here the AT-ACTs were used to transport heavy cargo and materials across the shallow waters surrounding the Citadel, a highly secretive research base as well as an archive for the Galactic Empire. In the Year Zero BBY, the Rebel Alliance would mount an attack on the Citadel and a gambit to gain access to the Death Star plans. The rebels would infiltrate the compound using a stolen Eta-class, and a ground battle would ensue. The rebels would then come under intense fire from at least 4 AT-ACTs. This would turn the tide in the Empire's favor, but the victory was cut short when several rebel starfighters would get past the shield ring. These starfighters easily destroyed all the walkers, paving a clear way for the rebels to the Citadel. This battle showcased that when against something light like infantry, it was able to defend itself from small arms fire, and even take a rocket directly to the head, just shrugging it off. But due to its overall lack of armor, it is at a heavy disadvantage to purpose-made starfighters. The X-Wings having more firepower than most starfighters, and packed a way bigger punch than the T-47 airspeeders on Hoth. These could also be seen on the shipyards of Kuat drive yards, transporting materials for building the weapons and ships used by the Empire. Like its use on Scarif, these wouldn't see any action until the facility came under attack. 5 years after the Battle of Yavin, the New Republic launched a bombing campaign against the shipyard ring, in an effort to cut off the Imperial remnants supply to arms and armor. KDY would be forced to use any available assets they had to fend off the New Republic starships. AT-ATs, AT-STs, AT-ACTs, and even the remaining AT-TEs would be used in the defense of these shipyards. But they would not be able to keep the New Republic at bay, and Imperial forces eventually surrendered. And some of these also saw service on the Wookiee home planet of Kashyyyk, where they were used to transport building materials for new Imperial bases, and even transport some Wookiee slaves. After the fall of the Empire and 5 ABY at the Battle of Jakku, Imperial forces on the various worlds across the Empire would surrender and leave. One AT-ACT would be left behind on the Wookiee homeworld, where it would slowly deteriorate and be covered by the natural environment. By 7 ABY, this AT-ACT would be almost completely covered in vegetation, and Han Solo would come across this walker during one of his trips to Kashyyyk. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It first appeared in Rogue One, a Star Wars story, and the tale of it being used on Mustafar comes from the Darth Vader comic series, issues 23 and 24. The stories of them on Kuat came from Star Wars Insider, and Han Solo finds one on Kashyyyk in the novel Last Shot. And it should be noted that the AT-ACT has some potential inconsistencies across various sources. For starters, it's said that it has longer legs to give it a faster stride over the normal AT-AT, but its top speed is 50 km per hour, or 31 miles per hour, whereas the AT-AT tops out at 60 km per hour, or 37 miles per hour. Perhaps its speed is much quicker than it would have been if it had all that cargo on those smaller legs, but it's still incredibly slow. As many fans have pointed out, something like the Juggernaut seems like it would have fit all of the Empire's goals while still being a lot quicker. And since its wheels are actually spinning metal discs, not rubber, it would have done fine on Mustafar too. Probably better in the marshes of Kashyyyk and the sands of Scarif. Another possible inconsistency is that with the pilots of the AT-ACT. The visual dictionary for Rogue One states that any qualified driver of the Empire could pilot the AT-ACT, and that they had no specified pilot corps. But they get this completely different look and helmet, and so if not a separate corps, they definitely went by the title of AT-ACT pilot. And just before we end, a little shout out to the OICT mentioned earlier. Currently, there is almost no information regarding it, aside from its appearance in the Darth Vader comic and a small on-screen appearance in Solo. There's just no stats or history on it. Funny enough, not even what the acronym stands for. The C in CT probably stands for crane or just cargo. But most important of all, remember, these walkers used to strike fear into the rebels, until they took an ion cannon to the knee. And the Force will be with you, always.
The cavalry has arrived!
What's up, Meta Nerds? The Clone Wars is back. My first viewing of the episode was great, and Clone Wars fans know this Bad Batch arc from watching the unfinished episodes years ago, but it was still great to see everything finalized. One of the most impressive things was the animation and action, which really matched the firepower of Bad Batch. We'll do a full breakdown of the unique arms, armor, and tactics of Clone Force 99, as there are a ton of blink and you'll miss it details in these action scenes. But first I want to thank this video's sponsor, the Star Wars Card Trader app by Topps. With the Clone Wars Season 7 coming back, it's a great time to jump in, because they just rolled out some limited edition cards like the Clone Wars Signature Series, and there's a ton of great Clone Wars era cards. Having just started, I was able to get a bunch of packs in a couple minutes, and got cards from all kinds of eras in different shows and movies. You can buy crystals to get packs quicker, but what's great is that with things like lock-on, daily awards, and cargo drops, you can add to your collection throughout the day. You can see in my collection I already have some cool ship cards, some of my favorite droids, and a nice detailed card of Big Palpy himself. The beauty of it being digital cards is that you're able to trade with people across the world. When you get duplicates or cards you're just not that crazy about, you can trade them to others. Currently, I'm trading all of these cards for a single vintage Tarkin card. If you want to start collecting and trading with me, just search Meta Nerds in the app. It's free to download, so go sign up and start building your collection by clicking on the link in the description. But let's go back to Anaxis, where the most infamous and effective clone unit is arriving.
I've heard mixed things about these guys. They have a 100% success rate.
Towards the end of the war, the Kaminoans' goal of eugenic perfection transitions into more deliberate mutation. Something we talk about in our extensive Clone Wars documentary if you want to check that out. And I do have to pause and respect 99, the defective clone reject that died a true hero of the Republic, and whom these mutated clones are named after. Each of them having highly specialized biological traits that are paired with specialized weaponry. And keep in mind that what makes them so impressive is that they all synergize, whether operating in fully offensive tactics like Shockwave, or when being more stealthy. So let's start with the leader, Hunter. The cloners genetically modified him to have a greater range of hearing, more visual acuity, and an incredibly sensitive olfactory system that allowed him to sniff out droids. Smelling a machine might sound odd at first, but the materials, shielding interacting with the atmosphere, Tabana gas variants, and types of fuel used for their ships and vehicles would all have distinct smells, and worked in concert with his ability to detect strong fluctuations in electromagnetic emissions across many kilometers. Defense droids buried underground, or the location of hidden shield generators would all be detectable via Hunter's genetic modification. He was also incredibly agile and trained for stealth, which led to him carrying a single DC-17 blaster pistol and vibroblade, while also picking up droid blasters along the way. This dual pistol style is used famously by Rex, but the quick and efficient movements with the blade is really impressive in the hands of Hunter. He can even take out dwarf spiders with ease, or disable numerous T-Series tactical droids with a few moves, deliberately not destroying their head casing, which can be used later by Republic intel. And all these weapons were quick to present, with the vibroblade storing away in his wrist comm system. Each member of Bad Batch has these devices that differ from your standard clone trooper, but the most impressive technology is in the hands of the aptly named Tech. His genetic modifications increased his critical thinking, memory, and visual spatial awareness at the expense of aggression and physical prowess. He's incredibly focused on his tasks. We see that after battles, he goes right to calibrating his wrist comms or hopping on the CIS computer systems, while the other clones are often still celebrating. While normal clones needed a balance of aggression and intellect, Tech was able to take the intelligence of the clone template to new limits, and like his brothers, was perfectly paired with his equipment. His armor is heavily modified from that of a scout trooper, with the addition of several antennae on the helmet and backpack that are pouring information into this datapad. The helmet also has these noise amplifiers, the Leia bun-like attachments that we've seen on the clone operators of the stealth ship, and during the Second Battle of Geonosis. With all this info going to the visor, it gives him an augmented reality view of the battlefront. Through this genetically gifted mind in the computer system, he's able to provide ideal trajectory for weaponry, like we see with the ion grenades. He would also carry dual DC-17s, but would be the one to duck out of combat to provide data to the more effective killers. But that's not to say he couldn't shoot, as we see him dropping plenty of clankers when the time is right. It should also be noted that when moving through fire, Tech always stays well protected in the middle of the squad. If you rewatch this episode, you'll see that the creators really paid attention to these small details. It's just cool to see this being kept consistent throughout. He also has many pouches full of hardware for every occasion, allowing him to slice into doors and computer systems or read other data cards. And we see that when slicing code, he can set up his data pad to be providing a constant scan of the surroundings by picking up on the droid's EM signature. Now the closest to Tech would be Crosshair, the team sniper. Fittingly, we see that his helmet also has an extra antenna, and this similar augmented reality visor. With Tech providing invaluable data on CIS troop locations, and some computerized targeting assistance, he could get headshots from 10 clicks or about 6 miles away. The rifle he used was a 7.73 Fire Puncher, known for incredible accuracy, but also gets its name from the wide beam burning mode that could melt through multiple targets at once. More than a decade later, this same Merson munitions creation would be a favorite of criminal organizations, seen in the hands of the thugs under the employ of Vizago and Asmorgan. Again, with the incredible detail here, if you look close you can see that the normal helmet visor is cut out on the upper right edge to allow better aiming through the scope. His genetic modifications made him incredibly well coordinated and unmoved by battlefront stress or muscle fatigue, all allowing him to stay steady and rapidly pick off battle droids. Ironically, this kind of affect and mechanical efficiency is normally only seen in droids. His backpack likely has supplies and ammo like the others, but it's cool to see its weapon rack system. But perhaps when we see the drop-down visor showing the CIS vehicle identification outline, it is also displaying the access code to hijack it. Having the droids relay a code to their vehicles seems like a good way to access them, so this may be able to intercept or decipher the code used by these B1s, because once he enters, he does type something in. But from the techie and the far-off sniper, we gotta talk about the powerful brute. Wrecker was genetically modified for sheer power. He is a bit taller and a whole lot wider, being modified to grow denser bones and pack on more muscle. His strength is far superior to your standard clone and even many droids, allowing him to lift up an entire LA-AT gunship by himself. And later he even kicks open a blast door, much to Tech's annoyance. His weapon of choice is the Republic Commando Rifle, aka the DC-17M interchangeable weapon system. In Legends, this weapon was modular and could be changed into a sniper or grenade launcher, the latter really being something I could see Wrecker using. He also has a vibro weapon sidearm, but it's much larger than your average blade, perhaps best described as a vibro machete. His power made things like the shockwave maneuver possible, which really shows off how this bad batch of clones all harmonize perfectly, earning them the envious 100% success rate. Likely the only clone unit that could say that. As for behind the scenes facts, their armor is inspired by the clone commandos, and with their Battlefront 2 edition, the amazing mod community has made some skins of Bad Batch that look awesome. I thought it funny that this production note shows that Wrecker's DC-17 was scaled up by 15%. I'm thinking because it would be comically small on his gargantuan frame. George Lucas wanted Bad Batch to be a sort of clone version of the Dirty Dozen, and Filoni says that he based Wrecker on the Hulk. Crosshair was inspired by Clint Eastwood, with toothpick instead of iconic cigar, and he says that Hunter was based on Billy Soul from the Predator movie, but he also gives off some Rambo vibes. I guess Tech is just your generic tech guy. I imagine there will be a ton of cool little details in the next couple episodes of this Bad Batch arc, but hopefully this gave you some nice background knowledge for the next ones, and some things to catch when rewatching this episode. But most important of all, remember, the season has only just begun, and the Force will be with you always. What's up, Meta Nerds? In today's video, we're going to be talking about the DSD-1 Dwarf Spider Droid. We'll do a full breakdown of its terrifying ability, see why those in the mining profession worried that this thing would pop up out of the ground and kill them, learn how it worked and the many ways that it was used by the CIS during the Clone Wars, as well as look at some variants and behind-the-scenes facts. The Dwarf Spider Droid is built by Bactoid Armor Workshop, the same people that would produce the majority of the weapons, vehicles, and droids of the CIS. It would stand at a height of 1.98 meters or 6.5 feet tall, not including this large antenna, being only a few centimeters taller than a B-1 battle droid. At a width of 3.05 meters or 10 feet, it was about 1.5 B-1 battle droids across. And with a mass of 337 kilograms, it weighed more than 5 B-1s. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be just taller than an F-150 truck, wider than a school bus, and weighed nearly as much as 2,000 Goliath bird eater spiders. The Dwarf Spider droid consists of a turret-like head with multiple infrared photoreceptors and scanners. Things like the ARC Trooper Stealth Walker might have been able to cloak their EM signature and invade these infrared scanners, but the droid also has a pair of echolocation emitters. Sound wave data cross-referenced with the IR data might have been able to detect any anomalies via cloaking or jamming tech. The DSD-1 was colloquially known as the burrowing spider droid, because of its terrifying ability to dig after its opponents. More on how that was used to break up the mining guild strikers in a bit. The droid used 4 spider-like legs for locomotion. These legs would help in movement and provide a stable platform when aiming, and even allowed it to scale some steep terrain. The Dwarf Spider droids would have masculine programming, but it wouldn't communicate via Galactic Basic, instead using a sort of binary, speaking via a series of beeps, not actual words like we hear with some battle droids and even stuff like the HMP droid gunship. The main armament of the Dwarf Spider droid would be a single heavy blaster cannon. This gun would be versatile and work against a variety of targets. Its anti-personnel firing mode would easily take out clones or enemies from afar. Its secondary firing mode would be much slower but more powerful, easily blowing through light vehicles like the AT-RT, though it did only put dents in larger Republic vehicles like the AT-TE. But it would even be able to shoot down aircraft. By dropping those back legs and giving it enough of a firing arc, we see that it had enough elevation to hit stuff like the clone gunship used by Rex, Cody, and Bad Batch on an axis. The rotation speed of the head was rather slow, and so it wouldn't be able to fight faster targets. Another flaw was that the length of the blaster cannon barrel would sometimes prevent it from turning or even maneuvering in tight spaces. The underside of the DSD was also a weak spot for explosives, but as a final attack it could initiate self-destruct, causing its generator to violently explode, vaporizing the DSD and anyone unfortunate enough to be around it when it happened. Though sometimes this could happen from incoming attacks, which would also set off the generator and sometimes damage nearby CIS assets. Though as Wrecker shows us, if you can also block the barrel right as it fires, the attack will destroy itself without initiating the self-destruct feature. And the vibro knife carried by Hunter seems to discharge some disabling electric energy, so when stabbed through the photoreceptor, it would travel to the droid brain and shut it down. As for its history, it is actually quite the Outer Rim corporate dystopian nightmare. The DSD-1 would first be operated by the Commerce Guild in the years before the outbreak of the Clone Wars. Commerce Guild would operate many mining operations across the galaxy, and on several occasions, these miners would try to revolt. To counter this, the Commerce Guild would deploy the DSDs to enter the mines and convince everyone to get back to work. After this, it would be used in conjunction with its big brother, the OG-9 Spider droid, to pay a visit to those who were trying to evade paying the Commerce Guild. Right before the outbreak of the Clone Wars, Commerce Guild would join the Confederacy of Independent Systems and provide it with their battle droids and vehicles, with these 2 Spider droids being a main addition to the CIS vast droid collection. The DSD would first see operations during the very outbreak of the Clone Wars and the earliest moments of the Battle of Geonosis in 22 BBY. Before the Colosseum and the main battle erupted, several DSDs were protecting multiple anti-orbital guns surrounding the Geonosian arena, and these large guns would protect the planet from capital ships in orbit. These guns and the Spider droids defending them would be destroyed by Mace Windu and Luminara Unduli, with the assistance of some TX-130 saber tanks. Now that the clones and the rest of the Jedi could arrive on the planet, the DSDs would soon face the Republic in full force. On Geonosis, the DSDs proved their worth and were able to pick up clone troopers from many kilometers. Not only were they killing clones, but they were also helpful in pinpointing specific targets. The big antenna was relaying enemy positions and data back to command, and they would help their big brothers the OG-9s in a specific tactic. The DSDs would race out and scout ahead, but as soon as a bigger threat or overwhelming force would appear, calling in the OG-9 with its laser that could just cut through ranks of troopers, and the big gun that could punch holes in things like the AT-TE. After Geonosis, the DSD would be operating on numerous separatist-controlled worlds for a variety of different purposes. In most cases, they were on the front lines with many other battle droids used by the CIS. It would be present at major battles such as Christophsis, Malastare, and many others. On Malastare, the DSDs would be lethal to the Dug mounted troops, wiping out all but one of them before they could reach the droids, only to be shot dead as he attempted to destroy them up close and personal. And in Legends, we know of their use on Munilinst, Dantooine, and Thule, just to name a few. And the Separatists would also use the DSDs on defense. On Teth, they were stationed here to defend against the AT-TEs on an almost vertical cliff. Having the high ground, the spiders had an incredible advantage, and could fire on the ATTE's feet, disabling their legs and causing them to fall to their doom. Another time we see them defending the Separatist prison complex, the Citadel, on the planet Lola Seiyu. But the commander of the base, the O.C. Sobek, seems to prefer the similar LM-432 crab droid over the dwarf spider droid, as we only see 2 DSDs way off in the background, compared to the dozens if not hundreds of crab droids used on this base. Quite the opposite can be said for the Separatist base on Felucia, where a ton of DSDs are stationed to defend this base, as well as patrolling the surrounding forests. And it would also return to its roots as an anti-riot unit in service with the CIS on Reluctant Worlds. Onderon was one such world, but the Onderon rebels were able to use guerrilla warfare style tactics, and were able to best many of the dwarf spiders. Throughout the war, several variants of the DSD would be made. The first is the amphibious version developed for the swamplands, marshes, and other wet environments, and could actually operate underwater. This type's blaster cannon seems to be bigger than the normal version, although whether if this is because it is a stronger gun or just something to do with it being able to operate underwater is unknown. This type was used during the later stages of the Battle of Kashyyyk against the Republic and the native Wookiees. These last 2 variants are now legends, but they are some of the coolest ones. There was the heavy dwarf spider droid, which now had 3 of those heavy blaster cannons. It also had some sort of apparatus on its back, which we don't know exactly what it was, but it was most likely some sort of upgraded power generator to support the additional firepower. This type saw use at the Battle of Geonosis, where it was extremely effective against infantry. The last type was the Advanced Dwarf Spider Droid, or ADSD. This type was heavily redesigned and included many more enhancements. Additional armor plating on its legs, a top-mounted turret with explosive blaster rounds, and an ability to fight in complete darkness, along with linked missile launchers made this a much deadlier version over your standard DSD. The Clone Commando Delta Squad would face this type on numerous occasions, and Captain Rex even faced one of these as well. And believe it or not, the ADSD was actually available before the Clone Wars, where it was also used in the same anti-riot duty, but of course more reserved when those rioters acquired some heavy ordnance. When the time came to join the CIS, the ADSD was also added, but sparingly due to its high costs. When the time came for the Clone Wars to end with the execution of Order 66, all of the droids used by the CIS would be ordered to shut down. This is true in canon at least, but the DSD has a special story in Legends. Initially, they were shut down like the rest, but a few years into the Imperial era, the Empire began recommissioning the DSDs into Imperial service, and they were first put to use against their former masters, with the Imperials sicking them on newly captured Separatist worlds. While other DSDs were sent to many training centers across the galaxy, allowing many stormtroopers to train against this Clone Wars terror. While others almost became a sort of Imperial attack dog, where they would be used in stormtrooper squads to be sent in against rebels that were held up in a building or cave system, or would be alongside them when out on patrol. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Dwarf Spider Droid is created for Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. Originally, all of the different Separatist groups were just going to be painted the same B1 battle droid color, but this was later changed to make the droid army more unique, with each faction having this assemblage of different droids. The Advanced Dwarf Spider Droid was created for the Republic Commando video game, and the Heavy DSD was created for the Clone Campaign's expansion pack for Star Wars Battlegrounds. Additional information comes from the visual dictionaries, complete locations, essential guide to droids, encyclopedias of starfighters and other vehicles, and Ultimate Star Wars. But most important of all, remember, if your Union rep doesn't have a plan for killing the burrowing spider robot that shoots lasers out of its face and calls for an even bigger spider friend, then just get another job. And the Force will be with you. Always. When a Star Destroyer is overkill and your Nebulon Bs keep getting stolen, go with the Escort Frigate. What's up, Meta Nerds? Today's video is all about the Imperial Escort Frigate, also known as the Escort Carrier. The Escort Carrier was used exclusively by a specialist branch of the Imperial Navy, known only to a few as the Imperial Storm Commandos.
Whatever they are, they're launching TIEs. Imperial escort carriers. Imperial what? They're not part of the regular Imperial Navy. They're exclusive to the Imperial Storm Commandos.
A lot of the details have been kept an Imperial secret, but there are some really interesting details we know about this ship. Based on its appearance compared to Rebel snub fighters, it looks to be about 150 meters or 492 feet long, about the same as a Rebel blockade runner. Its height is around 41 meters or 134 feet, making it about 1/12 the height of the Imperial Star Destroyer. And at a width of 71 meters or 233 feet, it was a little less than twice as wide as the CR-90. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about as long as 16.5 school buses, or half the length of the Nimitz class while being nearly twice as wide, and be about as tall as a 13-story building. Compared to some other frigates, you might think this thing is relatively small, but it packed some amazing firepower. Right up top were a pair of single-barreled cannons, which based on their power output must have been some heavy turbolasers, as we see them easily blow apart this GR-75. On the ventral side, protecting the hangars, are two double-barreled weapons, though their power output is unknown. While at the very tip of the bow we see these additional two turrets, which were most likely medium turbolasers, or could fire ion shots to make a 1-2 combo with those bigger turbolasers up top. And all this firepower actually had some rebel pilots refer to this thing as a gunship.
Looks like some sort of gunship. Rebel scum!
All of these weapons made the escort carrier great for taking on smaller rebel capital ships or escort vessels, like the CR-90 and Hammerhead Corvette. But its lack of point defense lasers left much to be desired when it came to fending off rebel fighters. Again, because of the secretive nature of the Imperial escort carriers and the storm commandos that operated them, we don't know this ship's top speed in space or in atmosphere. But we can imagine that these three vertically arranged sublight engines must have been somewhat quick, as the storm commandos were often tasked with secret missions sabotaging the plans of rebel scum. And rebel accounts do tell us that it's slightly slower than your average X-Wing, while also commenting that it had decent speed for its size and was able to pull off some impressive turns and maneuvers. Now it's time for the carrier part. The midsection of this ship is one big hangar bay, which would often be full of TIE fighters and TIE bombers, along with the Storm Commando's preferred TIE hunters. The total amount of TIEs that could fit inside of this thing is unknown, with accounts ranging from 8 fighters to 72, which would be an entire starfighter wing. The heavy firepower, decent speed and maneuverability, along with a large complement of fighters, was perfect for the Storm Commandos, as they were most known for kidnapping rebel crews, taking any escorts out with its laser cannons, and then sending a boarding party over on the fighters, picking up VIPs like rebel leaders or even their scientists.
Whoever that was, it looks like he's escaped with our scientists.
And when you wanted more stealth instead of just a smash-and-grab job, it took advantage of the fact that the TIE Hunters were one of the few TIE variants to come with a hyperdrive, and thus could follow the escort carrier into battle on its own, or use the carrier as a rendezvous point, traversing much of the distance in the carrier, and then making a short hyperspace jump to its final target. So that's it for its stats and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The Imperial escort carrier was most prominently featured in the video game Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3: Rebel Strike. Rogue Squadron encounters the escort carriers on several locations, including the Rings of Geonosis, and at the Imperial shipyards at Fondor. Captain Sarkley, a rebel pilot turned Imperial officer, commanded his own customized escort carrier, as he rounded up scientists from across the galaxy to work on Imperial projects. His escort carrier would be destroyed by Wedge Antilles over Geonosis, and this ship has been officially brought back into canon via the novel Tarkin, where an Imperial escort carrier is mentioned in the pursuit of the Grand Moff's very own personal corvette, when Tarkin's Carrion Spike stealth ship was stolen by rebels. So that's it for the Imperial escort carrier. But most important of all, remember, you gotta watch out for asteroids when flying close to Geonosis, and the Force will be with you, always. In addition to AT-ATs, the Empire pulled out a few of these Juggernauts for the Battle of Hoth, and that's not the only Clone Wars era gear that they held onto. What's up, Meta Nerds? In this video we're going to talk about the Juggernaut tanks used after the fall of the Republic, and other Clone Wars era vehicles that the Empire still found use for. During the Battle of Hoth, a small group of rebel survivors were able to find a damaged transport, abandoned by its Imperial passengers. This transport is referred to as a Juggernaut by one of those rebels, and the vehicle was driven back to Echo Base from their scouting position. Really showed off the Juggernaut tank's speed and hardiness, as it, quote, raced over the abandoned trenches with a sickening jolt, undeterred and unharmed. This wheeled vehicle is a clever fit for the snowfields of Hoth, as its large independent wheels would allow it to stay fairly level, and would prevent rebel snowspeeders from dealing too much damage to it. It's unknown how the tank was transported to the planet's surface, but it was likely dropped off via Gazanti-class cruisers like with the AT-ATs. Now that story, and actually everything we're going to talk about in this video, is canon. So this would just be me speculating here, but maybe one day one of these cooler Legends transports might also be made canon, explaining how the Juggernaut would have been transported across the Empire. And while the Juggernaut moniker was only applied to the Kuat Drive Yard's HAVW-A6, a newer Imperial variant of this vehicle was seen on the Wobani Imperial Labor Camp, the HCVW-A9 turbo tank, also produced by Kuat Drive Yards. This direct Clone Wars descendant was less well armed, more suitable for areas where there wasn't too much threat of attack, unlike the combat tank role fulfilled by the A6. Now, Arthana Heavy Engineering was a subsidiary of Kuat Drive Yards, and they gave us one of the most important ships of the Clone Wars, the LAAT gunship. They would also make the LAAT Law Enforcement Patrol Transport, which was used by the Republic as a police cruiser, and you can kind of think of it as the LAAT-I's little brother. The Empire took policing to a whole new level, adding missile launchers to this vehicle, and instead of a local cop, it would be transporting a squad of stormtroopers or even more elite units. It was also spaceworthy, and could be upgraded with a hyperdrive. This vehicle could both deliver the troopers and then provide them with some powerful air support. But it was not only Republic vehicles that the Empire repurposed. When available, they took from the Separatists too. An Imperial assault tank seen on Cymoon 1 bore great similarities to the droid army's AAT, most likely being a refit of the defeated army's main battle tank. And the Empire was even known to have utilized advanced Umbaran designs, on occasion using the Umbaran mobile heavy cannon. This artillery walker was nearly indestructible, but due to the cost, expertise, and who had to build it, they were used in very limited numbers, only rarely being seen on battlefronts during the Galactic Civil War. And as you might expect, it wasn't just ships and vehicles, but the Empire also found uses for Republic weapons. The Z6 rotary cannon, a well-known weapon of the Clone Wars, found use in both the Stormtrooper Corps and the Imperial Army. In addition, the RPS-6 shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, used by both clones and MagnaGuards, was still the go-to long-range infantry explosive for the Imperial Stormtrooper Corps. And of course, in those first couple years after the transition, we even see some use of things like Venators and V-Wings, most notably with Thrawn in the early years of his career. Using just a primitive trap, he was able to bring down a V-Wing. The Imperial troops that are hunting him are still wearing clone armor, and he sneaks on board in an Imperial Venator. So in this cool transition time, it was an Imperial Venator with Lambdas and V-Wings in its hangar bay. And later we even see Thrawn repurposing some Separatist droids, like Buzz droids and Droidicas, and he would end up fighting Vulture droids that were repurposed by Rebels. In these years, the Empire was still using clone walkers such as the AT-TEs and AT-RTs, and we even see Stormtroopers that are using DC-15As. But the biggest example would be the Purge Trooper, though be warned, getting into this will be a spoiler for Jedi Fallen Order. These elite Imperial troops are actually the last batch of fully grown clones from Kamino, and we see them using other Clone Wars equipment like the DC-15LE, and much like the other clones with Order 66, these troopers were tricked into turning on their Inquisitor leaders, and thus were replaced by regular humans. Unlike these smaller vehicles, pieces of equipment, and weapons, most of the Republic and Separatist capital ships were scrapped fairly early on. Most of their parts scavenged from enormous shipyards and upcycled into the Empire's new navy. The only Republic capital ship that remained in use with the Empire was the Arquitens-class light cruiser. Its production was never stopped and was used throughout the Rebellion era, though tweaked somewhat and modified for the Empire's use. It was seen as the perfect vessel for when a full Star Destroyer would be too expensive or overqualified for the job, and so you see it locking down relatively obscure planets. So that's it for a lot of the ships, weapons, and tech that were held over from the Clone Wars in canon. But you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The Empire taking Juggernauts to Hoth comes from the novel Battlefront Twilight Company, and we see V-Wings being used alongside TIEs in the Tarkin novel, while of course all of Thrawn's shenanigans comes from the Thrawn trilogy. The use of Umbaran artillery by the Empire comes from the game Star Wars Commander, and the weapons in Purge Trooper are both from comics and the Jedi Fallen Order game. As you might imagine, there are tons of real-world parallels to this, with some examples being in the reunification of Germany, where both Soviet and NATO equipment was for a time used side by side, as the decision on which to phase out and what would be issued in the future was made, as East and West Germany was unifying. It should also be noted that a Juggernaut being used on Hoth is very appropriate, as early concept art for that battle featured large wheeled tanks rather than the walkers we saw in the final film. And it was that concept art that inspired the Juggernaut that we saw in the prequels. So it's like poetry, it rhymes. But most important of all, remember, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Unless it's a Venator, in which case it's too dangerous to be left alive. And the Force will be with you. Always.
I've taken the liberty of upgrading the Rogue Shadow sensor array. Now you'll be able to spy on any suspect ships within the entire system.
What's up, meta-nerds? This video is all about the Rogue Shadow, the personal starship of Darth Vader's secret apprentice, codenamed Starkiller. Secretly commissioned by Darth Vader, the Rogue Shadow was designed and built by Signar Fleet Systems sometime between 18 and 3 BBY. Based heavily on the design of the Scimitar, Darth Maul's personal infiltrator, the ship shared the distinctive radiator panels common to many Signar products. With a stated length of 65 meters or just over 213 feet, a width of 58.5 meters or 192 feet, and a height of 25.3 meters or 83 feet, the Rogue Shadow was much larger than many of the personal transports and even light freighters that it was made to blend in with. It was almost twice as long as the Millennium Falcon, and was over 6 times the length of the TIE Advanced X-1, about the length of 7 1/4 standard school buses. It was as wide as 2 Millennium Falcons plus a TIE Advanced, or 22 school buses across. It was almost exactly as tall as the Lambda-class shuttle in its landed configuration, or equal to a 6-story building here on Earth. But don't worry, at the end of the video we're going to talk about why there's some discrepancy in the size. It tends to change different times we see it. Designed to be a mobile base of operations for Starkiller, the Rogue Shadow carried consumables for a year and had a cargo capacity of 15 tons, a weight equal to 18.5 dewbacks. A large portion of the space inside was given over to Starkiller's training room, a large, empty, circular space where he could meditate, spar with the provided proxy-type droids, or receive covert instructions from his master. The Rogue Shadow was a technological marvel in every way. For combat situations, it was equipped with standard laser cannons, but these rarely needed to be employed due to its other abilities. It had a hyperdrive rating of 0.5, tied with the famed Millennium Falcon, and otherwise faster than even the most heavily modified smuggler and bounty hunter craft. It had an incredible max sublight speed of 1,350 km per hour, or 839 miles per hour, which was about 100 km per hour faster than the TIE Interceptor, and 50 km per hour faster than the Rebel A-Wing. Its primary pilot, Juno Eclipse, enhanced its already impressive sensor suite to the point that it could monitor any ship present in the same system that the Rogue Shadow was lurking in. Like Darth Maul's Sith infiltrator before it, the Rogue Shadow came equipped with the experimental Stygium crystal cloaking device that could conceal the ship completely from scanners, to the point that it was comfortable hovering directly above the remains of the Jedi Temple, and even navigating inside of the first Death Star without being detected. Unfortunately, all of the personnel and droids responsible for creating the Rogue Shadow couldn't take pride in their creation for too long, as they were all killed in various industrial accidents and street crimes, ordered by Darth Vader in order to ensure the existence of this ship remained a secret. In the Legends continuity, the Rogue Shadow was instrumental in forming the Rebel Alliance. Starkiller would use it on several missions, and it would actually be piloted by 7 different people, before he and Captain Eclipse would take it on a series of missions to hunt down the Jedi survivor Ram Koda, Kazdan Paratus, and Shaak Ti. Vader would stage Starkiller's death, apparently to fool the Emperor, before tasking his apprentice to gather an army of dissenters and rebels that they could use to topple the Dark Lord. The Rogue Shadow would be Starkiller's base of operations as he gathered General Koda, Bail Organa, and the young Princess Leia Organa as the founders of the Rebel Alliance. But the whole operation would prove to be a trap set by Darth Vader and the Emperor to root out dissidents. After failing to prevent the new Rebel leadership's capture on Corellia, Starkiller would tear his way through the incomplete first Death Star, before facing down the Emperor himself in the throne room. Unable to defeat him entirely, Starkiller instead sacrifices his life to buy the rebellion enough time to board the Rogue Shadow, where they were able to escape and make their way to Kashyyyk, having the true founding ceremony of the rebellion. But Vader had a plan, as roughly a year later in 1 BBY, Darth Vader had him cloned on Kamino, though he would escape and try and find his love, the Rogue Shadow's pilot Juno Eclipse. His first stop would be Cato Neimoidia, where he would reunite with General Koda, and they would escape in the radically refitted Rogue Shadow. Koda had haphazardly modified the ship as a troops transport, leaving all sorts of exposed wiring and bulkhead panels scattered throughout the once clean interior. Exteriorly, the ship frame appears to have been almost completely rebuilt, now being completely symmetrical, including the wings, and with new engines and even a different ball cockpit. The clone Starkiller would partake in the Rebels' assault on Vader's Kaminoan cloning facilities, a battle that ended when Vader was defeated and taken prisoner, from a certain point of view. In the Rogue Shadow's last known mission, a restrained Darth Vader was loaded aboard to be taken for trial, with Boba Fett Slave 1 in hot pursuit. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The art and making of the Force Unleashed goes into some of the goals the designers had when making the Rogue Shadow, like how Starkiller was supposed to represent a dark, alternative version of Luke, and so the Rogue Shadow was meant to be this dark, alternative Millennium Falcon. While the official length of the Rogue Shadow comes from the Force Unleashed campaign guide, in-game its size is depicted very inconsistently. In some cutscenes it looks slightly larger than a Lambda or Sheathipede, while on Dagobah you can jump up on top of it, and it's about the size of a large starfighter. Definitely not 6 stories tall and multiples of the Falcon. Also, this smaller depiction doesn't really make sense with the enormous training room it's supposed to have, and so maybe we can just say it's some sort of TARDIS, being bigger on the inside. But most important of all, remember, most private contractors working for a Dark Lord never make it to retirement. And the Force will be with you. Always. You ever wonder if anyone besides Palpatine could have executed Order 66? What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about a Jedi that was able to execute Order 66. Of course, this was after the infamous ending of the Clone Wars. It's a really interesting story from this canon comic. I'll explain how this happened and how it ties into the Purge Troopers, who would play a big role in the Fallen Order game. And then at the end there's a little speculation on how he may have pulled this off, so I really want to get your guys' opinion on this. Important background information is that there were 150 of these so-called General Orders, which were memorized by every clone. This is true in canon as well via the sourcebook Rise of the Separatists, but in Legends we do get a lot more detail. A quote from Order 66, a Republic Commando novel reads, "Karaika, we've got 150 Shabla contingency rules. Everything from arresting the Chancellor if he goes gaga, to reducing key allied worlds to slag if they switch sides. So for example, 4 and 5 deal with the transfer of command if the Supreme Chancellor is unfit, Order 37 deals with the suppression of communications concerning civilian casualties and disposal of their bodies, a particularly dark order. While again with 65 we see that it concerns the removal of the Chancellor, even allowing for lethal force to be used. And just a funny side note, Palpatine added Order 151 right after Darth Vader's creation, at a time when the army was mostly still clones, and so it would have turned the entire clone army against Vader. But as you can see by the detail in these orders, the Senate was involved in their creation. A lot of the orders revolve around the transfer of power, and there were a bunch of fail-safes in place against Palpatine. And so one of the things people have always wondered is, could anybody just say, execute order so-and-so, and like a spell, the clones would all just fall in line? Well, this canon story sheds some light on what that might look like. On Mon Cala in 18 BBY, 1 year after the end of the war, Farron Barr is a Jedi survivor in hiding. He is consumed with finding out how and why the clones turned against their Jedi partners, saying, quote, "I've been studying the Purge, trying to understand how we could lose so completely, so quickly. I learned about Order 66, poor deluded Dooku, just how deeply it went. But still, we should have been able to foresee our doom. We were peering outward, when we should have been looking at ourselves." I think that shows that he came across some combination of information on the story of Tipley's death, and or Tup's and Five's role in the revelation of the inhibitor chips. We see that he really understood the workings and secret projects of Kamino. When he is confronted by the Inquisitors and their Purge troopers, he uses the Force to rip their helmets off. He sees the faces of young clones of Jango Fett, just like the troopers he once fought alongside. It is just as he predicted, that these clones were the last batch, released just after the Purge. But they would still have the inhibitor chips in their brains, which were all implanted early in the clones' growth. He also knows that the Inquisitors themselves are Jedi that were captured and turned to the dark side. And with the knowledge of how Sidious so quickly cut down the Jedi Order, he tries his hand at it. As he hoped, the clones turn on the Jedi, firing at him but also at their Inquisitor masters. And they even kill the 10th brother. During the fight, Barr says that the clones are merely machines, little better than droids. A shocking statement to hear coming from a Jedi, but you could see it as part of the truth in what he's saying is that the very fact that he ordered them just like a voice command. But I think there was a bit more going on here, and I really want to see what you guys think. All throughout this comic, we see that Farron Barr is not your typical Jedi. Perhaps driven to take these colder tactics during such pressing times, we see that he uses his Force powers to manipulate the minds of his early followers. He Force tricks them into joining him, and he's fine with pushing them to actions that he knows will lead to their death. Also, something about this scene is a bit off. If you look close, it appears that he may be manipulating King Lichar, with the Mon Cala's immediate and simple response of yes, yes. If we use the details we have from Legends on the orders, the clones needed this order to be verified as coming from the Supreme Chancellor, and we can assume that the orders that were against the Chancellor had to be verified as coming from the Senate. And that makes a lot of sense. If the Chancellor went rogue and did something that the Senate disapproved of, like, I don't know, killing off the whole Jedi Order, if the Senate disapproved of that, they could have just as easily used the GAR to remove or kill Palpatine. Problem was, as the Sith Lord so eloquently put it,
I am the Senate.
Meaning not just that he took all their power, but that he had so manipulated them that they would always agree with him, even to the point of believing this Jedi conspiracy. The few dissidents would be drowned out by the cheering support of whatever he did, and so it isn't as easy as a spell, that you merely have to say execute Order 66 and the army robotically obeys the voice command. The inhibitor chip may help to make this happen, overriding whatever bond those clones might have had with their Jedi, or likewise if the Senate issued it, it would override any bonds that they might have had for their Chancellor. But still not from anyone's command, but only coming from the Chancellor or the Senate. So I think Barr may have used some sort of mind trick in conjunction with the correct voice command. We see his fingers in the typical persuasion stance, and the comic art goes out of its way to show us that he's really skilled at this, and does it often. It wouldn't make sense if everyone could just issue this command, but it does leave open an interesting idea that perhaps if Mason friends weren't in such a rush to confront Darth Sidious, they could have tried telling the Senate to execute Order 65, or even the Jedi themselves could have issued it by mind-tricking a group of clones into perceiving the order as coming from the Senators. I thought that was really interesting, but what do you think of all this? I really want to know your guys' thoughts on this story. At first I didn't like the idea of this Jedi being able to execute Order 66, but I think when combined with the Force mind trick it may make sense. So what do you think the implications are for the lore and what-if scenarios? Do you think it makes sense if Barr was using a mind trick in conjunction with the voice command? Please let me know down in the comments below. As for behind the scenes facts, this story comes from the Darth Vader comics 13 to 17, and here are some of the Legends books referenced. But most important of all, remember, Mace really should have went to the Senate instead of rushing to the Senate. And the Force will be with you, always. Contrary to popular belief, stormtroopers were quite capable soldiers that went through extensive training. In fact, they're often seen as the elite troopers on the field alongside regular soldiers of the Imperial military. But sometimes even they weren't elite enough. This is where the Death Troopers came in. What's up, Meta-Nerds? This video will cover the Death Troopers' origins, their unique training, tech, and armament, as well as their use in the Empire and even the Imperial Remnant, as well as some cool behind-the-scenes facts. Death Troopers were selected by Imperial intelligence from the best and brightest of the Stormtrooper Corps, and were transferred to Scarif where they underwent further specialized training. This included advanced instruction in hand-to-hand combat, infiltration, marksmanship, and guerrilla tactics. They were taught to be extremely stealthy when necessary, and always covered their tracks to erase any evidence of their mission. Being above average in height and strongly built were required upon admission to the Death Trooper program, but in addition to that, the trainees underwent physical and genetic augmentation to make them even stronger, sharper, and of course, deadlier. However, the exact extent of these modifications is unknown, as the entire program was shrouded in secrecy. At the same time, the Imperial Military Department of Advanced Weapons Research was collecting necrotic tissue. As this info spread, it led to rumors of the Empire working on reanimating fallen soldiers and turning them into mindless killing machines. Those would indeed become the Undead Troopers implemented sometime between 1 and 3 ABY, but though that project wouldn't be finished for decades, Palpatine capitalized on these fears, personally naming this secret special forces unit the Death Troopers. When they weren't carrying out covert ops, they were organized into small squads and acted as personal security entourage for a few of the highest-ranking Imperials. They were fiercely loyal to whoever they served, taking orders from no one else. They were a major part of the Tarkin Initiative, which conducted high-tech weapons development. So many of the Moffs and Admirals within this program may have had Death Trooper squads at their disposal. However, the only ones known for sure are Grand Admiral Thrawn, Director Krennic, Grand Moff Tarkin, and Moff Gideon. Gideon's possession of a Death Trooper squad may mean that he was a member of a high-tech weapons program, which has some interesting implications for his interest in the Force-sensitive Yoda species. Most Death Troopers came equipped with an E11D blaster carbine, an updated version of the standard Imperial E11 that boasted increasing stopping power, range, and reliability. They also carried an SE-14R repeating blaster pistol as a sidearm, and though this was a weapon mostly used by the Empire, it's also seen in the hands of a lot of non-Imperials during this era. Its ability to fire either a single shot or a rapid 5-blast burst made it incredible for close-quarters combat, and that's why it has these two scopes, one for each firing mode. While they most often carried their trusty E11D, in addition to this, they were also proficient with the DLT-19 heavy blaster rifle, which was a favorite heavy blaster among the Empire. The sniper configuration of this weapon, the DLT-19D targeting blaster, would be swapped in when the mission required extended range or accuracy. Death Troopers were also equipped with 3 Merson C-25 fragmentation grenades for use against personnel. But they also had a compressed baradium thermal detonator for taking out armored vehicles, or breaching doors in reinforced structures. So it's safe to say that a standard Death Trooper's armament packed quite a punch. Much like their training and equipment, their gear was also much more advanced than the average Stormtroopers. The armor was constructed with a similar plastoid, but coated in a spray polymer material called Reflect that made them nearly invisible to enemy sensors. Under the armor, they wore an environmentally sealed bodysuit to carry out operations on any planet in the Empire. Their helmets contained vocal scramblers which produced their distinctive communications during battle, which only they could understand. That way nobody could overhear their tactics or what they were planning.
Search the house!
The 2 green dots at the bottom front of the helmet were image-intensifying active pulse emitters, which worked in concert with the micro-motion sensors to give them an increased battlefield awareness. To the right of their visor is the NeuroSav macro-motion monitor, which gave them a detailed HUD that showed friendly and enemy positions on the battlefield, integrating multi-frequency targeting and acquisition sensor systems. And since it's called a NeuroSav, I'm guessing this must have somehow integrated into their nervous system, having some sort of surgically implanted attachment port to the helmet. Another really interesting feature is that this black pauldron appears featureless to most, but when viewed through the Death Trooper visor, it showed them information like their rank and specialist status. As for their history, they would serve closely with the Empire's VIPs for decades. They were introduced as early as 18 BBY, just 1 year after the Clone Wars, where their first notable mission would be to secure the Death Star construction site. Tarkin takes his squad of Death Troopers to confront Vader over the recent breaches in security, and the Emperor then tasks his apprentice with hunting down these saboteurs. Tracking them down to Geonosis, Vader is met by Krennic. Krennic brought his retinue of Death Troopers, but the conversation was cut short by an assassination attempt. Furious, the Dark Lord of the Sith took the Death Troopers with him to go hunt down the rogue Geonosian hive that was rebelling against the Empire. You see, most of the Geonosians had been convinced by Poggle the Lesser to ally with the new Empire, and to help continue the construction of this superweapon that was once planned to be created for the Separatists. These rogues would not interfere with his master's vision, and the Death Troopers helped Vader to eliminate the Hive and their queen. 5 years later in 13 BBY, Krennic would use these special forces to help convince Galen Erso to come back to work on the Death Star superlaser. More than a decade later, we see them serving with Grand Admiral Thrawn of the 7th Fleet. They would capture former ISB agent turned rebel spy Agent Kallus, and assist in the capture of Chopper Base during the Battle of Atollon. Here they would capture top rebels like General Jan Dodonna and Captain Hera Syndulla. And when attacked by an ancient Force user known as the Bendu, the Death Troopers were able to bring about this creature's defeat. Always used to protect important assets, we also see them accompanying shipments of Kyber crystals heading to the Death Star, and helping to keep the TIE Defender project under wraps, while also assisting Thrawn's assassin Rook in his hunt for the Spectres, and guard one of the Empire's most important discoveries, the long-lost Jedi Temple on Lothal. An important thing to consider for the future of this elite unit is that many were still on board Thrawn's flagship, the Chimera, when it was taken into hyperspace by the Purrgil. Jumping forward to 9 ABY, 5 years after the destruction of the second Death Star, we see them in the service of ex-Imperial Security Bureau agent Moff Gideon. Many high-ranking Imperial officials turned into warlords during the fracturing of the Empire, and we see just how terrifying these elite troopers could be against those who tried to resist the Moff's wishes. Remember, they were always attached to Imperial officials working closely on top-secret projects, so this may be even more evidence that his interest in the infant has to do with some sort of secret, perhaps cloning weapons program. Then around 50 years after their creation, former Stormtrooper turned First Order Security Bureau agent Terex had a Death Trooper helmet in his quarters aboard Grand Moff Tarkin's old flagship, the Carrion Spike. So that's it for their history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The Death Troopers were likely inspired by the 2009 Legends novel, Death Troopers, in which Palpatine experiments in using a mix of Imperial tech and Sith alchemy to turn deceased stormtroopers into zombie-like monsters. Like many weapons used in the first Star Wars film, the DLT-19 heavy blaster rifle was modified from existing World War II movie props, this one being based on the MG-42 German light machine gun. It's unclear if this same process was done for Rogue One, or if they were made from molds of these originals. The Death Troopers first appeared in Rogue One, but were also featured heavily in many episodes of Star Wars Rebels, and now The Mandalorian. As for comics, they can be seen in the Darth Vader and Dr. Aphra series. And a ton of this information comes from the Rogue One visual guidebook, which features a really in-depth breakdown of their gear and equipment. But most important of all, remember, as Cassian Andor once said, it's the troopers you don't see that get you, and the Force will be with you, always. Sometimes going for the head just isn't enough. What's up, Meta Nerds? Today we're going to be taking a look at the IG-100 MagnaGuard, covering everything from who was responsible for constructing these Jedi killers, their connection to one famously congested Kaleesh, and even what happened to these true technological terrors after the Clone Wars. The IG-100 MagnaGuard, or simply referred to as the MagnaGuards, were part of the infamous IG series of droids built by Holowan Mechanicals. Holowan also proudly presented such fearsome creations as the IG-86 Sentinel droid, commonly used by gangsters during the Clone Wars, the IGRM bodyguard and enforcer seen up through the Imperial era, and most famously, the IG series assassin droids. They were also the manufacturer of the MagnaGuard's most memorable weapon, the Electro Staff, which we'll break down in just a bit. Standing at 1.95 meters tall, or just under 6 foot 5 inches, the MagnaGuard was almost 2.5 Ewoks in stature. And weighing in at 123 kilograms, or roughly 271 pounds, you can be certain that your elite force of bodyguards won't just be kicked down by any old clone trooper. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be just an inch shorter than Michael Jordan, and be twice the weight of Asimov, and is slightly more proficient at killing organics than Sophia. These droids had masculine programming and could speak Basic, though they rarely made any noise at all, and usually came equipped with 2 red photoreceptor eyes, as well as a backup system placed in their chests. The only time you see them without this crimson stare was in the Clone Wars TV show, when Count Dooku was seen protected by MagnaGuards with these eerie yellow eyes. Though not much has been said in canon or legends about this variant, but these are said to be even more deadly than their stock model. But no matter the variant, all MagnaGuards are protected by strong duranium plates, the same material used in the armor of General Grievous, making your MagnaGuards far more durable than your typical B1. And they're also known to be sporting capes. These capes often bore similar markings to the ones on Grievous's mask, called the Marks of Mumu, which is a beast from the General's homeworld of Kali. Kinda like how the Mandalorians are always repping the Mythosaur. And since we keep talking about him, let's discuss the history between General Grievous and his ferocious MagnaGuards. Very little information has been given to us in the current canon, aside from these droids being used as elite bodyguards by the Separatists, but this topic was expanded upon far more in Legends, When Grievous became the coughing cyborg we all know and love, he insisted on having an elite guard similar to what he had during his glory days of fighting the Huck. Separatist leader Count Dooku got in contact with Holo-1 Mechanicals, which soon presented their impressive new model of combat droids to Grievous. The cyborg would single-handedly train each and every MagnaGuard in the art of combating his most hated enemy, the Jedi. As the training progressed, each member of Grievous's guard would develop their own unique fighting style, some becoming more adept in close-quarters combat, while others were more proficient in long-range weaponry. This gave the Kaleesh General a varied group of deadly warriors to both protect him and help him in his crusade of eliminating Jedi scum. And help him they did. One time we see these machines used extremely efficiently was in the capture of Jedi Council member Eth Koth. After his clone troopers were wiped out by commando droids, Eth Koth was left to face off against Grievous and 4 of these mechanical monsters. You can see how they let their master duel with this Jedi master, always encircling Koth just in case he somehow gained the upper hand. Which is exactly what happened thanks to the Jedi's pesky ally, the Force. After being pushed into the window of Koth's Venator, Grievous very well may have been struck down by this Jedi if it wasn't for his trusty team of MagnaGuards. Having surrounded Koth, one of them prodded the doomed Jedi in the back with an electro staff. Though he bravely continued the duel, anytime Master Koth clashed his sabers against those of Grievous, he would receive another painful poke in the back by the MagnaGuards. Cowardly? Perhaps, but you can't argue with the results. Count Dooku seemed to agree, because we saw his yellow-eyed MagnaGuards employ a very similar tactic against Anakin Skywalker, which left the Chosen One in the clutches of the Count. When Kit Fisto infiltrated Grievous's fortress, the general was able to remotely activate his MagnaGuards. They tried locking down the entire castle, and were almost able to defeat the clones and Jedi, even successfully landing a rocket on their new class transport. But with the Force on their side, Fisto was able to escape. The bounty hunter, Cad Bane, was allowed at least one MagnaGuard in order to help with his torture of Jedi Master Bolo Ropal, where he was trying to have him open up the Kyber memory crystal. Other times we see the MagnaGuards used are during the kidnapping of Rhoda the Hutt, where they gave a very difficult fight to a young Ahsoka. We also see them on both the Invisible Hand, and on Utapau defending General Grievous from Obi-Wan Kenobi. It was during that mission to save the Senate that we saw how the IG-100 could continue to fight without a head. The only true way to destroy these things was to knock out its backup chess processor as well. Or if you could, do what General Grievous advised.
Crush them! Make them suffer!
Now that we covered their history, let's take a deep look into the unorthodox arsenal of the MagnaGuards. Let's start with cannon. Since we have just one weapon to cover, the infamous Electro Staff. A collab effort by both Holo-1 Mechanicals and Bactoid Armor Workshop, the Electro Staff came in 2 slightly different variations, one having a metallic hill armed with these 2 transparent ends, and the other having a slightly longer black hill, with these mechanical devices at the end spewing the purple electricity. Both models were capable of blocking lightsaber strikes, thanks to them being made of Frick alloy, one of the few lightsaber-resistant materials in the galaxy, and what Darth Sidious's lightsaber is made out of. And though normally purple, this staff has also been seen with yellow electrical currents buzzing around at the ends. While mainly used as a blunt force weapon to fight off Jedi, the Electro Staff was often employed in torturing prisoners, and it's said that 5 seconds of continuous electrocution from these stabs could very well stop a heart. Moving over to Legends, MagnaGuards are armed with a cavalcade of varying weapons. We've seen them deployed into combat with Bulldog rocket launchers, RD-4 grenade launchers, poison gas, and Mark IV recon droids. Those loadouts usually meant leaving the staff behind, but did give the MagnaGuards a better chance when fighting enemies at range. These droids also had their own personal fighter craft, the Rogue-class starfighter, which was always seen adorned with the symbol of General Grievous. And these weren't your standard pilot droids either. They were adept enough to shoot down Anakin Skywalker during that mission to save Rhoda the Hutt. And as you might expect, there are many different variants of the MagnaGuards themselves, with all kinds of different specialized tech and gadgets. Some had built-in tow cables, magnetized limbs for spacewalks and climbing buildings, and even a personal cloaking device. While another MagnaGuard seems to have had telescopic arms. Some could even fire these small seeking missiles from internal magazines that were packed into their back plating. But if all else failed, they had an incredibly powerful self-destruct sequence. The fate of these highly skilled and incredibly deadly droids is similar to many of those that serve the CIS, shut down on Mustafar by Lord Vader. However, a few would pop up decades later under the service of Gracchus the Hutt. Gracchus, just like Grievous, had them as personal bodyguards, and was even able to use them to fend off Luke Skywalker. At least for some time, as they managed to give the upstart Jedi quite a fight. That story's canon, but in Legends it was also used by Geyser Delzo, a CIS holdout unwilling to bend the knee to Emperor Palpatine, who launched a failed droid rebellion on Mustafar. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. MagnaGuards were first introduced in Revenge of the Sith, and we were apparently supposed to see a lot more of them. Of According to stunt coordinator Nick Gillard, Obi-Wan was meant to have an epic 5-man fight against Grievous's guards on Utapau. They even trained for it, but it was George Lucas who decided to change the things to what we saw. Would have been an awesome fight, but Lucas went with the clever homage to Indiana Jones and the Cairo Swordsman. MagnaGuards have not spoken in the current canon, aside from that squeal we hear when let out in Revenge of the Sith. But in the video game for that movie, we actually get to hear their very intimidating voices.
Foolish Jedi, prepare to be dismantled.
Finally, the look for the MagnaGuards comes from the unused concept art for Grievous himself. He just liked the soulless crimson gaze of the MagnaGuard so much that he made them the elite guard of that new site. But most important of all, remember, never bring a blaster to a lightsaber fight. Bring an electro staff, unless you're Kenobi. And the Force will be with you. Always. A clone army is nothing without powerful weaponry. What's up, meta nerds? Today we'll be covering the infantry weapons of the Republic clone army, including their technical details, notable uses, and even some behind-the-scenes facts. When the Kaminoans accepted the job to create a clone army, they had to provide some excellent hardware. The primary weapons of the clone army were those of Blastech's DC series. The DC-15 blaster rifle could hold up to 500 shots worth of ammo on its standard mode, though it's recorded that on the high-power firing modes, the DC-15A can fire 300 shots, with each being able to punch a half-a-meter or 1.6-foot hole into ferrocrete. The rifle was just under 1.5 meters in length and had exceptional range. It was usually fired on a fully automatic setting, and had fairly low recoil for this rate of fire. During the Clone Wars, Republic Senate commandos would use a customized version of this rifle, featuring a wooden buttstock and grip. A variant of this weapon known as the DC-15LE was customizable to include a fully integrated scope system and other useful modifications, such as explosive blasts and lowered recoil impulse. This weapon was used to great effect by the Imperial Purge Troopers in those early years of Imperial transition. The DC-15A carbine was the DC-15S's smaller brother, sacrificing range for a lower weight and more manageable size. It had very similar specifications to the larger blaster, and even used the same charge magazines, making logistics a bit easier. This blaster had a stock, but it was rarely unfolded, as most troopers seemed to just favor leaving it stowed. Both this blaster and its larger brother could fire ascension cables, most notably on Christophsis, where clone troopers from the 501st were able to zipline from one tower to another to reinforce their brothers in the 212th. And later would use this same zipline firing tactic to do a vertical assault on the separatist-controlled monastery on Teth. The DC-17 blaster pistol was the standard issue clone sidearm, and was the favorite among officers and special forces troopers. This pistol was incredibly powerful for its light weight, in fact being more powerful per shot than the DC-15A carbine, while also still having a good rate of fire, and could survive through tough battlefront conditions. Like the DC-15 series, the DC-17 featured a stun mode. Rex utilized a pair of these pistols to great effect during both the Clone Wars and later against the Empire. Along with Rex, many other ARC troopers such as Colt and Fives would also dual-wield these weapons, and we even see it with Bad Batch. The Grand Army would also field a number of specialized infantry weapons, used by specifically trained troops in certain scenarios. The Blastech Z6 rotary cannon, made by Merson Industries and Legends, was a fast-firing, powerful weapon capable of mowing down battle droids and other foes at an incredible rate of 166 blasts per second, and found it useful on both offense and defense. Clone Commander Thorn of the Coruscant Guard utilized this weapon often, most notably during his last stand against the overwhelming droid forces on Scipio. This weapon has allowed many clones to survive far longer than otherwise possible against impossible odds. Another specialized heavy weapon was the Reciprocating Quad Blaster, or SIP Quad. This was an experimental weapon that didn't see much use outside of Hypori or Coruscant, but essentially turned a trooper into a mobile turret. The weapon would rest on the back and be pulled overhead and into position when firing, along with the necessary micro-repulsors to create some anti-grav to offset this weapon's great weight. ARC heavy gunner troopers were especially trained in this weapon, and wore these unique helmets that worked in the targeting for the SIP Quad. It was so powerful that it was even used against snail tanks and AATs, and even to fend off General Grievous. Though never rising to the usage of the Z6, it was actually retained in small numbers and employed by the Empire decades later. While another obscure but awesome weapon was the Westar M5, made by the Mandalorians, who also produced the well-known Westar 34 used by Jango, and 35 used by Pre Vizsla. This blaster was only seen with the first batch of ARC troopers. It had a high rate of fire with decent accuracy, while also being strong enough to punch through the top of an armored assault tank, which might not be the strongest point on the tank, but still it's an incredible feat. It was most notably used by Alpha 17, who particularly loved that underslung reel of pump-action firing missiles. The DC-17M interchangeable weapon system was used only by the elite Republic commandos, like Delta Squad and Clone Force 99. It had multiple special attachments, allowing the blaster to be used as a standard assault rifle, a sniper rifle, or even grenade launcher, all easy enough to be changed during combat. Despite this great feature, both this and the M5 seem to have died off with the Republic. And though this gets confusing, the Clone Commando sidearm was referred to in Legends as the DC-15S, and it worked in a really unique way. It was packed with at least 250 shots, but a slow charge feature kept it so it seemed like it had limitless ammo. It was very powerful, but it only let you squeeze off 7 shots before its complex gas charging combo system would build up another bolt. This might seem limiting, but as Sev once said, quote, "The DC-15S blaster isn't my favorite weapon, but it never runs out of ammo, and that counts for something in a firefight."
Bring in the flamethrowers!
In some situations, the Republic Army would also utilize powerful flamethrowers to very deadly effect. Little is known about these weapons in terms of specifics, but they were a powerful, if brutal option, especially in close quarters like the cave systems on Geonosis. And we do see that a flame trooper unit is retained into the Empire. The Valken 38X and the DC-15X were sniper rifles used by the specialist sharpshooters of the Clone Army. Each was a powerful, semi-automatic blaster with a long-distance scope, capable of eliminating foes in a single shot, sending that bolt over many kilometers. And the Valken was so deadly that one of the galaxy's most feared bounty hunters, Dengar, would end up using this rifle throughout the Imperial era.
The latest from Cianada.
Rocket launchers.
Shoulder fire. Very expensive.
The RPS-6 rocket launcher was an unguided anti-tank weapon that boasted long range and a powerful warhead. And as we saw with the Onderon Resistance, it could bring down the feared HMP droid gunship. Though on other battlefronts, like the dark jungles of Umbara, we see that this species' unique and high-tech shielding systems allowed the mobile heavy cannon to take multiple direct hits without flinching. While a more high-tech solution was the PLX-1. Merson Munitions created this portable missile launcher that could be fired in a dumb mode, but also had the smart tracking GAM or gravity activated mode. That would identify and lock on to a target's gravity silhouette, instead of just something like a heat signature that might be thrown off by flares, and thus was often more reliable against a wide variety of both land and air targets. 2 missiles could be packed into the launcher at once, and the firing mechanism is actually a sort of mass driver, like a miniature version of what we see on the ATT. And though not retained by the Empire, some of these were discovered and utilized by rebels. In addition to these high explosives, another staple of the Clone Army were the Droid Popper EMP grenades, capable of taking out most droids without collateral damage, as seen on Onderon. Here the Jedi would provide these weapons to the Onderon Resistance, and teach them that if you rolled these grenades slow enough, they could slip past the droidica's shields, erupting with electricity that would fry their circuits. And then in addition to all this, the clones also had the Blastech EWHB-12 heavy blaster cannon, which could either be manned by a clone team, or actually fired in an automated mode, which made it a great option as a base sentry. And this weapon was the predecessor to the much-feared Imperial E-Web heavy cannon. It should be noted that the blasters used by the Clone Army all had unique blue bolts. This was due to the hyper-ionization of the blaster gas, allowing these weapons to deal an added level of electromagnetic damage to targets, especially useful when fighting a hostile army of droids. The Separatist army and later Imperial military had little use for this extra specialization, instead utilizing the more common and cheaper gas mixes that produced a more standard red bolt, which was still more than enough for most targets. While the cause of the yellow bolts fired by the Mandos is still a closely guarded secret. The eventual main Imperial replacement for the DC-15A carbine was the E-11. The standard version held less energy and less gas, and so it put out less bolts per magazine than the clone predecessor, but they could be upgraded with some specialized magazines. And funny enough, perhaps Palpatine's little inside joke to himself that he was the puppet master for both sides, is that the E-11 is in fact Blastech's successor to the Droid Army standard issue weapon, the E-5 blaster carbine. Much like how Kuat Drive Yards and their subsidiary Rathana Heavy Engineering were responsible for most of the Clone Army vehicles, almost every clone infantry weapon was sourced by Blastech Industries. So if you need some buy and hold stocks, bet on the promise of war in a galaxy far, far away. So that's it for their history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The PLX-1 is from the original Battlefront games, but came back in the Battlefront novel Twilight Company and is in Star Wars Commander. Also, I just wanted to mention some amazing DC-15 stats and legends. It's said to have an effective firing range of 10 kilometers or 6.21 miles, and it weighs as much as 9.5 pounds. That's a range greater than any gun here on Earth, and would weigh about 2 pounds more than an M16. Like most Star Wars blasters, the clone weapons take inspiration from real-life firearms, with parts from the German MG34 going into both the DC-15 and the Valken sniper rifle, while the Desert Eagle was the inspiration for the DC-17 pistol. The DC-17M of course made its original debut in the video game Republic Commando, and due to a writing error in the Clone Wars episode Death Trap, the DC-15S carbine came to be known as the DC-15A, being cited as such in later lore sources. Additional information comes from these comics and guidebooks, and if you want to learn more about these specialized clone units and go deeper into each of these weapons, we do have playlists for those. But most important of all, remember, when creating a clone army, pick a great template and even better hardware, and the Force will be with you, always.
Blast, this is why I hate flying.
What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Delta 7 Aether Sprite class light interceptor, commonly known as the Jedi Starfighter. It was manufactured by Kuat Engineering Systems, a subsidiary of the larger Kuat drive yards that seems to focus on the company's few starfighter products, being the manufacturer of the Republic's V-Wings, Eta-2 interceptors, and decades later even the early RZ-1 A-Wings. The cost of a new Delta 7 varied widely depending on which version you wanted. The standard model was 180,000 credits, which is 30k more than the later T-65 X-Wing and 3 times that of a standard TIE fighter. If you wanted the most expensive, high-speed variation though, it would cost you 385,000 credits. That's 85k more than even the elite TIE Defender. However, even your most successful spice dealer would be hard-pressed to buy any type of Delta 7, as you're not going to find them at your local dealership. Designed by Walex Blissix, the same man responsible for designing the Victory-class Star Destroyer and many other vessels crucial to the Republic, he worked closely with the Jedi Order to develop ships that were built around their Force abilities. The cockpit was laid out especially to cater to Jedi pilots. The controls were simplified, so that the ship would respond instantly as the pilot sensed the next action through the Force. Many had their standard seats replaced with special meditation chairs to make those long flights across the galaxy a bit more bearable. Everything about its design was intended to make it the fastest and most nimble ship of the time. The frame tried to have one of the smallest profiles possible, at only 8 meters or 26¼ feet long, 3.92 meters or nearly 13 feet wide, and only 1.44 meters, or just under 5 feet tall. This made it about a Senate longer than a TIE fighter, a third as wide as the X-Wing, and 1.5 R2 units tall. If it was trying to keep the peace here on Earth, the Delta 7 would be about a mini-me shorter than 2 Honda Civics, about 2 Civics wide, and about 1.5 Vespa scooters tall.
We haven't got much time. Anakin, do you copy? This is Obi-Wan Kenobi.
The ship was so small that the original version could not even fit a standard astromech droid. Instead, they had to make the R3D and RP4 models, which were hardwired into the ship as targeting and navigational aids. The powerful sublight engines bolted onto the small frame were the secrets to its speed. Fitted with 2 J-44 Jet Force sublight engines, the Interceptor had a maximum acceleration of 5,000 G, and had a top atmospheric speed of 1,260 km per hour. That was over 200 kilometers faster than the T-65 X-Wing, 60 kilometers faster than a TIE fighter, and only 40 slower than its successor, the A-Wing. But there were 2 main trade-offs with this incredible speed. First was deployment time. Due to their compact size, the J-44 engines and unusually small reactor tanks would need to be refueled every 5 hours. Similarly, the fighter's small size limited its life support systems, limiting it to only storing 5 hours worth of airtime. Another trade-off was that, unlike most starfighters of the time, the Delta 7 had no built-in hyperdrive. To get around this, each one had a Sleer 31 hyperspace ring that the Delta 7 could dock with when the pilot needed to leave the system. This actually helped compensate for the fighter's limited range, because when it was docked, it also refueled those sublight engines and refreshed its air supply. With the hyperspace ring, the Delta 7 had an impressive Class 1 hyperspace rating, equal to most other starfighters like the X-Wing, but even faster than most capital ships, with the Class 2 being on most CIS and Imperial Star Destroyers. The Delta 7 was designed and built when the galaxy was still at peace, and as such sported the diplomatic burgundy-red paint color, which symbolized diplomatic immunity, and is seen on a lot of official Republic ships like the Consular-class cruiser. And for defense, it featured a Surplex J4 deflector generator, but as seen with Obi-Wan's dogfight with Jango Fett's Slave 1, it could not take many hits. The fighter was armed with a pair of Tameco SDS-85 dual laser cannons, but it was never really intended to participate in heavy combat, just your occasional space battle with local pirates. And for those early years of deployment, that was more than enough. Replacing its predecessor model, the Delta 6, it would enter into service at least as early as 32 BBY. Qui-Gon would take his personal blue version on a mission to discover how to retain his consciousness after death. Yoda was also seen to have a customized, smaller version that he could fly on his mission to Vragadar. 4 years later, Master Depa Billaba would use her Delta 7 to escort and defend a relief mission from some pirates. By 27 BBY, Obi-Wan Kenobi had enough experience flying these things that he transitioned to the 2-pilot civilian model, the Delta 12 Sky Sprite, a ship that he and Anakin flew to the Outbound Flight Project before being recalled. Master Saesee Tiin, one of the Order's premier pilots, was unsatisfied with the standard Delta 7's already impressive capabilities, so he customized 2 to his own specifications. He installed 4 additional quad-pulse laser cannons behind a pair of breakaway panels in order to provide an increase in its firepower when entering flight mode. He also managed to fit a Class 3 hyperdrive into its frame, but as this was as slow as a Gazanti-class cruiser, he would still prefer the hyperdrive ring when he was in a hurry. Jedi Master Adi Gallia would test flight one of these modified Delta 7s when fighting Captain Kavik Toth.
Nice work, Master Gallia. The prototype is quite effective.
And I was only flying at half speed.
Due to its successful performance, the remainder of these fighters in the Jedi fleet were modified to Saesee Tiin standards. A full demonstration of the Delta 7's capabilities and limitations will be seen when it was used by Obi-Wan to investigate the assassination attempts on Senator Amidala. The fighter was able to go from Coruscant to the far-off Camino, but would fall short in combat over Geonosis. Despite its speed and maneuverability, and the pilot's strong connection to the Force, Jango's Slave One kept close and managed to blast through the starfighter's shields. Kenobi only managed to survive by releasing the ship's spare parts like chaff, intercepting the missiles and faking his death while he hid out in the asteroid belt. Early into the Clone Wars, it was determined that the original Delta 7, developed and intended to serve in peacetime, would be phased out of use by the Jedi. Taking the lessons learned over a decade, Kuat Systems Engineering would develop the upgraded Delta 7B. The primary distinction between the two was that the newer 7B featured a centered droid socket, allowing it to fit a full-sized astromech unit. Any other distinctions were kept confidential by the Republic, but it may have been inspired by Anakin's Azure Angel, a ridiculously upgraded Delta 7. Not all Jedi would choose to upgrade to the 7B, or even later Eta 2. As we see, Master Plo Koon would be flying his personal blue and white Delta 7 during the capture of Cato Moria, where he was shot down by his wingmen during Order 66. Delta 7s would be a rare sight in the galaxy after the Clone Wars, but some were acquired and refitted for use by the Rebel Alliance. Wedge Antilles would notably find and repair an abandoned one on Geonosis after his X-Wing was shot down during the retreat from Hoth. Proving just how accurate and durable the fighter's design was, even 30 years later, Antilles was able to use it to take out several squadrons of TIE fighters, TIE bombers, and TIE interceptors. And through some really genius plot engineering, they even found room for a ton of Void 7 seismic charges, capable of taking out Imperial escort carriers. Antilles was able to find a still operational hyperdrive ring, and would take this fighter to rejoin the Rebel fleet. The Delta 7's design and concept would have such an impact that it would influence a ton of later starfighter designs. The concept of a small, lightly equipped fighter would go on to inspire the Republic V-Wing, which actually is the inspiration for the TIE Fighter series. While Explicix would deliberately base the layout of the A-Wing on the Delta 7, which we can really appreciate if we take a look under the panels. Like on the A-Wing, the Delta 7 had the fighter's shield generator and its accompanying radiator directly behind the cockpit, providing maximum protection for the pilot and life support systems just in front of it. Moving forward, we can see that the Delta 7 had deflector shield power hubs positioned along its length, which let the pilot angle the deflectors as needed, just like the later A-Wing. The peacetime Delta 7 didn't have the sophisticated sensor jamming equipment found on the A-Wing, but it did have a whole suite of advanced sensor and communication equipment up in the nose that was powerful enough to send a clear, real-time transmission from Camino all the way to Coruscant. Working back, we can see that the main reactor was tied directly to the ship's set of dual laser cannons, but the use of hoses to supply Debana gas shows that these were still standard plasma bolt weapons, not the more advanced pure laser weapons found on the later RZ-2 A-Wing. Few details are provided about the engine systems, but we do see that they have this electromagnetic nozzle built into them, which allows for some thrust vectoring. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Originally, it was designed to be a stormtrooper fighter and used during the Battle of Geonosis, and the wedge shape was meant to foreshadow the design of the Star Destroyers. And there's an error in Episode 2, where inside of the cockpit we see that the display screens are using the Star Wars 76 script, not Arabesh. Additional information comes from Star Wars Complete Cross-Sections, the art of Episode 2, and the Clone Wars Campaign Guide. But most important of all, remember, Flying is for droids, and the Force will be with you. Always. Trade disputes can be resolved through diplomacy, debate, or an army. What's up, Meta Nerds? Today we're going to be taking a tour of the Multi-Troop Transport, otherwise known as the MTT. We'll explore the role it played for both the Trade Federation and the CIS, delve into its cross-section, and even that time, the MTT seemingly took flight. Designed and manufactured by Bactoid Armor Workshops, the MTT was used at first by the Neimoidian-led Trade Federation. There was very little to no information about their deployment before the famous Battle of Naboo. And so before we talk history, let's take an in-depth look at the specifications of this behemoth. The Multi-Troop Transport is quite a humble name for such a monster of a machine. With a length of 35.6 meters, or approximately 117 feet long, it was longer than 19 steam-rolled Gungans, but still considerably shorter than the Republic's A6 Juggernaut. And at 10.54 meters, or almost 35 feet tall, the MTT was a yotta higher than 2 Fambas. Cargo-wise, it's estimated that the MTT could haul 12 tons. That's enough to haul 112 OOM battle droids, including their blasters, and still have enough energy to add 3.5 dewbacks. If one of these beasts showed up here on Earth, it would be as long as 14 smart cars, taller than 4 M1 Abrams tanks, and would have enough hauling power to transport 879 bars of gold. At a sluggish 35 kilometers per hour or only 22 miles per hour, the MTT isn't going to be winning any pod races. The speed makes it very vulnerable to attacks, which is why we always see it escorted with AATs, STAPs, and battle droids, or holding back towards the rear of the battlefront. To have an Earth comparison just so you know how truly sluggish this thing is, the record for the fastest human sprint is 28 miles per hour. But then again, Usain Bolt wasn't carrying 12 tons of nasally death.
Roger, roger.
The MTT was only armed with 2 twin blaster cannons, mounted on a rotatable ball turret on the front of the vehicle. While extremely powerful and accurate, having even been said to shoot down starfighters, the placement of these guns made the transport dangerously vulnerable from any angle besides the front. And while we're on the subject, that front of the MTT is heavily armored, and not just to protect its portable pop-up army. It could also use its rounded face as a battering ram, knocking its way through walls and trees, like we saw it doing as the Trade Federation droid army was clearing a path through the dense Naboo forest. Maybe Ventress should have brought a few of these to Ragosa. There's even more going on inside of the MTT, which we can see thanks to one incredible cross-section. Starting up at the top, we see that the MTT is piloted by a battle droid, while another serves as the gunner, something similar to what we see in the AAT. These vehicles were usually on pre-programmed paths set up by the droid control ship, but the pilot could deviate from these orders when necessary. Since the model we're looking at is the original, as we move down we can get a closer look at this vehicle's most infamous feature, the droid racks. Bactoid Armor Workshop, who also made the B1s, really took advantage of designing this thing with droids in mind, as I can't really see any other army being able to take advantage of this system. The droids were folded into the fetal position, loaded up into 4 smaller racks, and stowed away safely until duty called. The base model of MTT could carry up to 112 standard OOM battle droids, and we'll discuss the variants in just a sec. We can see here that the rack is also operated by 2 OOM battle droids, an overseer and an operator. The entire forward interior, as expected, is dominated by the MTT's main feature, and so the other essentials of this transport were housed in the back. We can see the power generating cooling systems, not to mention the many vents and fins that would make sure the MTT doesn't overheat. Interestingly, the main power generators are said to be provided by Kuat drive yards, who became known throughout the galaxy for their Republic warships. I guess when both sides are secretly run by the Sith, it doesn't really matter where the credits come from. But if you want some more information on that, we actually covered this in an old video, explaining how Kuat drive yards would have ended up in the CIS, but how Palpatine's machinations made them a vehement supporter of the Republic. Now that we've covered the original, let's quickly run down the variations. As war broke out, the methodical deployment of battle droids became increasingly obsolete. To counter this, some MTTs were outfitted with new racks to drop B1 battle droids onto the field already standing upright. While this did fix the issue with the speed of deployment, it did limit how many droids could be brought into the battlefront. This design seemed to be considered an improvement, as we see MTTs throughout the Clone Wars being used to quickly drop off super battle droids, of which it could only carry 12 at a time. We see them doing just that during the Battle of Dathomir, littering this red jungle world with dozens of clankers. This version, as well as others used by the CIS, were given a paint job to better match the blue and gray look of the Confederacy. Another time to see the MTT variant was during Wat Tambor's occupation of Ryloth. where this sleazy Skakoan used 2 of these transports to haul treasure back to his palace. While we never see the full interior of these models, it could be assumed that the droid racks were removed, giving Tambor even more cargo space for his riches. New model or not, we do get to see a new feature of the MTT, the cargo hatch, where Mace Windu alongside Razor and Stack were hiding. We see that it has more than enough room for the cargo, and maybe Tambor would have gotten away with it if he put a couple droidicas in there as well. As we see, the cross-section also says how it was great for transporting destroyer droids. The history of the MTT is pretty straightforward, having almost nothing before its appearance on the plains of Naboo. The Trade Federation deployed at least 12, which combined could deploy 1,452 droids. Flanked by AATs and STAPs, the MTTs stayed out of the line of fire as the army that they brought to bear had seemingly won the day. That was until a certain chosen one interfered, shutting down the entire droid army. After their debut, we see the MTTs being used throughout the Clone Wars as previously mentioned. But Baktoid also continued to innovate new transports for the CIS. These included the MUT and Trade Federation Troop Transport. Think flying MTT, but ultimately the multi-troop transport remained the go-to vehicle for most of the war. Other notable times that we see the MTT in use was during the Battle of Kashyyyk and even the Battle of Coruscant. When unable to use the MTT to deploy troops, the CIS often made use of the HMP droid gunship to quickly fly in clankers alongside a devastating barrage of suppressive fire, like we saw in Scipio. The influence of the MTT's design was also seen in one of the deadliest creations ever brought out by Baktoid, the Super Tank. Like all things Confederacy, the MTT saw the end of its glory days when Darth Vader ended the Clone Wars on Mustafar. While it has been said that the MTT did see later action in the Galactic Civil War, it did not play a notable role in any key battles. Well, that about wraps it up for the MTT, but you definitely want to stick around for these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It was originally designed to look like a train, but the final look for the MTT took a cue from nature thanks to Doug Chang, with its tall facade and chin guns made to resemble an African elephant's skull and tusks. And while not much changed regarding the MTT and its switch from Legends to canon, it did receive a bit of meddling. It went from 31 meters long in Legends to 35.6 in canon. Strangely though, it shrunk in height, going from 13 meters tall to just 10.54 meters. Cross-section comes from Star Wars Complete Cross-Sections, and additional information comes from Star Wars Encyclopedia of Starfighters and Other Vehicles, and Ultimate Star Wars. But most important of all, remember that the MTT, an entire army, is just a carry-on, and the Force will be with you, always.
I smell fear, and it smells good.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about who is perhaps the most skilled tactician in the Separatist Navy, the notorious and seemingly invincible Admiral Trench. Trench is a member of the Harch species, an arachnid-like race of beings from the planet Secundus Ando. He's a remarkably tough Harch, having participated and presumably died in several naval engagements, only to keep reappearing to haunt the Republic. So we'll get into his complete history, how he survived the destruction of the Invincible, and even some behind-the-scenes facts. Makes his first notable appearance during the Clone Wars on the side of the CIS. But his history as a feared and revered naval leader begins with the Battle of Malastare Narrows, several years before the Clone Wars even began. During this time, before the creation of the Separatist Alliance by Count Dooku, Trench served the Corporate Alliance, which was allowed to have what amounted to its own private navy in order to protect their business interests, with Trench being a sort of private sector defense contractor. You'll notice that these trade groups would go on to make up the backbone of the Separatist military, so it was a natural transition for Admiral Trench. Over Malastare, he blockaded the planet on the behalf of the CA, leading a sector fleet to strangle the planet into submission, similar to what the Trade Federation would do over Naboo. The Republic arrived in the system with its own fleet, initially consisting of judicial forces. This pre-clone military peacekeeping force had some notable members like Wilf Tarkin and Wolf Yularen. It would be Yularen who was sent over Malastare, and suffice it to say, the mission did not go well for the Republic fleet, as Trench systematically tore their ships apart one by one, having mastered the art of these planetary blockades. Trench would ultimately be defeated, however, after a Jedi task force intervened and put an end to the corporate fleet scheme over Malastare.
A corporate fleet was blockading Malastare, a fleet led by Trench. He tore our ships apart. We barely escaped with our lives. And a Jedi-led task force moved in to settle the matter. Trench's ship was destroyed, and we assumed he went down with it.
The Harch was presumed dead when his cruiser was destroyed by the Jedi, but he would eventually resurface as an admiral in the Separatist Navy and wage war against the Galactic Republic, seeking vengeance on the Jedi Order that had once outsmarted him.
If you are listening, Jedi, you've made a bold move and a grave mistake.
When we next meet Trench, he is once again leading a blockade, but this time it's over the crystalline world of Christophsis. This world was crucial to the Republic, as it is one of the few Outer Rim worlds that did not secede to join the CIS. While Republic Senator Bail Organa and his task force of clone troopers were stranded on the planet's surface, a Republic fleet consisting of 4 Venator-class Star Destroyers and 3 supply ships attacked and tried to break the blockade, hoping to deliver some much-needed relief supplies to the Republic forces and civilian population. Trench's blockade outnumbered the Republic ships considerably, consisting of several Lucrehulk battleships, munificent frigates, and a jewel of the CIS Navy, a Providence-class dreadnought named the Invincible. This particular dreadnought, while similar in appearance to the invisible hand favored by General Grievous, is actually much larger. More than double the standard Providence, this supersized 2-kilometer-long version was a fitting flagship for Admiral Trench. One of the Invincible's key features, other than its vast array of turbolasers, were its absurdly powerful shields that were able to withstand the barrage from an entire Republic fleet. With this, he was able to challenge Anakin Skywalker's fleet, literally chasing the Republic off to go hide behind a nearby moon.
Tell the transports to fall back to Obi-Wan's position. We'll cover their retreat as they escape behind the moon.
The Invincible's shields would, however, be its undoing, as they took a while to recharge once lowered, perhaps creating a false sense of confidence on the Admiral's part. His tactical droid would inform him that in order to fire torpedoes at Anakin's prototype stealth ship, the Invincible would have to lower its shields. And these torpedoes were crucial for targeting the magnetic signature of this otherwise invisible ship. In this battle between Invisible and Invincible, Anakin was able to pull off an impressive maneuver, having the torpedoes follow his ship, but then racing towards the bridge of the Invincible, leading the torpedoes right into the bridge of Admiral Trench's hubris-infused vessel. The explosion seems to have set off a chain reaction, and again seemingly killed the Admiral. However, he did survive, but in explaining this, I'm going to give away some details from the Tarkin novel, and later this video will get into some spoilers for Clone Wars Season 7. So just a heads up. Somehow, he was able to survive this devastating blow to his prized dreadnought, and though we cannot know for sure, the canon novel Tarkin seems to spell it out for us. What we saw over Christophsis was the destruction of the bridge and much of the upper level of the Invincible. But we don't see it explode, it's not blown into a billion pieces. In fact, there's such large sections of this ship left over that early rebels used them to fight the Empire. Birch Teller's warship, which to bring things full circle was hunted by the now Imperial Tarkin, was a ship made from cobbled together parts of CIS warships, including those from Admiral Trench's Invincible. When we see Trench re-emerge during the Battle over Ringovinda, which is a massive orbital space station encircling an entire planet, we see that he is now a cyborg, having several robotic arms, a new cybernetic eye, and even a large section of his skull, perhaps even his brain. So this time he was severely injured, even though last time he cheated death he survived without any visible damage. So it seems like he was blown backwards, down the bridge, or even into a lower deck, and could have escaped via the confusion via a myriad of shuttles, pods, or starfighters that all would have been packed into a supersized Providence class. There were a ton of other CIS ships in the blockade as well, and so the battle wouldn't have ended immediately, and thus there was tons of chaos for Trench to slip away in. This seems all but explicitly stated in those details from the Tarkin novel. But comment down below what you think makes the most sense to you. Over Ringovinda, Trench was in control of a significant portion of the station as Republic forces sought to drive him out.
Increase our defenses. We must hold them here.
Several Jedi had been committed to the task of defeating Trench, including Anakin and the sisters Tiplar and Tipli, along with scores of elite clone troopers. Trench's droid army had been pushed to its breaking point, but as he watched the battle from inside his command center, he witnessed something utterly unexpected. Trench watched as a clone trooper simply walked up and executed the Jedi General Tiplar.
Lost our momentum! Fall back!
This shock caused the Republic advance to falter, and the Jedi and clones were forced to retreat. Puzzled by the incident, Trench reported what he saw to Count Dooku, who demanded that Trench capture this clone. The Admiral succeeded with the use of V-2 rocket troopers, and Tup was temporarily a prisoner of war, though a covert operations Eta-class shuttle would help to bring him back. And this would be the last we see of Admiral Trench over Ringovinda. The Harch's final engagement would take place over Anaxis, one of the Republic's key ship manufacturing worlds. Under a ruthless siege by the Admiral, the shipyard's production efforts were brought to a halt, and the Republic was forced to spend vast amounts of clones and resources to take him back, including one of the most elite and unorthodox units to ever leave Kamino, the Bad Batch. The Republic couldn't figure out how they kept losing to Trench. Though he was considered a military genius, this was just a bit too much. They were losing on every front and would quickly lose the entire planet if nothing changed. Unbeknownst to the Jedi, Trench was able to hold on to a prisoner of war, a clone ARC trooper who was thought to be long dead. Cybernetically accessing the mind of Echo, Republic war strategies were revealed, allowing Trench to lead his droid armies using a special algorithm that could predict Republic strategies before they even made them, merging Echo's mind with advanced AI to reveal patterns which Republic commanders weren't even aware they were falling into, and thus those predictions were given to Trench before his enemies even started mobilizing. The Jedi became suspicious, and eventually discovered Trench's algorithm and organized a strike team to recapture this imprisoned trooper. And using Echo's inside knowledge of the Separatists, they could feed Trench false intelligence. The Admiral would fall for this trap, and ultimately meet his true end once and for all by the lightsaber of Anakin Skywalker, the bright blue blade piercing through his chest. This soon-to-fall Jedi looking the cybernetic heart in his many eyes to confirm this specter that had haunted the Republic from even before the Clone Wars was now finally drained of life. And as if this wasn't enough, Anakin would allow Bad Batch to detonate the deceased Admiral's flagship, causing a massive explosion that destroyed what remained of Trench, his entire ship, and several other nearby Separatist ships, resulting in a Republic victory over Anaxis. So that's it for Admiral Trench. He really did die that time. But before you go, here are some cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. His voice actor is D. Bradley Baker, who did the voices for the clone troopers in the TV series. Admiral Trench is of course based on spiders found here on Earth, having 8 limbs, 4 on each side, this large array of eyes, and the spider-like pincers or pedipalps in the face. We can't actually find this clip from the unfinished Season 7 episodes, the ones that came out a couple years ago, but the voice actor that was just standing in for Trench reading through the lines refers to him as Taranch, like tarantula. If you want to pick up that canon Tarkin book mentioned, it is linked down below. I really enjoyed the audiobook version myself. It was really cool to see the early group of rebels that are still not unified into a rebel alliance, and of course it got that cool remnant of CIS stuff floating around. But most important of all, remember, at least certain modules of this ship were invincible. And the Force will be with you, always. Though a Mandalorian could easily kill you with their bare hands, their impressive weaponry certainly helped. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will cover all of the weapons used by the Mandalorians over the years. From conquering the deadly beasts that roamed their homeworld, namely the Mythosaur, and later waging wars against the Jedi and Sith alike, this all cultivated a warrior's mentality amongst their people, and they've been ruled by the best of their warriors for millennia. Despite their relatively small numbers by the Imperial era, they've always had a massive impact on galactic history, all with the help of their incredible arms, armor, and tech. So we'll cover all of it in both Legends and canon, multiple millennia of violent history, but let's start with one of the most important weapons from canon. Thousands of years before the Battle of Yavin, Tari Vizsla became the first Mandalorian to join the Jedi Order, and created the Darksaber, a unique lightsaber with a more sword-like design and black marbled blade. He used this blade to be the first to unite the many warring Mandalorian tribes. Since then, it has been a symbol of leadership, being wielded by whoever currently rules the Mandalorians, Force-sensitive or not. We've seen it in the hands of Pre Vizsla, Darth Maul, Sabine Wren, Bo-Katan Kryze, and currently Moff Gideon, who likely acquired it after he participated in the Siege of Mandalore. Sometime after Vizsla's passing, Mandalore the Great led the united Mandalorians to wage war against the Jedi.
The songs of eons past tell of battles between Mandalore the Great and an order of sorcerers called Jedi.
While the war ended with the desolation of Mandalore, confining its inhabitants to sealed dome cities, they did mount a successful attack on the Jedi Temple, where they retrieved the Darksaber.
This lightsaber was stolen from your Jedi Temple by my ancestors during the fall of the Old Republic.
This war would come to shape much of the future of the Mandalorians in canon. In order to fight their greatest opponent yet, they had to develop a combat style that utilized a unique and varied arsenal with ranged weapons and hand-to-hand combat techniques. Beskar armor was also first developed during this period, and it was of great use against the Jedi. The ore could be turned into Beskar steel, and was found only on Mandalore and its moon Concordia, and it was resistant to lightsabers. This armor was worn over a body glove or jumpsuit, and almost always had a distinctive chest plate made of 4 separate Beskar plates, as well as a helmet which retained the distinct T-shaped visors of the most ancient of the Mandalorians. Mando armor was usually painted to represent the wearer's clan or allegiance, but Sabine Wren says that she painted hers herself after it was passed down to her through multiple generations. Among the weapons the Mandalorians developed to fight the Jedi was a concealed retractable vibroblade in the glove, which could sometimes be used to parry a Jedi attack or surprise an opponent who thought that they were giving up and that they were unarmed. Mandalorians of the Clone Wars era favored the Westar 34 and 35, which were Mandalorian designed and produced blaster pistols, and famously could be dual-wielded, as we saw with Jango Fett and Pre Vizsla respectively, while the unidentified Death Watch carbine seems to be a scaled-up version of the Westar 35. In Legends, we also saw the Westar M5 blaster rifle, a modular system that was used by bounty hunters and later the Empire, but most notably by the Legends ARC Trooper Alpha 17. Many may remember Darth Vader's iconic no disintegration line, which was directed at Boba Fett, and after all these years we finally see what he meant by this. The M-Bun Disruptor Rifle would instantly turn biological matter into a pile of ash, a weapon that was actually banned by the Empire. Now, during the Clone Wars, this once proud warrior race had become pacifist under the leader of Satine Kryze, exiling any militant Mandalorians to the Moon of Concordia, which is where Pre Vizsla formed Death Watch, a secret order which intended to maintain the culture's ancient warrior code. Throughout the Clone Wars, they were seen as enemies, even terrorists by many, but they were also known to rescue populations from the CIS army. As we see, Death Watch would rescue the child that would grow up to be known as the Mandalorian, and we see them wielding a weapon that's similar but not identical to Boba Fett's EE-3 blaster rifle, so it's likely a earlier or related model. Perhaps the most important part of the arsenal of the Mandalorians were their combat vambraces, which were their wrist guards that contained various weapons while still keeping their hands free. Some could fire these explosive darts, and there was even an attachment that would make a small personal shield. The most popular weapon used in these vambraces were the wrist-mounted flamethrowers, aka the ZX miniature flame projector, but it could also house whipcord launchers, and both were very difficult for Jedi to counter. Their lightsabers could of course not deflect fire, and they could be bound by a successful whipcord shot, allowing the Mando to either close in for a kill or bring them in hot, just in case they had a rather expensive bounty. However, many of these vambraces also had other attachments like concealed wrist blasters used by the Fets, or the mini saw blade launchers used by Pre Vizsla. Perhaps the most deadly were the Whistling Birds, tiny homing micro-missiles which were used by the Mando to instantly take out 4 stormtroopers who had surrounded him. But they were very limited due to their use of Beskar.
Use them sparingly, for they are rare.
Which allowed them to punch through armor, but of course was increasingly harder to find, and so far it's the only known canon weapon that's made from this ore. As for tech, their magnetized boots and jetpacks also gave them amazing maneuverability, sometimes better than even a Jedi. While the exact models were of course refined over time, during the late Republic and Imperial eras they were known to use the Z6 jetpack, which included a back-mounted rocket launcher, and was effective against everything from infantry to even shooting down starships. And as we saw with Obi-Wan and Satine, they could actually circle back to track their target, though how exactly they locked on is unknown. And then there was the lighter JT-12 variant. Those trained in the school of the Rising Phoenix used jetpacks most effectively, as they did require a lot of practice and training to control. Now of course, Beskar is an incredibly strong metal and the pride of the Mandalorians, so why didn't they make more weapons out of it? Well, they did, but only in Legends. The Beskad was the traditional sword of the Mandalorians. It was under 2 feet long, but made of a hefty Beskar blade, and so it could be used to bash down an enemy's defenses, as there are very few materials that are actually stronger than Beskar. These are made much like real-life katanas, with the metalsmith folding the Beskar many times to create a very strong blade with a razor-sharp edge. And fittingly, they carry much of the significance of their real-world counterparts, being a weapon that was prized in their culture due to the skill needed to craft it, and seen as a source of pride for hundreds of years, even as more advanced technology came about. While much like the Darksaber in canon, in Legends it would be the battle axe that symbolized the leader of Mandalore. Mandalore the Ultimate would craft one from the wreckage of a Republic capital ship, an inexpugnable to be exact, with the head being made of metal sheets, but also lined with cortosis for a lightsaber blocking effect. This was a modernized version of the ancient Mythosaur axe, which originally was made from the calcified bones of the terrifying mythosaurs that once ruled Mandalore, before the warriors made them extinct and turned them into the galaxy's most feared and recognized sigil. There was also the Crush Gaunt, or in Mandalorian, the Shukuruk, a heavy glove covered in Beskar plates that significantly increased the wearer's hand strength. It was said that someone wearing the Crush Gaunt would be able to crush metal, rock, or bone in their hand. Because of this, they were often used to easily snap an opponent's neck, or even could be used to catch and hold a lightsaber blade in the wearer's hand. Something that surely would have been a shock to any Jedi unlucky enough to go head-to-head with a Mandalorian wearing these gauntlets. But despite their amazing arsenal, they could not hold out against the sheer numbers of the Empire. Thus they were beaten into submission after the siege of Mandalore, in which most of their forces were wiped out. Moff Gideon knows that to the Mandalorians, this is known as the Night of 1,000 Tears.
Songs of the Siege of Mandalore, when gunships outfitted with similar ordnance laid waste to fields of Mandalorian recruits.
We know little of this night besides the fact that it led to the seizure of most of their Beskar and drove out most of the remaining Mandalorian warriors into hiding. Gar Saxon, a Mandalorian who joined the Imperials, was installed as the Imperial Viceroy of Mandalore.
Worse, they're traitors, Mandalorians who serve the Empire.
Saxon also led the Imperial Commandos, a highly elite group of Mandalorians who swore service to the Empire. They wore sleeker, all-white armor that blended the traditional Mando aesthetics with the traditional Stormtrooper armor design. But interestingly, it was still made from the reforged Beskar captured during the sieges, and they wielded traditional Westar blaster carbines. Since Mandalorian training was of course far better than anything the Empire could offer, they were among the most elite of the Empire's forces. Before them, during the Clone Wars, was the Mandalorian Protectors, also known as the Royal Guards that were meant to protect the ruler of Mandalore, and try and maintain a balance in their warrior culture. They can be seen in the Clone Wars protecting Duchess Satine before Death Watch gained control. They were also brought in to train clones, much like in Legends, and sometimes even fought alongside them. Years later, in order to protect themselves from decimation, their leader Fen Rao reluctantly signed a treaty with the Empire, swearing loyalty. And here we can see that the Mandalorians weren't just excellent warriors, they were also good pilots, as when they first met, the Protectors were able to wipe out a squad of A-Wings and nearly killed the rebel leader Hera Syndulla. During the Clone Wars, their primary starfighter was the Commerce-class, also known as the Gauntlet Fighter, and these are also prominently used by Death Watch, and these are manufactured by their native Mandel motors. Darth Maul would fly his own Commerce-class fighter named the Night Brother for about 17 years, coming from his takeover of Mandalore near the end of the Clone Wars. During the reign of the Empire, the Protectors would use the similar Fang-class fighter, as they were one of the few people to secure a contract from the Empire that allowed them to produce these starfighters openly, and they worked in some improvements over the Commerce. Not only would the whole wing engine assembly pivot to allow for vertical takeoff and landing, but it could also rotate during flight, and allowing the wing-mounted laser cannons to be fired with minimal reposition of the ship. So that's it for their armor, arms, tech, and even starfighters over the years. But you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. Capitalizing on the look of one of the most loved characters from the original trilogy, George Lucas wanted to tie the clone troopers to Jango and Boba Fett, and so that's what inspired the look of the Phase 1 clone trooper armor. There's tons of debate over whether or not the Fets should be true Mandalorians. At once, Lucas definitely implied that, and later said that he didn't want them to be so. And in the Clone Wars episode, The Mandalorian Plot, it stated that he was never a member of the Mandalorian culture. But keep in mind, these are other Mandalorians deciding who is not a true Mandalorian, as there was this tension between becoming peace-loving people and staying warriors. The Mandalorian's Ambon Disruptor Rifle is based on the weapon Boba Fett was carrying during his first appearance. Not in Empire, or even in the New Hope re-release, but in the Star Wars Christmas special. And so you could say this is also the first appearance of Mandalorian armor. But most important of all, remember, there's no such thing as a disarmed Mandalorian, and the Force will be with you, always.
What are we going to do? We'll be sent to the spice mines of Kessel or smashed into who knows what.
What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to be a complete breakdown of the spice capital of the galaxy, Kessel. This will be everything in canon, and I'll get a separate Legends version up soon, because Kessel is actually one of the most changed planets in the lore, even being changed up a bunch in just Legends. So to make it all coherent, let's get into the canon version of this infamous and crucial world. Starting with its location, you can find it at grid coordinates T10, in the Outer Rim territories within the eponymous Kessel system, just outside of Hutt space. The planet has at least one moon, and a diameter of 7,200 kilometers, or 4,474 miles, making it more than half the size of Earth and Coruscant. The orbital period, or its year length, is 322 days, while the rotational period, or day, is 12 hours. And here are those respective stats for Coruscant and Tatooine. Its atmosphere ranged from mild tropical to being extremely hot, so much so that it was dangerous to a lot of the slave populations.
Slaves sent there last a few months, maybe a year.
And for Wookiees born in the forest, it's a death sentence.
And speaking of slave labor, it gets us into the first of many dark aspects of this world. The official report from the Coruscant census has Kessel's population at 10,000. Relatively low, it may only represent that royal city and some of the mining operators, as it appears like hundreds if not thousands of slaves work in just a single mine. So it is likely that something as mundane as a census report reveals some of what Ahsoka was talking about. Now the Republic should get involved, but layers of corruption keep this planet free from judicial intervention.
It's legendary. Yeah, it's legendary for its corruption.
Of course, it was the endless flow of credits from this planet that kept officials looking the other way, as even the naive Trace grew up hearing stories about how criminals, pirates, and smugglers achieved great riches from this mysterious world of Kessel. So everyone knew what was going on here, from the Jedi and their temple to the mechanic down in 1313. But the official fallback excuse was that the spice mined here was for medicinal purposes.
In this time of war, our spice is refined into a medicine that saves people across the galaxy.
And this was technically true. If refined in the right way, it could act as a stimulant keeping people alive, or as a sedative to reduce pain. But that's also true for most illicit drugs. And of course, Bacta was by far the primary source of medical treatment in the galaxy, being the go-to everywhere from the battlefront to medical space stations. So everyone knew the truth that it was the dangerous drugs that were brokered through the Yoruba family to the Pike Syndicate. The Pikes were one of the most powerful crime syndicates out there, but their advantage was that their homeworld and base of operations, Obadiah, was located in the same Kessel sector. This world was known to have endless shipments of spice and credits coming and going, and so was a constant site of brazen pirate attacks. But at least this relative proximity made it a bit easier to patrol. And of course, just getting to the planet itself was particularly hazardous.
The Acades Maelstrom.
A series of navigation beacons were required to guide ships through the storm, which was a torrent of true horrors.
Carbon bergs, size of planets crashing into each other. It's ionized gas, water vapor, possibly vacuum-breathing life forms swirling around the maw. Only way in or out is this channel.
Constant friction lightning events, billions of carbon bergs and ice chunks, and most terrifyingly, the enormous Summa Verminoth. This tentacled beast descended on any ship that tried to take a shortcut through the Maelstrom, and just added to the mystery and lore surrounding the drug capital. If you did safely make it to planetside, you were met with two strikingly different hemispheres. The south was home to lush rainforests as far as the eye could see, providing excellent views, wildlife, and a mild climate. But nearly the entire northern hemisphere was devoted to mining spice, coaxium, Kesseline, and the Kessel stones. The Yoruba royal family is likely human, as most of the staff and guards are human, but their majordomo Kanash Locke was a Twi'lek. Not much is known about the Yorubas, but they certainly were willing to sacrifice this world to earn as much credits as possible. It's unclear how long this royal family inhabited Kessel. There really aren't any ancient accounts of human settlers or anything like that, but ruling what provided nearly all of the galaxy's spice must have made them incredibly powerful. The Pikes seem to have exclusive rights to the sale of this raw spice, but we see for employment they also use the Zygerians. We see the Dockmaster as a Zygerian, whose people are notorious for running one of the longest operating, largest, and particularly cruel slave empires, and who were opposed by the Jedi since the time of the Old Republic. If we go down into one of these mines, we see just how many were subject to these horrible conditions.
Those are not droids. They're people.
These slaves were of all sorts of species, and even what looks like a child right here. In the back there are some notable giant spider mining droids, and they had the loader droids that actually pack on the big crates of unrefined spice into ships. Though this flat plate on their back seems like it could fold down and work like the organic slaves, carrying these bucket-sized loads on their back. And then we also see these large platforms for bringing up massive equipment and enormous hauls of spice. But most of the transporting of this spice is in these buckets, that we see on the backs of slaves and being brought up these intimidating steps. It's hard to tell, but it seems to be around 500 feet tall, something like a 50-story building or 200 steps. And honestly, I think that's underestimating it. During the Imperial era, it seems like the spread of these mining sites increased, as the surface becomes even more noxious. When you break Kessel stone to extract the spice, there are pockets of poisonous gas that are released into the atmosphere. Sometimes just enough to make you woozy, but presumably if there was too much, it could kill some of these organic slaves. And then there was also the refinement of Kesseline. From that same stone, you could either go the powder drug route or the liquid fuel route, all depending on how you refined it. Kesseline had this bright green appearance, and was refined in these large open-air pools. This was said to leak into the aquifer, which combined with the noxious air being released, made many feel that Kessel was far beyond ever reverting back to the lush rainforest it once was. This larger circular site we see in 19 BBY is very similar, if not the same place visited by the Spectres in 5 BBY. Called Spice Mine K-76, by 5 BBY it was mostly worked by Wookiees, and this is actually something we see develop over the decades, as the slave population becomes more specialized over the years, having few, if any, Wookiees in the beginning, a ton of Dwoonie, Gigaron, humans, and Twi'leks, to mostly Wookiee but still some other species by 10 BBY when Solo and company paid a visit, then almost exclusively Wookiee in 5 BBY. This is because right after the Clone Wars, the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk was taken over by the Imps, and the Empire tried to capture the entire race for slave labor. They had a long history of Jedi alliance and independence, and of course their natural physical ability was a threat to the Empire. So by turning them into slaves, they killed two birds with one Kessel stone. Instead of becoming really powerful rebel allies, they were now really powerful slave workers. But I can't miss this opportunity to quickly tell you the story of this guy, a human slave, Tak. He was a con man from Coruscant, and he actually tried to rob Princess Yoruba when she was visiting the capital. He was captured, he received Kessel-style justice, and was thrown into the mines. We don't know much about this slave process, but the droid L3 gives us some very vague and ominous details.
Director Tolside said our slaves should follow those guys to get clipped and tagged.
What are they clipping?
And there are these dedicated slave inspectors who look for physical signs of strength or weakness. With this pike run mine, we see that it's cut differently, more squared than the large circle of 76. It does seem like the pikes are in full control of this mine, and so I wouldn't put it past Maul's Crimson Dawn to just take out King Yoruba, literally cutting out the middleman. When the Empire rose, they likely would have let the criminals stay in control of this infamous world, while still keeping a close eye on it. Much like they did with the Hutts, keeping the criminals in direct control of the underworld, but making sure the crime bosses knew that their reign was only on the permission of the Emperor. And because of so many natural restrictions to this world, those narrow passes made it very easy to blockade all of the exits from Kessel. With this station, we see how so many were kept in the control by so few. This one center could control the mine via a wide array of droids, ubiquitous surveillance equipment, and guards stationed throughout with disabling stun weapons. The droids too were kept in their own form of slavery via restraining bolts. When these were removed and the droids received some motivation from L3, all Kessel broke loose. A side note here is that the mines of Kessel were so universally feared that the word became synonymous with hell, with phrases like I just used, and the equivalent to damned being Kesseled. For instance, you would say the voyage was Kesseled from the start. And we even get a hint at some of this with C-3PO.
What are we going to do? We'll be sent to the spice mines of Kessel or smashed into who knows what.
So even the fate of droids on Kessel sent chills down the circuits of droids everywhere. Now there are some other very interesting details from this particular mine. We see that one of the rarest fuels in the galaxy, coaxium, is also mined here. This hyperfuel could be used to line hyperdrives and actually initiate that interdimensional transition. Or if it was used as regular fuel, it was so potent that a tiny amount could fuel whole fleets. And a single drop could output enormous power via a ship's standard engines. This was kept behind a large vault and worth an incredible amount of credits. We also see some of the defenses there, many guns ranging from the power output of an E-web to something similar to the P-towers we saw on Hoth, all encircling the opening of the mine. And we saw that when Kira threw those explosives that set off a chain reaction, either igniting some of the Kesseline, the Tabana gas reserves for those weapons, or both. And also, if you look close, everything is coated in this yellowish powder, produced in the mining of the Kessel Stone, and it coats everything from the equipment to the people. Just about everything has this yellow layer on it. And it's important to remember that this place was not only hell for the slaves that worked there, but also the countless beings across the galaxy that became addicted to these drugs, suffering in their own personal hells. With the lower levels of Coruscant being the Pike's main spice market, their customers withered away and lost their minds, bringing this hell off of Kessel and into themselves, their families, and their communities. So that's it for the breakdown and history of Kessel, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Spice having medical benefits is a funny backstory. Author Kevin J. Anderson of Jedi Search, released in 1994, said that there was pressure from what he described as politically correct individuals at Lucasfilm that didn't like that spice being a drug made Han Solo a drug smuggler. But Lucas confirmed, spice is a drug. So to find a middle, he wrote in that there were some medicinal uses as well. He didn't mention this, but it also would make it so that Uncle Owen told Luke that his dad was a navigator of a drug freighter. And of course, spice is a reference to the novel Dune, which a lot of things, even sand crawlers, were taken from by name. In the novel, spice is also a drug, dangerous to mine, but also has some really important and positive uses as well. That con man Tak is played by Anthony Daniels, or C-3PO, and was a reference to the droid's fears in A New Hope. In the original script, then called Journey of the Wills Part 1, it's actually spelled Kissel, K-I-S-S-E-L, and a certain Grand, with an E at the end, Moff Tarkin, led the Kesselian Dragoons. And the Kessel Run, the name of the route that we see Solo and team take through the Maelstrom, wasn't the only way to get to Kessel. It was the quickest, and pilots would boast about who could make it through the run the fastest, as this was a good thing to have on your spice running resume. But there was also the Pablos Leon, a more traditional hyperspace route through this sector, and the Sanity Skip, a more secretive route used by pirates and some smugglers, which takes you from Kessel out to Oseon. And remember, we'll do a whole separate Legends version of this video, as almost all of this information is wildly different and really interesting. while additional information in canon comes from the books Ultimate Star Wars, Solo Visual Dictionary, Smuggler's Run, The Galactic Explorer's Guide, and The Galactic Atlas. That's it for Kessel, but most important of all, remember, he who controls the spice controls the universe. Unless he's Maul in charge of Crimson Dawn, in which case he's just a great tragic character. And the Force will be with you. Always. You lose to teddy bears once, and everyone forgets that you're one of the most elite troopers in the entire Empire. What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to cover the Scout Troopers, everything from their wide array of tech, weapons, and training, to their history stretching back to the Clone Wars, through the Empire, and into the Imperial Remnant, and even some of their darker uses by Palpatine and Vader, moving away from recon and becoming elite death squads, and of course ending with some behind-the-scenes facts. Let's start with their role and equipment. A key element in the Stormtrooper Corps, Imperial Scout Troopers focused on ground reconnaissance. While performing roles that standard infantry, both the Stormtroopers and the Imperial Army, were not trained or equipped for. A major aspect of Scout Trooper duties consisted of patrolling and investigating large areas through the use of speeder bikes, much like their predecessors, the ARF, or Advanced Reconnaissance Force Troopers of the Clone Army. This specialization in speeder bikes got them the common nickname of Imperial Biker Scouts. Initially, Scout Troopers would ride the 614 AVA speeder bikes, but later move on to the more common 74Z model, which we would see them using throughout most of the Galactic Civil War, and this was retained by the Remnant forces. Though there were times when Scout Troopers would also utilize the all-terrain recon transports that were also once used by ARF Troopers. The standard blaster for the recon troops was the EC-17 holdout blaster pistol, which could be fired using a pressure plate to make up for the heavier gloves of the troopers. This pistol was built for shorter ranges, but did include a low magnification scope, and some came equipped with a strobing flashlight that could temporarily blind enemies. Alongside this standard pistol, they were usually outfitted one of two ways. Some Scout Troopers would be set up for long-range combat, wielding either an E-11S sniper rifle or a DLT-19X targeting rifle, and relying on their knowledge and training to assist Imperial forces by taking out opposition from afar. Some of these Scout Trooper snipers were equipped with gray armor rather than white. Alternatively, they could also be seen equipped with electro-batons for use in a melee role. This was especially seen on planets such as Kashyyyk, Zepho, and on the Inquisitorial Fortress. These melee troopers had a battery pack and wiring affixed to their armor to power these batons, while other Scout Troopers had access to R1 or R4 recon droids, along with auto turrets, missile launchers, and shock or fragmentation grenades, and of course the standard Imperial E-11 blaster. In addition to all that, ones in the field would also have survival kits, rations and water, micro cords for scaling things or setting up tripwires, heat packs, water purifiers, grappling hooks, flares, and a camouflage tent. The Scout Trooper armor was lighter and covered less of the body than the armor of most other Stormtrooper variants, allowing for increased motion and speed at the cost of protection. The faceplate of a Scout Trooper helmet could fold upwards, allowing the Scout to get some fresh air or observe the scene with their own eyes. And we see that Scout Trooper commanders would often wear an orange pauldron to signify their ranks, with the overall design of the armor coming from that of the Clone Wars Phase 2 Scout gear, which we get a really good look at during the Battle of Kashyyyk, used by the 41st Elite Corps. But there's also a variant of Scout Trooper armor utilized in colder climates, such as Hoth or Renvar, and consisted of a modified helmet with polarized snow goggles, additional joint armor, and a backpack that plugs directly into the speeder bike's heating system. In addition, these Snow Scout Troopers would wear white snow gear under the armor, as opposed to the standard black bodysuit. And then there was also the modified version used by the Imperial Storm Commandos, which were an even more elite Imperial force, who looked very similar but in all black. Patrol Troopers were the high-density urban brothers to the Scout Troopers, and thus more specialized for urban combat, and for doing speeder patrols in highly populated areas, such as Coronet City on Corellia. The most well-known forefathers of the Imperial Scouts were those Republic 41st Elite Corps. After Order 66 and the death of their commander, Gree, the clone commander Faye was put in charge of them, and they were able to defeat Jedi General Luminara, but Quinlan Vos was able to individually fight off and escape these clones. With Palpatine now as Emperor, the first generation of Imperial Scout Troopers were still clones, though when Jango's template was retired, they were replaced with regular human soldiers. Over the years, a level of animosity built up between the Scout Troopers and the other segments of the Imperial Stormtrooper Corps, with everyone else seeing the Scout Troopers as disruptive and unpredictable. The Imperial military found it difficult to integrate these fiercely independent troopers, and the scouts saw themselves as superior to the other troopers. In one notable incident, the 439th Legion Scout Brigade was riding speeders through the halls of an Imperial base on the planet Biss, just for their own entertainment late at night, which led to them being removed from the regular troopers, as Imperial personnel were angered and understandably worried that the other troopers would riot and try and kill the scout troopers. The scouts were deployed in a large variety of locations, especially those in wilderness areas such as Kashyyyk and the forest moon Endor. But most of the planets under Imperial control had at least one garrison of scout troopers. But right after the Clone Wars, they were focused on some of the former Separatist worlds, like Felucia and Raxus Prime, perhaps in an effort to track down any Separatist holdouts, while they were also placed inside of and around the former Jedi Temple, providing constant security at one of Palpatine's most prized possessions. As with most trooper variants, Darth Vader's Death Squadron had a group of scout troopers who ended up joining the fight at the Battle of Hoth, seeing it as a decisive victory even without the capture of Rebel leadership, while they also assisted the Dark Lord in his hunt for Luke and Leia, while at other times they were ordered by the Imperial Security Bureau, and there are several incidents where the ISB would instruct them to massacre civilian populations, presumably being able to do this without leaving a trace. But the most famous record of Scout Troopers' actions is, ironically, their greatest defeat. During the Battle of Endor in 4ABY, the Scout Trooper Battalion there, along with the rest of the Moon's Imperial forces, were embarrassingly defeated by Rebel strike teams, as well as the primitive yet powerful natives known as Ewoks. This failure led to the deaths of Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader, the destruction of the second Death Star, and the end of the Empire. So images like this are what sticks in people's memory. But though the Empire was collapsing, many of these elite troopers would be picked up by regional Imperial warlords, desperate to hold on any power and with hope one day reinstate the Empire. And that's how we see them under the command of Moff Gideon. So that's it for the Scout Troopers, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Scout Troopers were first seen in Return of the Jedi on Endor, but have since appeared in numerous video games and comics, as well as the shows Star Wars Rebels and The Mandalorian. Their use as snipers originated in LucasArts video games, and that role has continued to the present day, with Scout Troopers fulfilling the sniper role in the recent Battlefield 2 game, while they also make a cool appearance in Jedi Fallen Order, now having that melee combat role. It's pretty cool that the speeder bikes in Return of the Jedi were full-size models, and we see that they're almost identical to the early concept art. Additional information from this video comes from Star Wars: The Complete Visual Dictionary, Ultimate Star Wars, and the Imperial Handbook. But most important of all, remember, no amount of training can prepare you for plot-powered teddy bears, and the Force will be with you, always.
Kessel. It's a mining colony, but the Imperials often keep political prisoners here too.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is going to be all about the Legends history and breakdown of Kessel. If you saw the canon version, I mentioned how this is one of the most changed with planets in all of Star Wars. I mean, just look at it. The Legends version wouldn't even be called a planet by NASA standards, not having a spherical shape, so it's more of a planetoid or an asteroid. And the history is completely different as well. I'd say it's a lot more crazy and interconnected to the other lore, so let's just jump right into it. Kessel is located at grid coordinates T10, in the Outer Rim territories. It rotates around one sun, named Kessa, and has one moon, which was called the Garrison Moon. A day is 26 hours long and a year is 322 days. And here you can see how that differs from the canon Kessel and other important worlds. Because of this bean shape, there are a couple different numbers for the diameter, being 6,632 kilometers at the narrowest point, and 7,980 kilometers at the widest, which would make it a little more than half the size of Earth, and about 60 times the Death Star 1. Now there was no atmosphere at first, but as factories popped up, the emissions eventually built up a very thin atmosphere that got it a Type 3 ranking, meaning it was still too thin to breathe for most organics. It was also described as being very cold, and as you might expect, the terrain was all just flats, craters, tunnels all throughout the world, and countless rocky mountains. But interestingly, there are some native species, the energy spider, Taras Chai, and Bogie. The simplest were those bogies, being about 5 centimeters or about 2 inches, and completely composed of just energy, having no mass and can pass through anything, but drain the power of many electronics. The Celestials, those beings that shaped the galaxy eons before even the most ancient of empires, created an absurdly complex machine under the surface of Kessel, a machine that was sort of an astrological clock, with these bogies somehow being able to collect data from other beings and tech that later arrived on Kessel. Somehow they transmitted that to the Celestials on another plane of existence. So the bogies are like a bridge between realms, but could still be interacted with from beings from our plane, namely the energy spiders. also known as spice spiders. The glitter stem in their webs would trap the bogies, an interaction that released light and attracted the spiders, who would then consume them as their main food source. There was also the Taras Chai, the small 3-centimeter insects that would often be eaten by the slaves that were forced to work the many spice mines. But this glitter stem material in the spider's webs was one of the most sought-after drugs in the galaxy. Millennia of these webs being spun in the tunnels on Kessel led to the glitter stem seeping into the dust and rock that comprised this world. And it was the only source of glitter stem in the entire galaxy. But something that's often overlooked is that in Legends, one of the effects of glitter stem is that it gave you telepathic abilities. They only last a short time as the drug quickly wears off. But you really gotta keep in mind what it is that you are consuming. The interdimensional godlike celestials used the bogies as a sort of light code, downloading information from the species and tech they came across, and somehow passing that information over to celestials on a different plane. Those bogies are then trapped in the glitter stem, the only material that seems to stop them. And then they're eaten by these spiders that produce even more glitter stem. This drug, or spice, interacts with every sentient species in the galaxy, and then gives them the ability to communicate outside of the normal limits of the closed physical universe. A hallucinogen that was placed here by the gods and that connects you to this separate realm. I think it's safe to say that these Legends lore writers were reading a lot of McKenna or Graham Hancock. Things like psychedelic mushrooms that are literally called the flesh of the gods in certain cultures. So although in canon spice is almost exclusively a negative thing, at least in Legends this glitter stem seems to be a lot like hallucinogens here on Earth. And that similar complexity of being stigmatized and worshipped by certain people seems to have existed in the galaxy far, far away. But in both Legends and canon, the problem is that crime syndicates are able to refine it to be incredibly dangerous and addictive. And there were enormous profits in this, dating back to at least 25,000 BBY, with Zim the Despot taking over Kessel and locking down the spice market. But of course it would be targeted by every crime lord over the millennia. Even the ancient Sith had tombs and ruins here, though the exact reason and purpose for them being on this planetoid is still unknown. The Hutts and Pikes would have the biggest influence in the modern era, setting up many factories and bringing in thousands of slaves. But the Empire eventually locked the planet down for themselves. Early into their rule, they set up at least 3 detention centers, and now any Imperial dissidents could find themselves being worked to death mining the spice, which they would have claimed could have been used for legitimate medicines, but it was rumored to have been used to prop up whatever crime boss the Empire was using at that time. He who controlled the spice controlled the galaxy, in the sense that every criminal warlord was now made or broken by the Emperor. Where crime could flourish and which lords would rule the underworld were in complete control of the Empire, at least in theory, as it was an evil symbiotic relationship which allowed the Empire to justify their infringement on civil liberties. Just as Palpatine controlled both sides of the Clone Wars, the Emperor's war on crime was manipulated similarly, with the ability to make or break criminal empires with the flow of spice. And so Kessel had to be highly regulated, with 700 personnel overseeing 10,400 prisoners, but with the prisoners being ranked and pitted against each other as well. An interesting psychological trick to make ambitious and skilled prisoners feel as if they were in control of something, even with a life sentence on the most infamous rock in the galaxy. Also, that 700 personnel was just the Imperial humans, but a lot of the running of the station was via the Colicoids, a creepy insect species that built a lot of the CIS ships, vehicles, and droids. This was the same species who had cathedral-like shipyards, and thought that design itself was something holy. So I wonder if they felt any reverence in managing an operation that mined the substance that connected the psychic and physical planes, as this Imperial Colicoid alliance is extremely odd. Even before the Battle of Yavin, the Rebel Alliance had launched some daring raids on Kessel to rescue some POWs. And in a separate incident, the notorious Tiber Zahn staged a prisoner revolt and escaped with one of his allies. To tighten this up, the Imps put several enormous satellites in orbit to better connect the individual camps to the protecting fleets, which included at least 1 Victory-class, 2 Acclamators, and 2 Tartan-class patrol cruisers, along with dozens each of TIE fighters, interceptors, and bombers, and even a squad of TIE defenders. Zahn was actually crazy enough to come back with some of his consortium and take these forces on, with some accounts saying that he defeated all of the Imperial forces. When Admiral Akbar was captured by Boba Fett, he was on his way to what was likely a death sentence working the mines of Kessel. But luckily, the Star Destroyer that was transporting him was raided by Renegade Squadron, though Wedge Antilles was actually imprisoned on Kessel, and was even scheduled for execution, getting as close as being packed onto the train that was taking him to the death camp, when Luke and Rogue Squadron were able to show up and save the day, freeing Antilles and rolling this victory into freeing the majority of the prisoners on Kessel. At this point in its history, the Imps had installed several atmosphere generators. But when word of the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Endor, the commanders decided to shut these systems off, and simply work the prisoners remaining to death in this thinning atmosphere. But after liberating Kashyyyk, Solo, Lando, and Chewie, along with a contingent of Wookiee soldiers, all headed to the rescue. They were able to get the atmosphere back pumping, and eventually saved all of the prisoners. A civil war would break out amongst the Imperials, involving Hyssa, Trioculus, and Morith Duel. They all ended up torturing and betraying each other trying to hold on to power, and they would keep it out of New Republic hands up until 13 ABY. Here, Nin Nub would be put in charge of the spice capital of the galaxy. He was put in place by Lando Calrissian, who, with the Imperials taken care of and the New Republic unsure what to do with it, the lifetime hustler was able to legally purchase these mines. And this is the point you can start making your conspiracy videos on how Han and Lando teamed up to finesse all of the crime bosses and even the Emperor out of the sole spice-producing planet in the galaxy, leading a whole rebellion just to become legal, monopolistic spice lords. Luke's wife, Mara Jade, helped with the general operation of Calrissian's various business ventures, but it was Nien Nunb who came up with the idea of using blind, sentient species like the craniopods to work the mines. No longer slaves, they were paid a good wage, as the medicinal and safe recreational use of spice was such a profitable business that Lando and Nub were swimming in credits, turning what was once a place synonymous with hell, where slaves were worked to death, into a career that a lot of people actually sought out, with greatly increased quality of living on site, and even the craniopods setting up thriving communities. But to bring this story full circle, when Leia and Han were helping to map out some of the uncharted tunnels, they discovered a fissure in the rock caused by a quake. This new opening led to a city-sized area, containing new life forms like fungi, centipedes, and different forms of spiders, along with a sort of miniature hawk bat. Much more biodiversity than you see elsewhere on Kessel, like some sort of hollow Kessel Earth. There was a whole world under the surface. This is when Leia was able to sense that those bogies flying about were actually transferring information into a different realm. And she was the one that connected the dots on the ancient machinery, seeing that it must all somehow have been crafted by and serving some purpose to the Celestials. After this, we don't hear a lot from Kessel, except for when the Yuuzhan Vong invaded. It was one of the many places that they captured. That's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Order 66 survivors hid out there in one of the abandoned mines, and tried to lure Darth Vader into a trap. It didn't work. No Jedi escaped. And there's a detail that's kind of confusing, but there was a Republic-run prison/mining operation on Kessel before the Empire. Cassar Forge was a teacher in this program and helped convicts to learn how to re-enter society upon release. He would also end up being the father of 2 Rogue Squadron pilots, Lujane and Inriri. Its moon, named Garrison Moon, was destroyed by a prototype Death Star laser, which was concealed in the maw which enveloped Kessel. This moon was also known as the Sky Bogey by miners, a sort of larger version of the small bogies that floated around Kessel. In the original script, the word was written as Kissel, K-I-S-S-E-L, and in the work The Second Kessel Run, Kessel was depicted as being a lush, giant, fungy forest planet. But when making the Essential Atlas, this was retconned into being Little Kessel, a world near the Kessel Run. But the new Essential chronology still had Kessel looking like a greenish-blue spherical world, and that's how it's shown in Star Wars Galaxy Jump to Lightspeed and Battlefront Renegade Squadron. And so that's probably why it looks different in canon. A lot of additional information comes from these sources. If you want to pick them up, or the real-world books that lay out some of the theories on hallucinogen connections to different realms, the stuff that seems to have inspired the Star Wars lore on this, all that's linked down below. But most important of all, remember, the Emperor was kind of a failure. The real masterminds were Lando and Nien Nunb, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is going to be a bit shorter and a lot more informal, but while making part 2 of Ahsoka's complete life, I noticed something that was really interesting. This symbol that we first see on Mortis was later seen on Ilum and even the Jedi Temple on Lothal. This is going to get really crazy, and I definitely want to hear your opinions on this, so be sure to comment them down below. And I'll just lay out all the similarities and connections between these 3 sites, and how it points to the ones being the precursors or creators of the Jedi Order, at a time that would be much further back than any Star Wars material has ever covered. So this symbol is first seen on many different spots on Mortis. I noticed that it was also outside of the structure on Ilum, in this circle where the younglings have to call on the Force to open the temple up. And then when we go inside, we see that it's all over the walls, and again on the floor in multiple locations. The only other place we ever saw this was on Mortis, and it would be on no other location in the Clone Wars. and then we only see it once in Rebels in the Lothal Temple. In both locations, the architecture is very Mortis-like. On Ilum, when the entryway is revealed, look how similar this is to the spire from the Father's dwelling on Mortis. Both here and on Lothal, the exterior is made to look like it is a part of nature, but descends away to reveal the entrance. And inside of both, the lines and angles, doorways, and just overall look is very similar to Mortis. And we also saw that these locations on the ground containing the symbol required the being that was tested to stand inside of it, like when the Father conducted the test to see if Anakin was truly the chosen one. Similarly, the younglings on Ilum stand in this circle containing the Mortis symbol in order to open up this location. And then with Kanan and Ezra, we get the same idea for the Lothal Temple. Which is a really cool detail when they made this episode, and something which makes me think that this does have a connection, something that you really had to pay attention to see, is that throughout this entire episode you never get a good top-down angle. You can't see this symbol until the very end. If you look close, you can just barely see it here, kinda covered in grass, and clearly something that the Rebel show creators did on purpose. Just faint enough to miss it, but if you knew where to look, you would see this Mortis symbol. For more connections, this is also the place where Ezra gets his Kyber crystal, the exact same reason that the younglings went to Ilum. All three of these locations also serve to test their visitors. Anakin was shown visions of the future, and haunted by the visions of the past in the form of his mother, while Ahsoka would see a vision of her future self, which tested her confidence in her future as Skywalker's Padawan. Obi-Wan's faith in Anakin would also be tested. Basically, this whole arc was just a series of tests for this trio. Similarly, each of the younglings on Ilum were tested in ways particular to each of their weaknesses. And as we would expect, we see the same thing with Ezra at the Lothal Temple, being plagued with vision after vision that test his fear of losing his master, Kanan Jarrus, and his insecurities as being one of the newest members of the Spectres. Remember, Mortis is a place where the Ones, known only as the Father, the Daughter, and the Son, called home. A location that was in a plane of existence outside of the normal galaxy. They were originally from the normal Star Wars galaxy, but the Father states that long ago he decided that their powers in the Force were too great.
My children and I can manipulate the Force like no other. Therefore, it was necessary to withdraw from the temporal world.
To anyone who might dismiss this arc as some weird one-off, or just something not important to the lore overall, I would point to a lot of things coming back from this arc. Ahsoka is revived here via a Force transfer, something that obviously played a big role in Episode 9, and I think it's the first time this is ever shown on screen. And then things like the bird that represents the daughter having this still not fully understood connection with Ahsoka, while what might be the most important of all is the time travel aspect introduced in Rebels, with the past and the future of both Anakin and Ahsoka being a major factor in the Mortis arc, and we see the Ones being on the entrance to the world between worlds. The Mortis arc in the Clone Wars is both canon and Legends, but that arc was older and could have been easily just ignored in canon, leaving it to the sort of dream or hallucination explanation that a lot of fans went with. Instead, they bring the Ones back to be depicted on the gateway on Lothal. Not some sort of dream, but the very real world between worlds, which has doors that open up to different locations across the galaxy, allowing one to play with the rules of time. An ability that the Ones had, with the Father getting extremely mad at the Son for showing Anakin visions of his potential future. So their existence as being important in canon as well has definitely been cemented in the new lore. But what I'm saying is that this connection with the symbols and the similarities of these locations is that the Ones may have been the originators of the Jedi Order. I think that's the breadcrumbs we're supposed to follow from both Rebels and the Clone Wars. An order which in the past must have also included practice of what later Jedi would call the dark side. On Mortis, we see that the Ones know how the Jedi view themselves and the Sith, and see the Jedi Order's whole dichotomy to be incredibly oversimplified. The Jedi's weapon is the lightsaber, and its power comes from the Force coming through the Kyber crystal. These crystals work as a gateway between the physical world and the metaphysical power of the Force. If we are to believe that the Lothal Temple, the entry to the world between worlds, and the Ilum Temple were all built by the Ones, then it seems that while the Father decided to remove himself from the galaxy in order to keep some sort of balance, he created these locations to test worthy individuals across the ages. As the Ones were once physical, and became purely non-physical, the Ones made these Kyber crystals to act as a conduit, a physical thing that can channel the Force into a weapon that can be used by both those who wish to spread light and those who wish to spread dark. A power that you could only receive if you could pass the trial in the buildings that each bear this Mortis symbol. And this role of the Kyber crystal is also the role of the Force user themselves. Again, as if the writers are trying to give us clues here, the very first words we see spoken inside of the Ilum Temple are these.
The Force, made physical, a Jedi is. Comes great responsibility with that, yes?
Yoda is saying that the Jedi is a conduit through which the Force can take action in this physical world. While the embodiment of the Force is on Mortis, this physical universe would be the greatest test site of all. While Ilum and Lothal had their specific tests for their specific goals, it is as if the ones use this physical universe as one big test of character. The Father wants there to be dark and conflict with the light, and ensures that if you are to embark in this struggle, you too will be tested. With most of the greatest Jedi throughout the ages, all seeing life as a series of trials placed on you by the Force itself. This naturally got me thinking of Kreia, who I think rightly identified the Force as the font of all suffering. That in this setup, where Force-sensitive beings receive immense power to do good or enormous amounts of evil, in a universe where souls of each and every being are constantly tested with hardship, you could prevent all of this if only you could destroy the Force. And interestingly, the Vong from outside the galaxy that the Ones originated from do not interact with the Force at all, neither using it or being affected by it. So if we want to think in terms of legends, as the Ones and Mortis also exist in legends, it's kind of cool to think how all this could sync up. So I just thought that was all really neat. Not sure what they'll do with that, but I definitely think that these ancient Jedi sites were actually created by the Ones, and may play a larger role in Star Wars metaphysics in general. I don't know how I didn't catch these symbols being in all three of these places before, but definitely let me know if you did, and comment what you make of all of this. But most important of all, remember, it's all one big Force trial, and the Force will be with you, always. We all know how Krennic got his credit stolen with the Death Star project, but also the amazing Delta-class shuttle would have never been produced if it wasn't for the keen eye of the director.
We stand here amidst my achievement, not yours!
What's up, meta-nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown in history of the Delta-class T-3C shuttle. It was most famously used by director Orson Krennic, and it has a ton of features that make it one of the most unique shuttles in the galaxy. The Delta-class was manufactured by Cygnus Spaceworks and Sinar Fleet Systems, the creators of all the Empire's other iconic folding wing-style shuttles. These are officially called the Abecedarian line of shuttles, and the ship's engineer Lamia Tion got the inspiration for these wings from her love of paper folding art, the Star Wars origami, and saw that it had a practical purpose of reducing the footprint in the hangar. With the wings in the upright position, the Delta had a height of 25.1 meters, or 82 feet and 4 inches, which is roughly an Ewok plus a Wookiee taller than an AT-AT, while its length of 14.39 meters or 47 feet 2 inches was more than twice that of the TIE Fighter. There are no official numbers for its width, but it appears to be around 50 meters or 164 feet when in flight, which would be about 8 TIE Fighters across. Now these long wing-like structures may seem impractical, but they were the result of some really interesting engineering. Almost all of the Imperial shuttles produced by Sinar Fleet Systems and Cygnus Spaceworks have these origami-inspired wings. The first reason was, as I mentioned, just to take up less room in the hangar. When its 4 landing pads came out, there was a nice sturdy base, with all of its profile going up instead of out to the sides. We take this for granted with the Empire, but just imagine how impractical something like the Naboo ships would be sitting inside of a military hangar. These wings also gave it better stability in the wide range of atmospheres that the Delta-class would be slicing through. But I would say the most impressive engineering aspect is that each of these wings are lined with deflector shield projectors. Ships have deflector shield generators usually located in the main body of the ship, often right near the bridge or cockpit, but it is your projectors that send out the shield to create a protective bubble around the ship. That's why you can have phrases like
switch all power to front deflector strain.
Try and hold them off. Angle the deflector shield while I make the calculations for the jump to light speed.
So it isn't like there's separate shield generators in each of those locations, but shorthand for saying that you want to put more power into projecting that shield to a particular area. But in the case of the Delta-class, they actually did put 2 separate deflector shield generators, and then designed these wings so that they split up space around it into 3 separate parts, and each of these wings were lined with multiple shield projectors. 2 generators and numerous projectors gave you a highly refined response to any incoming attacks. And we can imagine that mastering this complex shield projector system required some of the top talent in the Empire. And the Delta-class had a 6-man crew, a pilot, co-pilot, navigator, gunner, comms operator, and engineer. And with their talents, they were able to triangulate the projection of the shields, or even triangulate to multiple locations at once since you had those 2 separate generators. All of this meant that it wasn't just a vague forward or rear, but pinpointed to anywhere in this sphere of coverage. The wings also housed the secure HoloNet and subspace transmitter arrays, allowing the Delta-class to stay in constant contact with the Empire, even while in the most remote parts of the galaxy or even in hyperspace. And then the tips of each of these wings also had their own laser cannon, in addition to the 2 dual laser cannons mounted on the hull. All of these systems required an enormous amount of power and fuel, which made up a majority of the volume of the interior of the main body, which is also where they house the enormous pair of ion engines. We get a good look at the thrust that these can generate when it took off from the secret weapons facility on Iadu. When the engines engaged, they sent Jyn Erso flying off the platform. These SFS-215 ion engines could get it up to a top atmospheric speed of 1,000 km per hour, or 621 miles per hour, making it just a bit slower than the X-Wing, tied with the Sentinel-class shuttle, and an impressive 150 km per hour faster than the Lambda. This engine array would also house the hyperdrive, which included the top-of-the-line SFS IG-45 Class 1 hyperdrive, along with a backup Class 10. This gave the shuttle the ability to transport its VIPs across the galaxy in as quick a time as possible, being faster than an Imperial Star Destroyer, and only highly modified ships like the Millennium Falcon were faster. On top of all this, the entire ship was wrapped in this radar scrambling skin, this black paint job containing material that was similar to the Death Trooper's armor, which was covered in a spray polymer called Reflect, something that would alter the electromagnetic waves utilized by most sensors. As for its history, originally Sinar Fleet Systems created the Delta-class as a sort of concept ship, something that could test the theory of a stealth shuttle with these great shield-projecting wings. But like most awesome concept designs, they never intended to actually produce these in great numbers. No Delta-class shuttles were slated to be incorporated into the Empire until director Krennic set his eyes on the design. He was attracted to the look, but he fell in love with the ship's capabilities, being the ultimate shuttle for one who wished to traverse the galaxy quickly while remaining undetected, and all the while be impervious to any chance of attack by pirate gangs or rebels with that impressive shield array. The official cost once it was sold to the Empire was 160,000 credits, which is only 20k more than the Lambda, and a little more than 2 TIE fighters, and the one that Krennic picked up was designated ST-149. But to put this ship in context, it's important to remember that most of the Imperials wanted their position for the privileges it provided. In the time of the Empire, political power was the ultimate status symbol and best means to luxury. No longer strength, hard work, intellect, or your credits. And as you would expect, the Imperial shuttles had lavish quarters for the important imps on board, but not Krennic's shuttle. The cabin was specialized for the 6 Death Troopers that escorted him everywhere, and even his personal quarters were very Spartan. The Delta could carry 30 passengers, which in Krennic's case might just be filled with more troopers or other research VIPs. And your standard amount of supplies on board were said to last for 3 months. Though not a mainstay like the Lambda or Sentinel, Krennic would use this ship for over a decade. We saw it in 0 BBY being used to go kidnap Galen Erso, later at the research station on Iadu, and then to Mustafar to visit Darth Vader's castle, before meeting its ultimate end on Scarif. The shuttle would have likely been destroyed by the debris raining down from the main tower on Scarif after Krennic got sniped by the Death Star. If not by this debris, then it was likely vaporized as the explosion spread. That's it for its breakdown, but there's some really cool additional facts and behind the scenes stuff I wanted to mention. There was one other person that was known to use the Delta-class shuttle. It was Imperial Inspector Magna Tolvan, who used it during her hunt for the hacker and archaeologist Dr. Aphra between the years 0 to 3 ABY. There's also kind of a funny lore play on the intense rivalry between Krennic and Tarkin, with Tarkin always finding ways to appear more important than Krennic, being something that is mirrored in their ships. Tarkin has an actual stealth ship, the Carrion Spike, that can go invisible not just to equipment but even the naked eye, while Krennic of course only has the next best thing, just under it, number 2 on the list of best stealth ships in the galaxy as it were. Also, the Carrion Spike was considered to be the fastest ship in the Imperial Navy, despite both having a Class 1 hyperdrive. This may be the result of a variety of factors that make it slightly faster when traveling through the Blue Void, but it's also hilarious to think that they might be the same speed, and Tarkin's ship just gets the title of fastest in the Empire. There's also a funny story with Krennic's personal aide, Captain Dunstig Taro, whose role it was to keep Krennic up to date with important Imperial messages, while also acting as the ship's pilot for a majority of the time. Taro came to love the Delta-class so much that he nicknamed the ST-149 the Pterodon, the ancient flying reptile having a similar profile with its enormous wings and its head protrusion, while also being a playoff of his own name. The comic that was mentioned earlier was Dr. Aphra 16, but when it appears here and in the Rogue One comic adaptation, it has a red engine glow despite being blue everywhere else. The Delta-class also has its own LEGO set, and a ton of books that have expanded on its details, including the Rogue One Visual Guide, Encyclopedia of Starfighters, and most in-depth was the Dawn of the Rebellion RPG Guide. So that's it for the Delta-class T3C shuttle. But most important of all, remember, Erso had the genius, Krennic had the vision, but Tarkin understood politics. And the Force will be with you. Always. What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to be a complete breakdown of the watery world of Mon Cala, also known as Dak. This planet has a ton of awesome details in both canon and legends, many of which are the same, but when they're exclusive I will have a canon or legend sign on the screen if you care about that distinction. This is one of the most fascinating planets in the galaxy, with some of the strangest plant and animal life, really weird locations, and a deep and rich history. So let's jump into it. We should point out that the Quarren in their Quarrenese language, and in the eponymous Mon Calamari language, both refer to this planet as Dak. But the Mon Calamari were a more technologically advanced species than the Quarren, having already spread out and studied a few of their nearest celestial bodies by the time the human representatives of the Republic made first contact. That was way back in the year 4166 BBY. Because these were the people they met with, the planet was named after them in the Republic's database. The name stuck from then on out, but I will use both names throughout the video. This world was located at coordinates U6 on the galactic map, being in the Outer Rim territories in the Calamari sector within the Mon Calamari system, which was a binary star system with 8 orbits. The first planet was Mo Luxu, a barren, rocky planetoid with no moons. Dak was number 2 with 1 moon, that was much like our moon here on Earth. At the third position was the uncreatively named Iceberg 1, which was simply a large ball of ice, but it too had a moon. Fourth orbit was Iceberg 2, followed by Mon Aron. This world was one of those that the Calamari had discovered and eventually terraformed to act as a colony. That world had 2 moons, while it was followed by the gas giant Sep Elopon and its 32 moons. Not much could be done here except for mine the gases, and it is unknown if any of those moons were ever utilized. And in the last 2 orbits are Iceberg 3 and 4, though there is constant debate amongst both Republic and Calamari astronomers stating that both of those icebergs should really be considered comets that were just captured by the binary stars. Now that we know about its celestial neighborhood, let's head down to Mon Cala itself. With a diameter of 11,030 kilometers or 6,854 miles, it was just a bit smaller than Earth, and more than twice the size of Mustafar. Its rotation period, or day, and orbital period, or year, were also similar to Earth, at 21-hour days and 398 days in a year. The atmosphere was Type 1, which was breathable for most species, and had moderate temperatures as well as standard gravity. Almost the entire surface was covered in water, but there were some locations that poked up above the waves. While the Quarren evolved in the deepest parts of the oceans, the Mon Calamari grew up in the water but would also go up on land. This amphibious nature is what saved the species early on, when the Quarren attacks nearly made the Calamari go extinct. But the ability to regroup and take refuge on these islands, while also use this as a place to manufacture weapons, allowed them to turn the tide of this early tribal warfare, to the point that the Quarrens were the ones that were almost extinct. While these bits of landmass are so few and far between, this advantage set them on course to technological dominance over their underwater neighbors for the rest of history. Eventually these islands would be expanded, along with adding completely artificial island cities. The capital, Mon Cala City, would remain underwater, but there were major sites like Dak City and New Coral City that were above water, and acted as major ports. While many, like Bell City, would have major sections both above and below the water, acting like a comfy place to live for the natives, with short transit times to the busy hubs visited by offworlders. Tarkin once said, quote, "Mon Cala is a valuable world in many ways, its people, technology, and civilization. Why, Emperor Palpatine himself enjoys the Mon Calamari aquatic ballet." That was the show going on while Palpatine told Anakin the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise, and there were several of these performing arts centers spread across Mon Cala. The Mon Caladrome was an enormous and incredibly elegant opera house that rose out just above the surface to allow easy access to off-world visitors. While there were also resort cities like those of Crystal Reef, so called because it was situated near the icebergs of the Northern Pole. This playground had numerous gambling facilities and would end up hosting some criminal organizations like Black Sun. And there were even pod racer courses at Orotoru Ga'am and at the nearby Grand Reefs. So there was tons of entertainment both on-world and as cultural exports. But at the end of the day, the major exports were still seafood and the high-tech equipment for starships and weapons, while the imports were the diverse foods and medicines that could be acquired from a galaxy-spanning economy. Also taking in some valuable tech as well, with things like hyperdrives being the miracle of space travel that opened the world up to endless opportunities. But the Mon Calamari made shields that were considered one of the best credits could buy, so you can see why it was so crucial to the Republic. By the time of the Clone Wars, the population of Dak was 27.5 billion, with 49% Quarren, 46% Mon Calamari, a surprisingly high 4% human, and 1% listed as other. One of the most interesting other were the Whalodons. These are a sentient whale-like species that never developed any technology, but which could intelligently communicate with others via their sing-song language. Early on in the Mon Calamari rule over this planet, they had outlawed any hunting of the Whalodon. But later when the Empire took over, they saw these majestic creatures simply as a great source of protein, setting up processing centers and flying in hordes of Aqualish to hunt them down and chop them up. But their entire history before that was really peaceful, with cities like Aquarius being built so that they could interact with other species, including offworlders. Aquarius being an enormous oxygen bubble dome city, providing for an incredible experience for O2 breathing visitors, who could walk around on the ocean floor without any dive suits, and some would even learn to speak with these enormous intelligent creatures. There was also a ton of other plant and wildlife in this watery world, and this is where things get really weird. I truly believe that Mon Cala has some of the most insane, complex, and just overall interesting life in the entire galaxy. You'll see that a lot of them focus on their telepathic ability. Starting off is the Amphihydrus, a simple looking frog that has the interesting ability of mind control, and these things are considered force sensitive. Just think about how many sapient species out there in the galaxy, like humans, only have a tiny fraction of their population that are force sensitive, whereas this entire frog species can use telepathy to control their prey. And studies have shown that they were exclusively utilizing the dark side of the force. This once became a planet-wide emergency with the boom of off-world trade, as things like rancors were being imported to Dak. The Amphihydrus essentially launched numerous terrorist attacks across major cities, making the rancors and similar large beasts go on killing sprees, to the point that the Empire had to step in and launch a war on these frogs. They tried to make them go extinct, but there are still traces of small communities of these darksider amphibians across the world. And an interesting thing to consider, though not directly addressed by the lore, is if they can control sapient offworlders. It doesn't seem like the native larger beings like the Quarren, Calamari, or Whalodons were ever affected by them, perhaps due to some natural defenses against psychic attacks that we would expect to naturally arrive when you develop on a world with so many telepathic creatures. But most species of offworlders would likely have no defenses, so let me know what you think about this in the comments. Blobfish were more simple creatures that live in the sea trees, and would travel through the kelp forest in swarms of thousands. Their main threat was the blossoming gulper, which had limbs that resembled the sea tree, using these as a lure while it burrowed itself into the sandy sea floor. These sands were also the home to coral worms, which are considered a delicacy by several different species, while cubicle worms were a threat to the pod racers on the Grand Reefs. The Dak anchovy was loved across the galaxy, but some, like the famous chef Dexter Jetster, had a dangerous allergy to these and Mon Calamari. Cowl were crab-like creatures whose shells were so strong that they were used by the Mon Calamari Knights as a shield. The devil squid was one of the most fearsome creatures under the seas, dominating the deepest regions of Dak called the Devil's Crevasse. At around 10 meters or 33 feet, these things were used as war squids by Imperial Knight Tree Sind in 137 ABY. He used the Force to control several of them in his fight against the even more powerful Sea Leviathan, a creature that was not a natural life form native to Dak, but a Sith spawn, an alchemically engineered horror. The Great Ungnis Trench was one of the largest trenches on Mon Cala, and which also housed some of this world's most terrifying creatures, the as yet unnamed giant squid-like monstrosity that once attacked Darth Vader. While the Krakana was like a shark but with numerous spiked appendages, and even more feared than the larger monstrosities just mentioned. Because while you were unlikely to ever encounter one of those giant squids, this creature was known to roam throughout the entire planet, snatching up natives and intensely feared by offworlders. It was related to the larger Keelkana, which were used as mounts by the Calamari Knights. While a type of crustacean called the Titan Cantre was used for its armor, its skin being tough yet pliable to make this protective suit. The Lee Rome was a type of clam that was used to hold the crown of the monarch of the Mon Calamari, and then there was the Mon Cala eel that was harnessed as a torture device on prisoners, as well as the scarier Chorn, an eel that would often resort to cannibalism and was considered a delicacy by the Quarrens, and by no one else. Flailers were leech-like creatures that would suck your blood, and of course there were countless types of fish, many of which were kept as pets, with Calamari debating as to which ones were the smartest, much like many dog breeds here on Earth. The organic gill was a bioengineered species. It naturally converted water into oxygen, and with some tweaking they could be mass-grown and altered to sell as a face mask for offworlders, acting as a more efficient and environmentally friendly form of diving gear. Trumpetweed was a plant that when fossilized was seen as a beautiful piece of natural art by many species. Quarren Senator Tikes gave some of these to the Naboo Senator Palpatine, even including enormous pearls to set up on top. And one tourist attraction was that once a year, billions of single-celled algae bloomed, causing a green stripe across the equator of the planet. But the last two creatures I want to mention are the most noteworthy telepaths. The Moapa were a telepathic species that would normally float through the seas as individuals, but could physically link for both offense and defense, which also turned them from mindless organisms into a great collective intelligence. During the Clone Wars, they would align with the Quarren Isolation League, and one grouping even attacked Kit Fisto. Once he learned how intelligent this race could be, he ordered that the Calamari send diplomats, initiating talks that would eventually lead with a treaty with this unique species. But the strangest organism has to be the Knowledge Bank. In canon, they are simply known as the Intelligent Mollusk, and Senator Tikes had at least one of them relocated to a pool inside of his office, located in the Senate building. They are sapient, bivalve mollusks found deep on the ocean floor. Their telepathic abilities are so powerful that the bank collectively forms a sort of computer archive, recording the thoughts of all life on Mon Cala, using the oceans as a giant connected medium, and controlling the minds of many fish species, acting as sorts of Wi-Fi extenders across the globe. Relays that would spread their telepathic ability so that they could collect the thoughts of everything throughout the years, developing a complete history of the planet through the eyes of each that lived it. When off-worlders came to visit, it would read their minds as well, developing a deep understanding of the galaxy at large. When Leia met with them, she reasoned that they must have a connection with the Force. And unlike those evil frogs, they seemed to be aligned with the light, reading the intentions of those who sought their wisdom, and only aiding enlightened Mon Calamari and Quarren, who would request knowledge through a complex religious ritual. While the minds of the off-worlders were unknowingly examined via the clam's fish spies, Leia is thought to be the only human to ever actually meet with the Knowledge Bank, and many of the native population had no clue where these mythological beings were, making me think that Senator Tikes' display on Coruscant had to be seen as either an outrageously offensive action, or the complete opposite, that the Knowledge Bank requested to have a member moved to the capital of the galaxy. What better place to collect even more information? And we can end the list of species with one mysterious artificial creature. One day over the seas near Foam Wander City, a strange metallic craft appeared, and suddenly dropped a device into the ocean. Soon after, nearby fishermen started hauling up 1.5 meter wide droids they called nanostars. It would move through a series of flexible screw appendages, and zap anything that came to investigate it. Their purpose and origin remain as one of the most confusing mysteries in the entire galaxy. So again, let me know what you think about them in the comments. As for its history, I already mentioned how the Mon Calamari's tech allowed them to become the dominant species on Dak. And though their government would change over the millennia, even at the time of the Clone Wars it was still a monarchy with a representative council. It was also an inherited throne, and this was a constant source of tension with the Quarren. Dooku had their king Yos Kolina assassinated, and pushed Quarren chieftain No Sarai to secede, dragging the entire planet into civil war. As soon as the Empire came to power, this was one of their first targets, mostly for the reasons Tarkin mentioned earlier, that if these fish folk denied the Emperor, it would be inspiring to many, and their tech would provide enormous military aid to any rebels. The siege of this world was intense, but the Mon Calamari were able to convert some of their cities into enormous starships, breaking through the blockade and fulfilling one of the Emperor's worst nightmares, as the Mon Cala fleets and expertise were the single largest addition to the Rebel Alliance. Later, they would find Imperial records that confirmed a fear that Luke Skywalker had experienced in a dream state, showing that just like his vision, after Alderaan, Mon Cala was set to be destroyed by the first Death Star, and the first target of the second Death Star was this watery world. Later, during the rise of the First Order, history would repeat itself. This time it would be No Sarai's advisor, Gi, who wanted the Quarren to become the rulers of Dak, secretly contacting the First Order and reporting on the ships that were being made for the New Republic. General Hux would personally lead the attack, but we can assume that this was a Resistance victory. Now in the Legends timeline, the Mon Calamari and Quarren were able to drive off their Imperial overlords. These two species dedicating everything to the Alliance, and their shipyards would undergo continuous expansion and upgrades for over a century. They would be crucial to the defeat of the extragalactic invaders the Yuuzhan Vong, and the many Imperial remnant groups that rose up over the years. By the year 137 ABY, Mon Cala's orbital shipyard was larger than that of Kuat Drive Yards, the once undisputed King shipwright. But during the Second Imperial Civil War, this planet was again captured by the Empire. In an Alliance fleet counterattack, 1/3 of the shipyard was destroyed, and the Sith scientist Vol-Icin unleashed a poison that would spread throughout the entire watery world, an attempt by this new empire to eliminate the threats from Dak once and for all. The Alliance was only able to evacuate 20% of the 27 billion population of sapient creatures, like the Mon Calamari, Quarren, Whalodons, and Moapa, while all of the planet and animal life left behind was killed. Besides any of them that might be in captivity off-world, they were now completely extinct, including the Knowledge Bank. And this fate of Mon Cala was never reversed. Many of the survivors were transported to live inside of the orbital shipyard, but that's how it was left in Legends. The sad ending to one of the most vibrant, interesting, and important worlds in the entire galaxy. So that's it for Dak or Mon Cala, but you definitely want to hear the cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The very first mention of this planet was in the 1982 issue of Bantha Tracks, where they gave readers a preview of the Mon Calamari species, saying that they hailed from the planet Dak. Their home would later be called Calamari, Mon Calamari, Mon's Calamari, and Mon Cala in various media over the decades. And the name Dak was for a time so obscure that people debated if it was canon. It wasn't until the RPG guide Geonosis and the Outer Rim Worlds brought it back, and then it would be called that in various other media throughout the years. The Water World would go on to become one of the most depicted planets in Star Wars media, perhaps the most of any world that was not in the films. Speaking of which, and this might really upset you, but that canon comic I mentioned where the First Order is assembling over Mon Cala simply ends and says continued in the Rise of Skywalker. This battle was not concluded in any other material, so I have to guess that this was just another storyline that was abandoned in the new trilogy. To think we could have not only seen this world in a film, but a major space battle between one of the New Republic's greatest shipwrights. Don't think about it too long. This world has also appeared in a ton of video games and comics, and a lot of the details come from there, but mostly the essential Atlas, the Guide to Warfare, and Ultimate Star Wars. But most important of all, remember, everyone's gangster till the fish start turning their cities into starships, and the Force will be with you. Always. Have you ever wondered what the fish folk starfighter would look like? What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is going to be really short, but I just wanted to cover a couple of Mon Calamari fighters that I think most people have never heard of. We all know that their capital ships are some of, if not the best capital ships in the entire galaxy, with their shield generators in particular being highly sought after. They were known to be some of the greatest shipwrights of all time, but we never saw their fighters. Actually we did, but they're just really obscure. So let me start with the canon one first. This is simply referred to as the Mon Calamari fighter, and its first and only appearance is in the comic Allegiance 4. This was part of the build-up to Rise of Skywalker. In it, we see that General No Sarai, who we last saw as the chieftain of the Quarren people during the Clone Wars, the one that was tricked by Dooku and Rift Tamsin into sparking a civil war against the Mon Calamari. That No Sarai was now a general, but was betrayed by his advisor, Gi. This advisor tried to align with the First Order, alerting them about resistant ships that were being built in the Calamari's enormous shipyards. General Hux would lead a massive invasion fleet, knowing this was a world proud of its great naval history. As they all feared the looming threat in orbit, No Sarai offers to atone for his traitorous man, taking a Mon Calamari fighter and weaving through the First Order fleet until he is finally shot down. But it was a sacrifice that brought precious seconds for the Calamari fleets to flee the planet before the FO could engage in orbital bombardment. Now if we take a closer look at the fighter, we can see that it has at least 2 laser cannons, one on each side, and it looks like only room for a single pilot. We might be able to infer that as he was able to lead the TIE FOs on such a long chase, and is only ultimately destroyed by a turbolaser from a capital ship, I think it's safe to say that this fighter would have had an abnormally powerful shield generator. Remember, great shields are what the Mon Calamari were known for. From the nose up to about halfway of this fighter evokes some of the design features of many Mon Cala craft, but the cockpit, fins, and really the entire back half is very similar to an A-Wing. This is 30 years after the Battle of Endor, and the A-Wing was considered one of the best interceptors ever made, so perhaps the Mon Calamari engineers and allies in the Republic simply built the Mon Calamari fighter off of its already proven ship design, adding some features of their own, but keeping the parts of the A-Wing that made it so swift, responsive, and deadly. Just making sure they slapped in one of their superior shield generator systems, and ensure that it was able to travel through water as well. And so that is the first and only sighting of this new Mon Calamari fighter. And the only one that we ever saw in Legends was this thing. But funny enough, even in Legends, we never see this ship used on Dak. But we did see this and its larger variant used during the first Battle of Kamino. Known as the Amphib, it would be used by Commander Mirai, a Calamari who defected to the CIS, using these fighters in his assault on the main reactor of Tipoca City. I think the Calamari hand in creating these is more obvious than that cannon fighter, and seems like a design that was purpose-made for use in a watery world. It too had a pair of laser cannons and a single pilot. But we get some cool frames inside of the ship, where we see it has an amazing cockpit layout with holographic displays and an augmented reality visor that the pilot would wear. And we even get a great line from the Mon Calamari critiquing the Jedi for defending a water world with ships that can't submerge. Luckily for the clones, the city had a pretty strong shield itself. As for the separatist Mon Calamari, he was quickly forced to eat his words, with those Jedi fighters unleashing a barrage that critically damages it, but with a pull from the tractor beam of a Lucre Hulk in orbit, combined with a final push from the Amphib's engines, it was able to get back into atmosphere. And here we see a really interesting thing in common across both canon and legends. Both the Quarren no Sarai and the Mon Calamari Commander Mirai were willing to sacrifice everything at a moment's notice. He would set his Amphib to self-destruct right in the middle of the hyperdrive rings, preventing the Jedi fighters from being able to pursue his separatist Mon Calamari allies. So we get two different Mon Calamari fighter designs, but interestingly their stories have two very similar ends, and both were only depicted in a single comic and in no other Star Wars material. So I hope you were happily surprised to see a Mon Cal fighter existed, and I hope you enjoyed the parallels in their stories as much as I did. But definitely let me know which design you like more. I gotta say, I don't just like the Legends one more, I do think it's an objectively cool design, whereas I was kinda disappointed to see how the canon one just looks like a modded A-Wing, even if it does make some sense with the lore. And to make it even more interesting, I wanted to show you these fan designs for Mon Calamari ships. But these are from Adam Kopp, and then there was this one by Josh Rubesh. I think they're all really cool, and I love that the artist made sure that they all look like they can travel both in and out of water, while also being very unique, and I don't know how, but they just capture a sense of Mon Cala. So out of all of them, comment your favorite. But most important of all, remember, every day you should thank the Force that Palpatine let his annoyance at Alderaan politicians get the best of him. There's plenty of worlds like Alderaan, but only one Mon Cala, and the Force will be with you, always.
Switch to attack mode. Here at 229 Mark 4.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This is part 2 of the complete story of the B-Wing. I split it up since the B6 prototype is very different from the B-Wing that we all know and love, and is only new canon coming from the Rebels TV show. So this video will cover everything from the development of the ASF-01 B-Wing up to production. A full stats breakdown and comparisons, while looking under the Durasteel to see where everything was and how it all worked, as well as its unique history, leaving a legacy that would outlive the New Republic, while also being one of the most difficult ships to master. In that previous video we looked at the development and use of the B6. The Verpine species that ran Slain and Corporal would work alongside Sabine and Quarry to take this wild prototype that shorted out its own hyperdrive and turn it into a fighter that could be mass produced. The most obvious change would be to drop that amazing composite laser. This was a move that was widely critiqued throughout the Alliance, at least by those who knew about it, as its destructive power was so incredible. As pound for pound, it was one of the most deadly starfighter creations. Even if it couldn't support a hyperdrive or even its own shields, I would have to agree with those who think that this should have been produced at least alongside the SF-01 B-Wing as a sort of variant. And it does beg the question why you couldn't at least just extract the weapon system. If the Phantom could carry it around, I think the power to take out an Arquidens in just a few seconds would be well worth it. But also, hyperdrives are one of the most expensive parts of a ship, and we saw that the Rebellion was adamant that this project could simply be too expensive for the Rebellion. Now Legends has it that Admiral Akbar was the lead designer of this ship. In an effort to counter the increased attacks from rebels, the Empire initiated the Convoy Defense Plan. It was a better coordination of the movement of Imperial resources. Instead of having several individual shuttles or transport leaving at slightly different times, they would now all try to be in groups, and accompanied by starfighter escort. It was also called Project Shantipole in Legends, but would have Akbar contacting the Verpine, and working alongside them to get the specifications right for a ship that could act as a more powerful starfighter and bomber. Imperial spy networks picked up communications about this new rebel fighter, and when they learned some of the specs, they were so worried about its effectiveness that they dedicated a ton of intelligence resources to locating the shipyard and capturing the blueprints. This eventually led to a battle between Imperial fighters and the first prototypes, a battle in which this first rebel squadron, Dagger Squadron, was victorious. But in both timelines, it would be year 0 that the B-Wing would hit mass production. So back to canon, the Verpine really appreciated that Corey chose to use Slain and Corporal parts to make his prototype, and so to thank him they let him name the shipyards the Shantipole facility. And as this was a Rebel Alliance fighter, and the first one to be produced here, It was called the Allied Shantipole Facility 01, or ASF-01 for short. And one of the main goals of this project was to replace the Y-Wing. By the time of the Battle of Yavin, they were already more than 2 decades old, with most being rescued right before they were turned into scrap. Each would cost the Alliance 220,000 credits, which was almost twice the cost of an X-Wing, and nearly 4 times the TIE Fighter. But what you got is a ton of high-tech and firepower. I want to start by pointing off something that's often ignored. The B-Wing had incredibly powerful electronic countermeasures, which would interfere with Imperial ships in a variety of ways that make it difficult to lock on and get missiles or torpedoes to actually strike the B-Wing. If it did get hit by stuff like laser cannons, then its Surplex ZR-41 shield generator would absorb it. It wasn't a Mon Calamari shield, it was made by the Verpine, but it's still reported to be one of the toughest of any Rebel starfighter. If we look at its cross-section, we can see that the deflector shield generator was located right in between the cockpit and the engine array, the 2 most important areas on a ship. We'll come back to the cockpit in a second, but we have the shield projectors and these nacelles on each side. This whole area was the engine unit, containing the hyperdrive array here, and the 4 main thrust nozzles over here. This was powered by a single engine, but that would exit through each of the nozzles in varying amounts for thrust vectoring. While this area would house the cooling system intake, but also the retro thrust nozzles that were important for slowing down in space, adding to that whole thrust vectoring idea to give it better maneuvering. The spine of the B-Wing would contain a lot of the tech, like the long-range scanners located here, and the jamming system, followed by the navigation sensor, wing status sensors, and velocity sensors. While the rest of the sensor arrays and ECM countermeasures were right behind this nodule. As for weapons, the B-Wing was designed to be highly customizable. Each of these 4 weapon points could be easily swapped out for other laser cannons or explosive ordnances. This isn't confirmed, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was a bit of a Mandalorian influence. Of course, their people are known for incredibly diverse arsenals that were often unique to each Mando. And we know that Sabine redesigned the weapon systems, so I could see how that makes sense. So it might be a similar concept. It's also great for a rebellion that didn't have the same steady supply lines of a proper army. If they were running low on Tabana gas for the laser cannons, or the opposite and torpedoes were harder to find, you can swap out your weapon systems based on the restrictions of supply, or just for mission-specific roles, allowing you to focus on any combo of ion, laser, or explosive weaponry. But the standard loadout was what we see here in the cross-section. On the end of each wing and at the base of the body are the Armec SW-7A ion cannons. These use the precision targeting laser, the thin cylinder located right next to it, which gave the B-Wing accuracy that drove the Imperials insane. Remember, this was hoped to replace the Y-Wing bomber, and it packed 2 separate proton torpedo launchers, one at the base and one right below the cockpit, with a total payload of 12 standard or 8 heavy torpedoes. Then we have the RX-9 heavy laser cannon also at the base. And we're actually not done. Attached to the cockpit is the Girl 72 twin auto blasters. This worked like a sort of chain gun, in the sense that it would just spray a ton of plasma rounds downrange in rapid fire. They weren't that powerful and had terrible accuracy with no targeting at all. But with this standard loadout, you had an incredible variety of weaponry to take on anything. While it is hard to forget the composite laser of the prototype, you can see why this was considered a worthy replacement to the Y-Wing, and pound for pound would be one of the most powerful ships out there. As the Arquitans being melted through in a few beams was impressive, but a ship like this was more reliable. And with a barrage from those 3 ion cannons followed by 8 heavy torpedoes on board, this could easily bring down a cruiser-sized vessel. And as you'll see when we talk about the history, it could even take on some bigger targets, while the autocannons could rip through the unshielded TIE fighters. So it's definitely more dependable than the prototype, and with those modular features, it was perfect for the Rebel Alliance. And if you're going to be a main starfighter/bomber, you really gotta have the ion cannons, the laser cannons, and the explosives. While as the prototype was just one very deadly, but not very versatile weapon. But we haven't even talked about the positives and negatives of 2 of its most famous features. The first one starts with those wings. The wings extend from the body and contain the anti-gravity repulsor field generators that help to get this thing off the ground. Cruising, these wings would just stay folded up, but in attack mode they would open, giving you a wider firing arc, but also making it more stable when flying through atmosphere. One of the problems was that this S-foil feature could lock up, which could be deadly if you were trying to exit worlds and they couldn't open, or make it nearly impossible to land if you couldn't fold them back down. You'd have to force a really dangerous crash landing, coming down on that lower torpedo magazine. And then there were the complaints from many mechanics that said that even when it was properly parked in a hangar, it was too hard to service the areas underneath these folding wing sections. But to defend this ship from one critique, many believe that it took up too much room in the hangar, but if you look at the footprint of other ships, this isn't really true. At a length of 16.9 meters or 55 feet 5 inches, and a width of 2.9 meters or 9 feet 6 inches, it actually took up less area than the X-Wing or Y-Wing. The length was of course wider than the A-Wing, but it's pretty crazy to think that a heavy starfighter bomber like the B-Wing is actually thinner than that tiny Rebel interceptor. And so as we talk about that second main feature, let's take a look at the cockpit. Starting with the good. The main body can rotate a full 360 degrees around the cockpit, which would allow for a variable firing zone, as you could move your weapons around you without having to change your flight path. In a sense, this made it more agile, because you could move all the rest of the ship around while you were trying to make it through debris or terrain, again without having to change your path. Perhaps more importantly, is that this works as just another targeting countermeasure. You had your ECMs to electronically jam enemy targeting equipment, but because they all worked by zeroing in on the profile of the ship, when the B-Wing effectively changed shape, many targeting computers had a hard time coding if this was the same vessel. Right behind the seat was the life support systems and gyroscope that would make sure that the cockpit remained stable while the body was rotating. And then the cockpit has its own sublight engines, allowing the whole thing to act as an escape pod, with this nodule ejecting from the body in case of emergency. You wouldn't have your hyperdrive systems, so you couldn't get that far, but this concept was to address the shortcoming of the Y-Wing, because the Y-Wing couldn't re-enter atmospheres to make a landing. But with this whole cockpit doubling as an emergency shuttle, you could survive for a while with the attached life support, and use those sublight engines to hopefully navigate towards a friendly ship, or safely down to a planet's surface. So yes, spinning really is a good trick, and the feature was great for both offensive and defensive reasons. But for most pilots, this was a great idea, but simply too overwhelming. Only top Rebel Ace pilots could handle the 360-degree rotating body, and all of the numerous and diverse weaponry, along with the complicated array of sensors and jammers. It also had no astromech support. This was something that the Verpine engineers pushed for, but Quarry insisted that this would both increase the price, but also tax the electrical systems. For hyperspace calculations, there was a navigation computer integrated into the controls, but this still required more input from the pilot than most other fighters. Luckily for the Rebellion though, there were enough excellent pilots to make several B-Wing squadrons. With enough flights, they were able to master this odd beast, and got comfortable working in their own customizations. The most divisive feature was the R9X targeting laser system. Some loved it, and some hated it. What was so genius about this system was that it would fire a very low power bolt at the enemy. It wasn't even enough to damage the enemy vessel, but the computer would be able to use the data gained from these shots to create one of the tightest lock-ons of any starfighter. Using this method, the B-Wing had a 97% accuracy rating, with both its ion cannons and torpedoes. That is ridiculously high, and remember it was hard to hit this thing back with its ECM and rotation countermeasures. But the downside was that it revealed your position. Again, if it hit it, that targeting laser wouldn't do any structural damage to enemy ships, but astute Imperial pilots would see their sensors alerting them to some pinging in a certain direction. And so if they were fast ships like almost all TIE fighter variants, they might have just scared it away with these low power shots. Many pilots preferred to just come in guns blazing with the incredible arsenal that it had, and actually remove the targeting laser entirely to put that energy toward other mounted weapons, often just being a simple medium laser cannon. But some missions would call for swapping out that entire lower nodule and filling it with laser-guided bombs. Wedge Antilles of Rogue Squadron fame loved his X-Wing, but he also was one of the best B-Wing pilots out there, using them to liberate an Imperial prison on Bakura, and later to take out an Imperial-class Star Destroyer in 2 BBY, while its most notable use would be during the Battle of Endor, where they were alongside the Millennium Falcon being piloted by Lando Calrissian. And Blade Squadron, which defended these things as prototypes, would use them to score several starfighter kills, and even take out 2 Star Destroyers, playing a powerful role in the Rebel victory despite being much fewer in number than other Rebel fighters and bombers. And then just to twist the blade, B-Wings would be used to lead the assault on Kuat Drive Yards, a battle that resulted in its capture, the Empire's go-to shipyard, and whose cronies were fine with using political alliances to extinguish operations like Slain and Corporal. And in the years that followed, there would be multiple variants that emerged, like the B-Wing E, for Extended, that enlarged the cockpit and added a gunner to help the pilot. Remember, the original prototype had a pilot and a gunner as well. Now they were just both seated together. And it was this model that Admiral Akbar used often. And then there was the B-Wing shuttle. Same idea, but allowed for a pilot and 2 passengers. But this was more aimed at civilians, and only armed with light ion cannons. A year after Endor, they would be seen in the final battle against the Empire, over the desert world of Jakku. And once the Imperial leadership was completely fractured and their leaders reduced to simple warlords, the B-Wing would continue to fight against these disparate groups, sometimes including the forces of Warlord Zinj, other times defending the world Mon Calamari, and even have to protect their home when the fight came to the Verpine colonies in the Roche asteroid field. And they would be crucial to the liberation of Coruscant, going on to be an official part of the New Republic fleets, where they would then fight off the Yuuzhan Vong. After this, the galaxy was finally seeing long periods of peace, and many B-Wings would have their weapon points replaced with firefighting equipment, some returning to Endor to prevent the spread of forest fires, while others would be used in the dense urban environments like Coruscant. By 34 BBY, the First Order had made its introduction to the galaxy, and just 1 year later, the Resistance would rally several of these now older fighters to bring the fight to the revived Emperor's fleet on Exegol. In the memory of his father, Colonel Aftab Akbar would pilot one of these B-Wings, a ship that his late father helped to produce all those years ago. And its legacy would live on for several forms after this, like the AHS-1 Heavy Assault Airspeeder that was created from the wreckage of a B-Wing, and things like the Besh-type personal starfighter that was released by Slane & Corporal more than 100 years after the B-Wing was introduced. So that's it for the history and breakdown of the B-Wing, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The ship was created for Return of the Jedi by Joe Johnston and Bill George. Bill was so involved with it that they often called it the Bill Wing, but it gets its name from the fact that these two new Rebel fighters were named A Fighter and B Fighter, and that's how they became A-Wing and B-Wing. But funny enough, they also resemble those letters. At least the B-Wing looks like a lowercase b, much like how the X and Y-Wing look like their letters. In the original version of the film, there were a lot less scenes with the B-Wings as its strange shape was hard for the blue screen technology of the time, and so we got more scenes added with later versions, and there's still some great cut scenes. A lot of the details come from the book Star Wars Incredible Cross-Sections, The Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels, Guide to Warfare, the Rebel Starship Manual, and then a ton of RPG guidebooks. There's also a really amazing X-Wing miniature, with a bunch of cards that add details too. But most important of all, remember, when you have to pick the flashy prototype or the reliable starfighter, always go with the more dependable one, especially if it's still bringing down Star Destroyers. And the Force will be with you. Always.
That's impossible.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the B-Wing prototype, going from the origins of the B6 up to the production of what would be the ASF-01 B-Wing, the incredibly complex and powerful starfighter that helped to secure a Rebel victory in the Galactic Civil War. Because everything about the B6 is canon, and it really is such a different ship from the ASF-01, we'll cover that in the next video, because it has quite a long story on its own. But if you truly want to understand the B-Wing, you have to know its origins, so let's go back to 4 years before the Battle of Yavin. The Rebel Alliance was still not officially organized, just a bunch of rebel cells spread throughout the galaxy, but starting to coalesce under the leadership of Bail Organa and Ahsoka Tano. Phoenix Cell was one of the most notable of these groups, who often worked directly with the Clone Wars veterans Rex and Ahsoka. The cell was trying to break an Imperial blockade on the planet Ibar, after getting reports from the citizens that the Imps were attempting to starve the unruly population. The first attempt to deliver supplies was repelled, resulting in the loss of a CR-90. They needed something new, something more powerful to punch through the Imperial fleet. But these ships were all the Rebellion had at this time. This is still years before they would even have X-Wings. Luckily, the old clone Rex had an idea. He knew of a genius Mon Calamari shipwright that was hiding out on the planet Shantipole.
It claims to have built a prototype heavy assault starfighter, a blockade buster. Shipmaster Corey will only discuss his ship in person on the planet Shantipole.
The problem was that this planet was infamous among pilots.
Every pilot in the galaxy knows it's a one-way trip.
The upper atmosphere of Shantipole was covered in miles of thick gas that would be ignited by most of the electronics used by ships, while also having terrain that was covered in spires of rock that just jutted up everywhere. Despite the risk, Kanan agreed with Rex that this was their best shot, and he even gets a nice jab at the cowardly A-Wing pilots before she departs.
And no one else is volunteering to go, but I know you will.
Hera was one of the best pilots in the Rebellion. She would need to be the one to go, though she worries that this might just be a waste of time, that the Ibar people were dying as they speak, but Kanan reassures her that this was their only hope.
You want me to spell it out for you? We can't beat that blockade, not without a better ship.
And so they had to put all of their hope into Rex's estimation of this mysterious hermit shipbuilder. Zeb and Sabine would accompany Hera, and because of that volatile upper atmosphere, they need to cut all of the ship's systems, falling into the planet and gliding their way down to Corey's workshop. After their crash landing, a short, elderly Mon Calamari walks out to greet them. And Phoenix Squad wonders why the Sith would anyone want to build ships in a world like this.
The perfect place to test them. If it can fly here, it can fly anywhere.
Quarry was happy to show off his creation, a brilliant orange ship that appeared to be just a long strip of metal with no wings. A strange profile that thoroughly confused Zeb and Sabine.
That's a ship? Is it upside down?
But the fishfolk was thoroughly proud. It runs down some of the B6's features and weaponry.
High-intensity blasters, ion cannons, and proton torpedoes!
Hera is sold and can't wait to give it a spin, but the Mon Cal shuts her down. He has no idea who she is and has no reason to trust her. This craft represented years of hard work, and the sole purpose of his self-imposed exile.
I've waited a long time for the right pilot. I can wait longer.
Defeated and feeling like this was a waste of time, she resigns to just repairing her shuttle, the Phantom. And Quarry can't help but get involved in the repairs as well. When he does, he realizes how resourceful she is, and how much she cared about the ship, the rebellion, and the people on Ibar. The old fish decides that perhaps this was time to let his baby fly. To the Phoenix Squad's surprise, this would be the very first flight of the B6.
Better to be down here, wishing I was up there, than up there, crashing back down here!
Systems engaged, its repulsors bring it up off the landing pad. The feet retract just fine, but as it goes over the edge, the ion engines abruptly cut off. Zeb and Sabine watch mouth agape as they think they just saw Hera's unceremonious death. But just then the Blade Wing races back into view, soaring through the sky with incredible speed. It's unknown how quick this prototype was. It was noted as being remarkably quick, but the later iteration would only have a top atmospheric speed of 950 km per hour, which was slower than the X-Wing and much slower than a TIE fighter. The prototype's armament included 3 Armec SW5 ion cannons, 2 Grill SQD-1NK high-intensity blasters, and Red Snapper proton torpedoes. But this was pretty standard stuff, and Hera was getting disappointed. Perhaps the old army man Rex didn't know his starfighters.
I was kinda hoping your ship packed more of a punch, Quarry.
Did you pull the big lever on the right?
This was the main event. The 4 corners of the craft engage a beam that focuses and intensifies into an incredibly destructive laser that melts through anything in its path. There are only 4 things in the galaxy that are known to use this composite beam technology. The beam turret on the LA-AT gunship, the main gun on the SPHA Walker, the Death Star, and this prototype. This weapon definitely impressed Hera, but she does note that its targeting systems could use some work, and this is where we start to see a really cool merger. The ASF-01B wing that would be developed from this prototype was a combination of one of the best Mon Calamari ship engineers and an expert Mandalorian weapons systems engineer.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Never get between a Mandalorian and a weapons package.
Sabine was one of the top engineers in the Empire before she defected, being responsible for the Duchess, an arc cannon weapon that could be affixed to the ATDP, which was ingenious in targeting the alloys unique to the Mandalorian Beskar armor, shutting down their rebellion as her fellow Mandos were turned into dust. So Sabine's touch went into tweaking some of these weapon systems on a platform that was geniusly crafted by one of Mon Cala's best Finns. Because though he was a visionary, there were definitely some practical issues with this prototype.
The energy drain from the multi-cannon firing system killed the hyperdrive.
That has been a problem.
The power drain from the composite beam was too much to contain both the weapon and the hyperdrive, so its hyperdrive was shot, but he admits that he couldn't resist upgrading the hyperdrive in the Phantom.
Beautiful, crazy Mon Calamari?
Phoenix Squad would use the Phantom to work as a sort of transport, with the B6 attached to the underside as it was transported through hyperspace. Meanwhile, Kanan tells Hera that they have to continue with their assault on the blockade, as the Ibar people were able to contact them and were reporting massive starvation. Their whole population was just moments away from an excruciating death. The fight would have to start without her, but then the odd orange blade pops into real space and is accelerating right at the Arquitans in orbit.
One ship of unknown design.
I would hardly call that reinforcements.
Sabine would operate the main beam gun. Arquitan's turbo laser is frantically trying to shoot it down, but the expert piloting by Hera gets them close enough for the B6 to open fire. The composite beam works brilliantly, cutting through the durasteel and setting off all sorts of internal power systems and fuel inside of the Imperial vessel. Agent Kallus watches from his bridge in horror, as this weapon gives the rebels a lane to push down to the mountainous regions of Ibar, where the supplies are delivered by the Ghost. On its very first mission, the B6 was so powerful that all Kallus could do was utter the word impossible. And Quarry is happy to see his creation was in such good hands. The rebels would make their jump through hyperspace, and Phoenix leader Jun Sato gives even more good news.
It seems Senator Organa has found a shipwork sympathetic to our cause, and willing to manufacture more of these B-wings in secret.
Under my supervision, of course.
This mission also earns Hera a promotion. She's now Phoenix leader, and becomes Captain Hera. So this ship had one of the most impressive introductions to the galaxy of any vessel in history, but it would take a lot of work to turn it into the B-wing we all know and love. The sympathetic shipworks Organa had been in contact with were Slain and Corporal. The company was run by the sentient insectoid species known as the Verpine, and as a general rule, the further your species was from looking human, the worse the Empire treated you. They had been the creators of the Republic's Praxis turbospeeder, and most notably the V-19 Torrent starfighter. And although these bugs helped fight off the CIS in the Clone Wars, they ended up like so many other companies that watched as the Empire slowly took over control of all of the means of production, and then shifted almost all of their work to Kuat drive yards and Sinar fleet systems. Bail Organa was able to get them to stick out their insectoid necks for the rebellion, pointing out to them that this prototype used a lot of Slain and Corporal parts, and that by using their facility to mass produce the B-wings, they could overthrow these human-centered tyrants, along with the promise of lucrative future New Republic contracts. Quarry would go with them to work on Project Shantipole, and Sabine visited the shipyards as well. An interesting note is that the Verpine species were incredibly rare, only found in their colonies on a remote asteroid field, and we have quotes from Sabine describing the species in her sketchbook, while the Rebel manual mentions that she worked with Quarry to redesign the weapons package. This Mandalorian advanced weapons engineer actively took a role in its redesign, but also with input from Rebel leadership, who pointed out that a power and fuel guzzling fighter was not ideal for a small rebellion, a rebellion that was always suffering from limited resources, with the manual mentioning that if the prototype was mass produced as it was, it would, quote, present technical as well as financial challenges. So let's call it here so that this video can be the complete story of the B6 prototype, and the rest of the story of the B-wing, how it became the most powerful yet insanely complicated starship and bomber of the era, and a full breakdown of its stats and cross-section will all be in the next video. There's a ton of cool details on it from both canon and legends, so it's going to be around 15 minutes on its own. Subscribe if you don't want to miss it, and leave a like and comment about this video if you want to help it in the YouTube algorithm. But most important of all, remember, the tricky thing about ruling an empire is that any remote, cloudy planet may contain a fish building a weapon that could topple you. And the Force will be with you, always. When Darth Vader was about to kill Master Eth Koth, he told the Zabrak that he could sense the Jedi was full of fear and anger. And Koth's response was, quote, "Perhaps it's the Zabrak in me." And thousands of years earlier, Revan was told that the Zabrak will, quote, "keep hacking at a fallen foe even after death, mutilating the corpse out of pure bloodlust." What's up, meta nerds? This video will cover the Zabraks. Everything from their biology, culture, history, and how you get the Iridonian and Dathomirian Zabrak, and look at members that change galactic history, covering all of the lore from both legends and canon. So let's learn more about the violent history of this wild species. Located at coordinates J7 on the galactic map, within the Mid-Rim, it was a centrally located world, sitting on the lucrative Coruscant-Dantooine hyperlane. The conditions here were horrible. Pools of acid and even whole acid seas, with the land being rocky with harsh winds, but the deep canyons contained land that was hospitable to give rise to various life forms. But the Zabrak did not evolve naturally. They were created by the Rakata of the Infinite Empire. More specifically, their genome was crafted by the Mother Machine.
I am a Shah, the Mother Machine. My children are as numerous as the Rakata once were. I called them Twi'lek, Zabrak, Eshka.
An AI that was responsible for answering the question, why are the Rakata losing their connection to the Force? This was a race that grew great power from the dark side of the Force, but over the millennia of the Infinite Empire, this ability was leaving them. The few Force sensitives that remained tasked this AI with figuring out what could be done from the biological side, perhaps early research into midichlorians, and decided that to experiment, they should incarnate several different types of sentient beings. All of them are humanoid, or maybe it's more accurate to say Rakatanoid in shape, with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head which contains a mouth and sensory organs. They would have a similar height of 1.8 meters or 5 feet 9 inches, and similar lifespans averaging 80 years. These species were seeded onto their homeworlds around 30,000 BBY, and the Zabrak would quickly become the dominant species on Iridonia, due to their intelligence, violence, and biological hardiness. The most striking feature were the horns on their head. These shrunk in size over the tens of thousands of years, but at the time that they were planted on Iridonia, they would have been much larger. At a time that biologists believed these would have been used for both offense and defense, these were likely used for combat for social dominance and for securing mates, since the male horns still do grow to be much longer than the females, as the males would engage in fights to the death in order to propagate their genes. And they're still seen on the modern Zabrak, and really start growing significantly once they hit puberty around 12 years old. And by using this X-ray of Master Eth Koth, we can see that they are bones that grow directly out of their skull. These horns would grow in a variety of different patterns, length, and even number. As for diet, they were all carnivorous, so no Naboo wheatgrass for these folks, and they also possess 2 hearts, providing more rapid and thorough oxygenation of the blood when vigorously engaged, either running away from threats or when locked in a fight. This ability is literally superhuman, and would exhaust countless human combatants over the millennia. The harsh conditions on Iridonia also made them relatively less receptive to pain than most species, and their natural predators here were remarkably deadly, honing all the Zabrak into fiercely combative people. Almost all Zabrak would take on facial tattoos during a rite of passage to adulthood, which often indicated their family and region, but some were just chosen by the individual to represent something personal to them. As you might expect, their early civilizations were extremely aggressive, and though they would become more peaceful as their technology and culture became more advanced, this past left a permanent mark on their temperament, as many species regarded most Zabraks to be arrogant at best and murderous at worst, but no one ever called them dumb brutes. Their people had already traveled outside of their solar system tens of thousands of years before the Battle of Yavin, taking less than 5,000 years to go from being spawned by the Rakata to having their own little colonial empire in 5 different solar systems. It was at this point that the Duros discovered them, and likely where the species was introduced to the hyperdrive, the miracle tech that opened them up to the rest of the galaxy. These savvy traders understood that Iridonia was a prime location as a midway point between Coruscant and the Outer Rim, and the dictatorship that ruled Zabrak was quick to make a trade agreement. This brought prosperity to their world, including imports from everything to exotic foods to high tech, that helped to raise their capital city of Maladris to the level of the galaxy's most advanced civilizations. Here, many would slowly lose their native Zabraki language, in favor of the universal language of Galactic Basic. But this all came at a grave cost: war.
Horrifying reports from the Outer Rim seem to portend the utter destruction of the Republic.
The first would be in the year 3996 BBY. These fallen Jedi would set the galaxy ablaze, with their fierce Mandalorian allies terrorizing colonies throughout the outer and mid-rims.
Of all wars in Republic history, the war with the Mandalorians was the bloodiest.
As one war bled into another, resulting in decades and then centuries of war, with only small breaks in between. The Mandalorian warriors were infamous for their brutality, and by this time the number of Zabrak colonies were growing exponentially. They quickly found they were no match for the Mandalorians, but the Zabrak did love a good fight, and those biological advantages mentioned earlier did help them to earn some victories. We get a first-hand account of this from the incredible engineer Bal Dur.
I remembered when word of the Mandalorian attacks arrived on Iridonia. My people had colonies across the Outer Rim. Many of them were among the first systems to fall. I hated them. I wanted to destroy them, to give them the mercy they gave the people they conquered. Victories were rare, but we celebrated every Mandalorian's death. That loss of control blinded me, turned me into a weapon.
This Zabrak was also a Jedi, serving under Mitra Surik during the Mandalorian War, and was who designed, constructed, and activated the mass shadow generator. This war would also see the invasion of Iridonia, where the Mandalorians actually captured the entire planet. Though it should be noted that some Zabrak chose to join their clans, the Mandos always willing to take in any beings that wished to live through conquest, and who lived by the Mandalorian codes of honor. But for most Zabrak, because the Republic was the one fighting off the Mandos and who eventually liberated Iridonia, millions of them rushed to enlist with the Republic Armed Forces. After his creation, the mass shadow generator destroyed Malachor V and ended the Mandalorian Wars, Bal Dur would go on with Mitra Surik to find lost Jedi Masters and help to rebuild the Jedi Order. And this era also saw Jedi Master Kal Sindarach, who held the rank of Battle Master during the Great Galactic War of 3681. His Padawan would become one of the most important and powerful Jedi in the history of the Order, Satil Shan. Both witnessed firsthand the return of the Sith Empire. The Dark Order that was once thought vanquished had returned, and blitzkrieged Korriban. In this opening battle of another decade of war, Durach would be killed in saber combat with Lord Vindican and Malgus, a move that did help ensure that Shan could escape. So it's obvious that the Rakatan experiment to see if they could engineer some deeply force-sensitive creatures seems to have worked. And though their appearance may have been scary to some other species, and their pugnacious and arrogant attitudes may have made you think that they would be on the bad guy's side, we see these Iridonian Zabraks were mostly light-side-wielding Jedi, or warriors fighting for the Republic. But the years that followed would see an increase in mercenaries, and darker influences on Dathomir. The combination of Iridonian trade wealth, colonial interest to protect, and their fighting spirit gave a natural rise to Zabrak mercenaries. In a previous age, their hated enemy was the Mandalorian, and with those people's devastating defeat and losing any sole leadership, the Mando clans were increasingly making their way as bounty hunters as well. These once war enemies were now often engaged in skirmishes for credits. And over the centuries, these two peoples became synonymous with the deadly profession. This age also saw a sort of homecoming for the Elomin. One of the Zabrak ancient colonies had remained relatively remote, forgotten by the galactic community, and in isolation gave rise to a new species that descended from the Zabrak, known as the Elomin. The horned head is similar, but everything from the bone structure of the skull to the internal organs were different. And though now reconnected with the galaxy at large, the Elomin never ventured into much more than mining on-world. But the colony on Dathomir would give rise to Zabrak that would change the course of galactic history. There are certain locations in the galaxy that have a natural charge of either dark side or light side energy. Dathomir was a world imbued with the dark energies that the Night Sisters drew on for their magics. This green energy being called magical ichor, spirit ichor, or the waters of life. By around 600 BBY, the rogue Jedi Knight Mother Ayla was learning to use her powers in the Force to channel this ichor, dominating some of the other human colonists on this world. She created an all-female sect of Dathomirian witches, which over time split up into several clans. These clans would kidnap males to breed with, but at one point a group of pirates came to Dathomir with hopes of offloading some captured Zabrak colonists. There was a lot of speculation that humans were also genetic creations of some ancient aliens, and evidence that supports this is the fact that they can breed with both Twi'leks and Zabraks. Perhaps they were all created by the Rakata. When the witches saw the vitality and hardiness of the Zabrak males, the Night Sisters were quick to take them as mates. Using their proficiency in dark magics, there was no way for the captives to revolt, and they set up slave camps for the males to dwell in, where the females would only visit for purposes of intimidation or the ritual called selection. In this trial by combat, the Zabrak would be forced to fight to the death with his own friends and even immediate family members. These human witches bred with Zabraks, giving rise to a new species called Dathomirians, as there was no native original species here, so these interbred beings were genetically distinct, and the expression of these Zabrak features differed in the males and females. The females still looked mostly human, with pale white skin and some hair but didn't have any horns. The males would retain their horns, but their skin color would now range from red, orange, and yellow. So from this point on, the next generation of Night Sisters were no longer human, but Dathomirian, also called Dathomirian Zabraks. And although that term usually has the connotation that you're referring to the males, technically Ventress and Talzin are both listed as Dathomirian Zabraks. Females that were born of these unions were raised as witches, and the males were just thrown back into the slave camp. But interestingly, the women would take on some of the Zabrak culture in the form of their tattoos. While the males had natural striping that was accented by the tattoos, many females chose to add some forms of tattoos as well. And so think about just how long this tradition stretches back, starting with the ancient tribal Zabrak of Iridonia, and still seen not only in the colonists, but now adopted by these captors. When Mother Talzin rose to lead the Night Sisters, she returned to some of their old Zabrak mercenary roots, hiring out some of the sisters and their maleling servant warriors in order to protect some wealthy patrons. And again, we see that as soon as they open themselves up to the galaxy at large, the Sith are not far behind. Darth Sidious would be attracted to the immense dark side powers of Mother Talzin, convincing her that they should become allies, and that together they could rule the galaxy. But once he detected the young Maul, he kidnapped the boy and disappeared. This little red child was the biological son of Mother Talzin. I know it gets confusing because everybody calls each other brother or sister, and they all call her mother, but the canon lore is clear on this. So Maul's father would have passed an immense physical trial to mate with the mother of the clan, and of course he would have some of her immense dark side power and the magics imbued as well. All things Sidious would hone into a killing machine. But Maul certainly wasn't the first Zabrak Sith. Though the Old Republic Zabrak Jedi were much more famous and powerful, there were several Sith throughout the Empire, and even in the later Brotherhood of Darkness. In fact, there was a group of 3 Zabrak apprentices that tried to ambush and kill Darth Bane in the Sith Academy on Korriban. Events like this made him realize that the weakness of the Sith was that several lesser Sith could team up and kill a greater Lord of the Dark Side. If only one being could be the complete master of darkness, the embodiment of it, and train a sole apprentice to one day replace him. If that apprentice could kill this incredibly powerful master on their own, they would be worthy of the mantle of the dark side, a practice that would come to be known as the Rule of Two, getting away from the situation of 3 lesser Zabrak apprentices ambushing someone out of fear and jealousy. But Maul would become one of the defining characters of the final decades of the Republic. Thinking back to their ancient and intense hatred for the Mandalorians, it is poetic that Maul would manipulate his way to the throne of Mandalore, and drag their homeworld into a war that they would never recover from. Along his journey, he would be saved by his blood brother Savage Opress, who not only passed his own intense trial to become Ventress's assassin, but would also be enhanced with the magics, the green ichor or spirit of life. With both him and Maul, we see how their biology could be altered with this sorcery, growing taller, getting denser muscles and bones, increasing their stamina, and even elongating their horns. With their natural Zabrak attributes of those 2 hearts, and that greater resistance to pain, these 2 would go on to use these traits to kill numerous Jedi in the final years of the Clone Wars. And it truly is an incredible testimony to Obi-Wan Kenobi's skills as a swordsman. This era also saw the bounty hunter Sugi. She was born on Iridonia, and was seen as a moral merc, sometimes not going out of her way to help people, but also never causing any problems or threatening innocents. She would take in her niece, Jazamari, who would become a bounty hunter during the time of the Galactic Civil War, and eventually become a valuable asset to the New Republic. Though the Dathomirian Zabrak force wielders of this era stole the show, there were of course the high-ranking Iridonian Jedi like Eth Koth and Agan Kolar. We saw how Grievous would use his natural biological resistance to pain to be able to torture the Master even longer. Master Kolar would be killed during the attempted arrest of Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, but Koth would survive Order 66. He would marry a fellow Zabrak named Mira, who then gave birth to a daughter. Darth Vader would discover them just moments after Koth's child was born, killing the Master, and his Inquisitor kidnapped the Force-sensitive girl. Legends say that Master Shakti also survived Order 66, but when she was hunted down by Starkiller, Shakti's Padawan Maris Brood fell to the dark side. What was really unique about her is that her horns had a unique deep red coloring. Now, something that isn't often fully grasped is that the final attack by Grievous, Dooku, and Sidious that destroyed the Night Sisters and killed Mother Talzin for good might have caused the Dathomirian Zabrak subspecies to go extinct. Only the males were spared, being off in their camps, but all of the witches were hunted down. So this mixed human-Zabrak subspecies was believed to have come to an end. That was until Merrin was discovered 5 years after the establishment of the Empire. She and a few other Night Sisters did survive and were hiding out in the rubble of their once powerful coven. And though we can't be certain, perhaps this subspecies still lives on. During the chaos of this post-war era and into the Civil War, crime would flourish in many areas across the galaxy, often attracting Zabrak youth particularly, as they were stronger than most species in a fight, and were actively targeted by gang leaders, as a couple powerful, horn-headed beings in your crew had an especially intimidating look. Iridonia and all of the Zabrak colonies would feel the stranglehold of the Empire, who quickly undermined most of their industry and turned their population into a workforce to support the large stormtrooper garrisons that were springing up on all of their territory. That Zabrak spirit of independence and combativeness became a great asset to the Rebel Alliance, much like their flocking to the Old Republic thousands of years ago. This occupation of Iridonia was not tolerated. Guerrilla-style tactics killed many bucketheads in the streets of the Zabrak capital, and throughout the Civil War you would see numerous members of their species in rebel uniform. With the fall of the Empire, they would become powerful allies of the New Republic. And then over 100 years later, we get one last Zabrak that I want to mention, named Wolf Zazin. He was a Jedi Master during the Sith Imperial War and Second Imperial Civil War, fighting it out against Darth Krayt's Galactic Empire. And so that's it for their biology and history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. In the Clone Wars, there's this confusing conversation.
Under the impression that Darth Maul's homeworld was Iridonia.
Dathomir is the planet where Maul was raised. Iridonia is where the rest of the males of the species dwell.
The lore and canon and legends both say that they simply farmed the men, keeping them in their slave camps and breeding with them. What is said here seems to imply that the males were seen as actively being moved from Iridonia. You can make sense of this by simply stating that they were unsure of how it really worked. The Night Sisters were one of the most secretive organizations in the galaxy, or that this did happen sometimes to sort of freshen up the ranks of men to pick from. This episode would make it the first time Iridonia was mentioned in canon, but it was first introduced in the novel Episode 1, Journal Darth Maul, released in the year 2000. And I wanted to point out that the early contact with the Duros traders is from a role-playing adventure game. It has several endings, some of which result in minor political tensions between these people, but one has a small-scale war erupting on Iridonia. which would make it the first interplanetary war that the Zabrak ever engaged in, predating the Great Sith War and the Mando issues. The Witches of Dathomir go back to 1994 with the novel The Courtship of Princess Leia, though what's really interesting is that in 1985, the TV movie Ewoks: The Battle for Endor had the sorceress Charl. She was retconned into being a Night Sister, and because this takes place long after the mating with the male Zabrak slaves, it might be right to consider her a Dathomirian Zabrak. This would make it so that from a certain point of view, the subspecies actually predates the official introduction of the Zabrak in the form of Eth Koth in The Phantom Menace, which was released in 2001. So that's it for the Zabrak species. If you liked it, please hit the like button and comment your thoughts on this species or what videos you'd like to see next. All of that really helps the YouTube algorithm. Be sure to subscribe if you want to see more, and be sure to check out the description. But most important of all, remember, if you ever have credits to burn, hire Zabrak and Mandalorian bounty hunters and give them opposing jobs. Then just sit back and enjoy the carnage, and the Force will be with you, always.
That's the most magnificent thing I've ever seen, Uri.
What's up, meta nerds? This video will cover the Eclipse-class dreadnought, and to get this out of the way early, there is a canon version of this ship, which is incredibly important to the survival of the Imperial remnant and rise of the First Order, but everything seems to point to that just being your standard Super Star Destroyer of the Executor class. I will cover that in a separate video soon, but this video will be a complete breakdown in history of the awesome Legends Eclipse, the super weapon that was one of the most powerful creations in galactic history, and by far the most powerful of the Galactic Civil War era. And we'll even touch on the short life of the Eclipse too. Well, let's start with its purpose. Admiral Conan Antonio Madi tells us that the Eclipse-class and its sister ship class, the Sovereign, were a part of the Emperor's 100-year plan for the galaxy. When these could come to replace your standard Star Destroyers and even Super Star Destroyers, then Palpatine could be certain that there would be no chance of rebellion, or even extragalactic invasion. So these would act as one step below the Death Star, being more mobile and practical for ship-to-ship warfare, while being able to destroy a city in an instant, or even the entire planet if wanted. Like all of the Star Destroyers, this behemoth would be constructed at the orbital shipyards of Kuat Drive Yards, officially starting construction in the same year as the Battle of Yavin. The entire ship would be built around the super laser weapon. By this point, the prototypes of the Death Star hidden in the Maul installation were proving just how powerful this weapon was. This green composite beam had blown apart a Star Destroyer in a single blast, disintegrated a rebel-held Lucrehulk named the Fortessa after only firing the beam at 4%. And in this same year they would see it fired at full power, turning the entire planet of Alderaan into space dust. The idea of placing one of these super lasers inside of a ship came shortly after this, seen in Admiral Victor Strang's flagship, the Conqueror. The midsection of a standard ISD was hollowed out to fire this composite beam, but the problem was that this had even worse defenses against rebel ships than your normal ISD. If rebels took this thing out, you lost that incredibly expensive super weapon. So in typical Palpatine fashion, he decided that this weapon should be placed in a vessel that would be large enough to act as a mobile space station. I do wonder if Thrawn would have accepted this as a happy medium, as he thought concentrating all of the resources in a single Death Star was foolish. I'm sure he still would have seen this as overkill, but at least making several eclipses would have been a better way to spend your time in credits, as these could still crack the mantle of planets and leave them in ruins. Not blown to dust, but everything from the seismic to atmospheric activity would turn the world hellish, resulting in the death of nearly every living being on world. So it wouldn't erase it from the map, but I think the psychological effect would be similar, if not worse, as the rebellious worlds would then act as smoldering warning signs to anyone who might have been flirting with the idea of treason. It was determined that the Eclipse would have an incredible length of 17,500 meters, or nearly 11 miles long. That's about 11 Star Destroyers, or an ISD shorter than the Super Star Destroyers of the Executor class. It's also 117 CR-90s back to back. It would be around 8,510 meters, or 5¼ miles wide, which is nearly 9 times an ISD, or about 3 Lucrehulks across. And at a height of 5,910 meters, or 3.7 miles, it was 12 times the height of the ISD, or equivalent to 61 Zillo Beasts. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about twice the size of Manhattan, and 7 times the Burj Khalifa. Or another way to think of it is that it would be more than half of the way down to the bottom of the ocean. Now, though the super laser was the focus, this gradual sloping of the sides and this sharp bow up front are two features designed to ensure that the Eclipse can dominate in a space battle. There are an incredible 550 heavy laser cannons, 500 turbo lasers, and 75 ion cannons all spread out across the surface of this ship. stacked in layers right above each other to make sure that each of these guns could always get their shot on target. And this would be more than 8 times the guns on a single ISD. So this one ship had the firepower of a large fleet without even counting the super laser. A funny way to think of it is that you had that big Imperial fleet over Endor along with the Death Star. And so the Eclipse by itself is like a mini version of all that packed into one single ship. But wait, there's more. It had 100 tractor beams, 10 times the ISD that could bully around Rebel corvettes, and it had 10 gravity well projectors. These rounded parts not being the bulging reactors like we see on other Star Destroyers. They're actually these that we see on the Interdictor. So keeping with that fleet comparison, it would be like if you added to your fleet 2.5 Interdictor-class destroyers, which had the ability to both rip ships out of hyperspace, or prevent the enemy from making the jump into the safety of the Blue Void. The bridge would be located in your typical Star Destroyer spot, but would have its own unique shape. It contained the comm tower, the communications array, and the main sensor array, a suite of technology that would have been more advanced than most space stations or busy trading ports, as the sheer number of ships that would launch from the Eclipse was incredible, and its intended role as a single ship that could shut down whole Rebel fleets and even planets meant it had to account for thousands of variables concerning both enemy and civilian craft. This area also contained a large, specialized team of deflector shield operators, as it's the only ship I've seen that actually identifies a separate deflector shield command. What I find hilarious is that they placed it above the bridge, in the most exposed part of the ship, just a little extra incentive to make sure they were on their toes, and the first ones to die if systems were to fail. The charge for the laser would use the full length of the ship to build up a composite beam, and is something that may indicate that this is the bare minimum length possible. Jokes aside about how Sidious always seems to be overcompensating with his ridiculously large ships, perhaps with this weapon system, the ship really did have to be this big. At the rear, we see the 6 enhanced sublight engines, though what enhanced means exactly is still kept an Imperial secret. This is what gives the Eclipse and Super Star Destroyers their red ion glow instead of blue, which helped to give this city-sized ship a maximum acceleration of 940 G, which is 4.5 times slower than a TIE fighter, about 1/3 that of a Venator, and about 76% that of the Executor-class dreadnought. And its hyperdrive was on par with most ISDs, rated as a Class 2. So this thing can get across the galaxy quicker than most cargo ships, and even tied with some starfighters. Now as for its complement, there were enough ships here to black out binary star systems. No normal TIE fighters, just specializing in the elite TIE Interceptor for an anti-fighter role, and bombers for an anti-capital ship role. 50 squads of interceptors, totaling 600 individual ships, and 8 squads of bombers, totaling 96 ships. There would also be a vast number of shuttles, not just used to travel from capital ship to capital ship, or even down to a surface, but actually to quickly travel across the Eclipse itself. It also contained 100 AT-ATs and 5 prefabricated bases. You can see that these bases were not simple war tents, but massive fortresses that could lock down a whole city. These craft would be contained in hangars scattered around the ship, and you can see in this one cluster just how many hangars there were and how they were all stacked on top of each other. While the ventral side of the Eclipse contained the larger aft launch bay that could take in things like gunships and corvettes, while this fore launch bay was large enough to take in a Victory-class Star Destroyer. It would have been overkill, but I imagine it wouldn't have been too good for Rebel morale to see this sort of super-duper Star Destroyer give birth to a baby Star Destroyer, when you know that the baby was more powerful than most things in the Rebel fleet. Now, as you might expect, to run all of this, you needed a large crew, which might as well be called a population, as the Eclipse was really a city in its own right. Some reports have the minimum crew as low as 88,500, but fully operational, it would need 708,470 crew members, of which 4,175 were just operating the weapon systems. They would be accompanied by 150,000 troops, and a Royal Guard Legion, a Comp Force Assault Battalion, which was a unique combo of special forces but also bordering religious zealots, and their intense love of the Emperor and the New Order. They were known to be Palpatine's eyes and ears everywhere they went, keeping officers and admirals in check. It also had Imperial Sovereign Protectors, the elite of the elite chosen out of the standard Royal Guards, and they would only answer to the Emperor. To feed all these people, it had storage of 600,000 tons of material, which is the weight equivalent to 750,000 dewbacks, and it was said that there was enough consumables on board to last them all 10 years. Just to give some comparisons for that, the population of the Eclipse gets close to that of the entirety of San Francisco, and around 4 times the total population of Tatooine. It's equivalent to 143 Nimitz-class carriers, and more than the total active duty of both the US Army and US Navy combined. While the cargo would be roughly equivalent to 24 large container ships. It should also be noted that the entire ship was covered in this reinforced black durasteel and quadranium alloy. This of course helped with incoming attacks, but could also be used as a weapon of its own with that bow. It was purpose-made to smash into enemy capital ships and space stations. Think of how ridiculous it would be if you were in your secret rebel base in some remote part of the galaxy, and had the sun eclipsed by this thing as it emerged from hyperspace, and just plowed through your facility without firing a shot. We also have to mention how it could break through planetary shields in a single burst. Though its one-shot sniping of enemy capital ships is impressive, it's the planetary shield breaking that really impressed admirals. Because the orbital bombardments from Star Destroyers work, but they just take a lot longer, giving the enemy time to escape through secret passages, prepare for defense, or call in reinforcements. Or in extreme cases, you have what happened to Thrawn, where rebels had set up a series of shields that could absorb the blast long enough for the other shields to regenerate. This layer creating something that effectively could not be taken out by anything that the ISDs had. So it could shoot your capital ship down, it could blast through your planetary shield and destroy your entire city, or it can just plow through your ships and space stations. So the Eclipse really did have it all covered. Its construction started in 0 BBY, and Palpatine would visit the construction site of the Eclipse often. Located over Kuat drive yards and with a powerful Imperial fleet on constant guard, this was one of the safest locations in the galaxy. Thus, the Emperor would use one of its rooms as an important meeting location and place vaults full of valuable information. It might seem odd to set up in an unfinished ship that is still currently under construction, but we actually saw the same thing with Darth Vader, who was living in the Executor and even training his apprentice Starkiller, all inside of his Super Star Destroyer while it was being built. At the same time, the Eclipse 2 was also being built over the core world of Biss, while the Tarkin superweapon was also being completed. That started out as another prototype Eclipse, but was converted into this platform that still hosts this similarly powerful super laser. One of the most powerful criminals of the Galactic Civil War era was Tiber Zahn, and he had an intricate network of spies that alerted him to this monstrosity being built over Kuat. He kept an eye on it for 4 years, but that planetary defense fleet over the Empire's primary shipyard never showed any signs of weakness. It wasn't until the Emperor's death during the Battle of Endor that some Imperial forces were finally being pulled from Kuat. Without missing a beat, Zahn led an attack to try and raid the Eclipse, drawn by the rumors of the secret vaults of the Emperor himself. As he arrived, he was met with a well-known smuggler turned rebel general.
What is your purpose in this sector?
We heard of the Alliance's glorious victory at Endor, and have come to join.
The rebellion wanted to use the confusion over the death of the Imperial head of state to launch a quick capture of the Imperial shipwright world, and they were willing to take the help of Zahn and his consortium forces. Together they were able to create an opening for the crime boss to board the still unfinished Eclipse. Though much of the hull was still not completed, the super laser was fully operational, showing that the Imperial engineers had created a deadly masterpiece. Its green laser was not only taking out Star Destroyers in a single shot, but it had remarkable accuracy. The targeting system at the bow of the ship allowing it to strike anything within a wide circular arc, hitting ships that are off to its sides, and pinpointing single craft out of a cluster. An Executor-class dreadnought, the Annihilator, would show up, only to be one-shotted as well. In a previous attack on Coruscant, Zahn was able to secure the passkey from the Imperial archives, and with it, he finally had access to these mythical vaults.
There is more wealth in these hidden vaults than even I can imagine.
He may have been tempted by the power, but Zahn knew that the credits were all in information, and that there was no way he could make off with this ship.
I've no need to keep the half-constructed Eclipse, and it presents a target even the rebels couldn't miss.
But you should never underestimate rebel incompetence. The Imps would be able to secure the ship and retain control of Kuat until 8.5 ABY. But more than 4 years after the Battle of Endor, this ship was still not completed, meaning that it took longer than the Death Star project. The New Republic would finally launch a large enough invasion of Kuat that most of the Kuat employees and loyal Kuati had to pack inside of the Eclipse and make the jump to Biss, the core world where Palpatine was still secretly ruling his empire, defying death through his mastery of cloning tech and Sith alchemy. From this new body, he would oversee the completion of the Eclipse in Eclipse 2, and the ship would act as a mobile command post for the Empire, where the Imperial Remnant would plan their war strategies. A year and a half later, in 10 ABY, Palpatine would make his first major offensive against the New Republic, deploying the World Devastators to Mon Cala. which really shows his hatred of the fish folk, as Mon Cala was going to be the second target of the first Death Star, and the first target of the DS2. Though this battle would result in an NR victory, the Eclipse went on a terror streak throughout the galaxy. Word spread that this was the personal flagship of the Emperor, and so every time it showed up, everyone was scrambling to just flee. Frustrated at this, the next attack would be on the Republic headquarters at Dasucha 5. Using its vast array of comm systems, the Eclipse was able to flood every frequency with the Emperor's message to Leia. The rebels could not get a distress signal out, and so Leia gave in to his demands. Luke was being pulled by the dark side, and was at the Emperor's side throughout this whole campaign, originally hoping to bring down the Emperor from within his operation. But when Leia came before them, she was able to convince Luke that they could fight him together. To show just how powerful the dark side was, Sidious created a force storm, a ripping torrent of pure dark side energy that was set to consume the NR fleet. But together, the children of Anakin were to focus on the light, creating a wave of power that turned the storm towards the Emperor's prize ship. The two Jedi escaping just moments before the decade-long creation was ripped into space debris. But the Emperor's spirit would incarnate once more. Again leading from Biss, he was able to complete the construction of the Eclipse-2, taking it to the homeworld of the Sith on Korriban, and nearly destroying an NR fleet during the Battle of Onderon. Here, Lando and R2 would work together to take control of the ship's hyperdrive systems, and the galaxy's longest-lived hero would save the day once more, with R2 recalculating the ship's hyperdrive to have it emerge at the exact coordinates of the Galaxy Gun, another one of the revived Emperor's planet-killing superweapons. When it popped into real space, the collision was instant and catastrophic, bringing a final end to the Eclipse line. This would also mean the near extinction of the Royal Guards as well, with those on board being the last alive, though a few, including Kirkanos and Karnor Jax, would carry that legacy forward. And this explosion also sent a Galaxy Gun shell at Biss, destroying the world and killing all of the Emperor's remaining clones. So that's it for the Eclipse, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. A lot of this footage was gameplay from people playing on YouTube with different mods of Empire at War. All of them are linked down in the description, as well as the sources on some of the fan art used. It was originally introduced in Empire at War Forces of Corruption, and I just wanted to point out how absurd it looks on the minimap. The designers based the look of the bow, and how it was used, on the rams of ancient Greek and Roman ships. And there are a ton of discrepancies across different lore books, and even how it's seen, with the Eclipse 2 ending up with more engines, and a lot of those mods had different amounts as well. The length is off from the Dark Empire sourcebook to the complete encyclopedia, but what was presented is what is most consistent. The majority of the works have the same stats, and so those are the official ones listed in what I used. Additional information comes from the Essential Guide to Warfare, Starships of the Galaxy, and the Imperial Handbook. But most important of all, remember, there's always a bigger ship, and the Force will be with you. Always. The Togruta are a people of contradictions. Seen as elegant and beautiful, savage and tribalistic, feared for their deadly poisonous bites. Also a peaceful, egalitarian society with a Force tradition that predates the Jedi Order. While thinking Grandma should be left in the woods to be eaten by an Ackle if she can't run anymore. What's up, meta nerds? This video will cover the Togruta. Everything from breaking down their planet, seeing how it influenced their biology, and how their society came to form and change over the years, giving the galaxy some of the most interesting characters of all time. So let's get started by looking at their homeworld of Shili. Located at grid coordinates L8 on the galactic map, in the expansion region, this is a planet with an oxygen-mixed atmosphere, temperate climate, and standard gravity. The terrain was also very similar to Earth, with large seas, plains, savannas, rainforests, and tall mountain ranges. Interestingly, Coruscant census workers have never made a count of the total population of Shili, but we should expect that it would at least be in the millions, if they had colonies like Kyros that had 50,000 Togruta. The Togruta are said to have evolved from a common ancestor with a very similar looking but more primitive species. The tall grass that can be found all over this world was called Teru, and it had different shades of red and white stripes, resulting in a lot of species from predators to prey both having these stripes and coloring. Most Togruta fell between a height of 1.5 to 1.9 meters, or 4 feet 11 inches to 6 feet 2, making them similar to most humans, and about twice the height of an Ewok. And though most had colors in the red to orange range with that white coloring, there was an incredible amount of variation. Skin color could be white, yellow, green, blue, or purple, with eye colors that were just as varied, including solid black eyes. Their average lifespan was 94 years, which is longer than humans but doesn't come close to species like Wookiees, that could get well into the hundreds. But perhaps their most striking physical feature are those things on their heads. Upon first seeing them, some think that they are just ornamental headdresses, but they are actually a part of their biology. They're called montrails, and are similar to the headtails or lecus of the Twi'lek species. But despite this similarity, Coruscant biologists say that there is no reason to believe that these two species are linked, not descended from another like with the Aqualish and Harch, or the Duros and Neimoidians. These montrails were not simply fleshy appendages, but served a crucial function in their survival. They're hollow from the side of the head up, often described as the horns, and the inside is just a series of chambers that allow it to work like a massive echolocation organ, that when fully formed would give them the ability to detect prey movements within 25 meters, or 82 feet. And these montrails are present at the time of birth, eventually growing into these two horn-like protrusions above the head, and one shorter and thicker one on the back of the head. These would continue to grow throughout their lives, but really take off after adolescence. What may be the most important takeaway from studying these species is that they are proof that culture can affect your connection to the Force, as on the whole, Togruta on average have slightly less midichlorians, yet have a much higher per capita number of Force sensitives. This is thought to be due to the fact that their culture for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years, was one focused on the interconnectedness of all things. From birth, they were taught to always be conscious of the feelings of others, even the animals that they hunted, trying to secure as quick and painless a death as possible, actively trying to be mindful of all the things that bound all life together. And in the case of their hunter-gatherer lifestyle, that meant understanding and accepting the circle of life. And this mindset seems to have brought their species closer to the Force, closer to being in tune with the thing that binds everything in the galaxy.
It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
Now that being said, they're not a bunch of blue milk sipping monks. The Togruta, as well as the Thespasian species, scared a lot of other beings with how they eat. Their large incisors would go right for the spinal cord of small rodents like the Thymiers, killing them instantly, but the Togruta would also eat the rodent while it was still spasming. These death throes were perceived by outsiders as the Thymiars reacting to a deadly poison, injected via the Togruta's snake-like fangs. Most wouldn't remember their high school xenobiology well enough to understand what was going on, and many Togruta used this to their advantage, leaning into the myth that they had a deadly poisonous bite, and watching as off-worlders treated them with more fear and respect. Many of the ways that they would connect to their environment for hunting purposes morphed into a reverence of this connection in later religious ideas. Their montrails made them connected to the air pressure and sound waves, and they would hunt without shoes to feel the ground and sense any movement. And thus later beliefs would make this idea more abstract, and you start getting ideas that covering the head, tails, or feet were seen as ways of cutting you off from what we would call the Force. So they weren't just clothing choices, but something with a spiritual significance. This hunter tradition also influenced the village layout and architecture. They would all pack into communal living quarters, with the families all on top of each other, all codependent for gathering resources. As soon as you were able to throw a spear, you would join in the hunts. The whole village would hunt together, and each would share the food equally. Some outsiders held up this egalitarian society as a model to copy, but they conveniently overlooked the Togruta's other unique social practices. It was rare for a Togruta to die of old age. Most of those who died did so during the hunts, falling behind and being left by their friends and families, injured by the animal or environment, or just outright being killed by the local wildlife. The Togruta would not help anyone who couldn't make it on their own. It could be anything from a broken leg to sickness. If you could not recover and make it back under your own power, you were left in the field. Most outsiders saw this as a chilling coldness of these people, but the Togruta tied it back to their view on the circle of life. If this person was not healthy enough to continue on by themselves, they should no longer take the life of a healthy creature killed during the hunt, or consume the resources gathered from the land. Ahsoka would keep up most of the traditions of her people, but likely would have opposed this ideology with her exposure to the Jedi Order. She is one of the most compassionate Jedi we meet, always concerned about helping those that can't help themselves, even droids. So I can't imagine she would let a mother die alone in a jungle, being ripped apart by predators, just because this Mama Gruta slipped and broke her leg. But because they saw this weakness as something to let die off quickly, they were also proud to display their vitality. Togruta were often seen wearing the pelts or bone jewelry made from their prey, being both a sign of adulthood, and then later one of the only sorts of status symbols in their society. Togruta would be most impressed by the teeth of the Akal, a large meat-eater on Shili that was one of the only beasts to pose a serious threat to the hunters. An orange-furred, four-legged predator that stalked the grasslands and jungles, like an enormous lion or tiger. though almost everything was done communally. To wear the Ackle teeth, you had to kill it by yourself. These teeth would be combined with native metals, stones, and pearls. And then to hold them in place, they actually used a sort of glue, applied right to the face and at the start of the Mon Trail. Proof of how much this meant to the Togruta was that both Ahsoka and Shaak Ti retained them even in the Jedi Order. Despite whatever critiques other Jedi might have that it glorifies violence or was too indulgent of their personal ego, neither of these Jedi gave them up. Instead, they incorporated them into their Jedi outfits. While human Padawans are easily recognized by a single braid as sported by Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, with these rigid Mon Trails, Togruta had a difficult time showing their dedication to the Jedi Order. That's where the Silka beads come in. Those are the beads slung over Ahsoka's head, but like we see with Shaak Ti, they would be retained as they rose through the ranks. It makes it so the ornaments on their head are a nice merging of the Togruta culture and Jedi tradition. Now because they were so connected to their families, in a way the whole village was a closely knit extended family, there were almost none that left their world, at least not voluntarily. The only thing that really drew them away was the Jedi Order. Their planet was discovered by the Republic around 25,000 BBY, but the draw of a galactic economy, the pleasures and adventures that came with it, seemed to have been generally ignored by the Togruta. But there were Togruta Jedi since the earliest days of the Order. And over those thousands of years, there are a lot of notable individuals. Rana Tey was one of the most frightening beings in Jedi history, being a part of the Watch Circle within the Jedi Covenant around 3900 BBY. Her deep connection to the Force had always given her intense nightmares since childhood, and she and other members of the Circle were having visions that one of their Padawans would become a powerful Sith Lord. To stop this, the Masters all agreed to execute their students during the knighting ceremony. All but one, the Padawan that would be framed for it. And there were some other Jedi during this era, like Byrne, Bella Kilwix, Ashara Zavros, Dinah Roth, Pala Maslin, Raylon Nis, and Skohani Ren. While there were a few involved in the Republic government and military as well, like diplomat Korotama, and Republic military officials like Dejan. There were strategic service majors called the Bliss, Meldo, and Yodish, as well as Captain Yelto and Dr. Sonoda. This era even saw some Togruta pirates like Ali, and even a crime boss named Bozwed. Believe it or not, there was even a Togruta that joined the Mandalorian war effort, with Garen Borm becoming a field marshal. Though the Mandos were not a strong force-worshipping culture, in fact they would despise the sorcery. In almost all other ways, these closely knit survival of the fittest warriors were surprisingly similar to the Togruta. And then there was Darth Yoon, a Sith Lord during the Third Galactic War of the Old Republic era as well. Like I said, these individuals were rare. They really never got involved in the galaxy at large. We don't see tons of other colonies or them in great numbers anywhere else. Should also be pointed out that after contact from the galaxy-spanning, high-tech, spacefaring civilization of the Republic, it doesn't appear like the Togruta ever got involved in high-tech industry. Nothing like what we see with the Mon Calamari, who were just in their local star system when they were discovered, but grew to have some of the best tech in the galaxy, even eventually overthrowing Kuat drive yards as the largest shipwright. It seems like the only Togruta that would be involved in high-tech were those that left Shili. The only colony they ever had was on the planet Kiros. And even though their buildings are not primitive, this is still not a colony focused on industry.
The artisan colony of the planet Kiros created a society without weapons. Instead of war, they pursued art and beauty.
We know that it had a population of over 50,000, so still plenty of Togruta to feel their strong social connections. And interestingly, they were all pacifists, having no weapons at all. And so perhaps their reason for leaving Shili was to live in a society that took some of their ideas further, thinking that they could keep the communal peace towards each other without the whole abandoning the weak part. And maybe they even stopped killing animals for their own survival. That's just speculation, but the colony has a lot of greenery, but no animals. Though they could have easily had them imported, I just wouldn't be surprised if they gave up the hunt as well, living in this peace and love artisan commune. Before the Clone Wars, there was Ellen Law, who was killed in 67 BBY by Darth Plagueis right after he carried out the Sith tradition of killing his master. But you do still see the traces of her people's tradition, even as a transporter, with some clues making it seem more like she was a smuggler, as she was working for the Hutts at the time she was killed. But nonetheless, she was still adamant that everyone on her crew was equal. In fact, Plagueis got upset at the result of a group vote decision, which led to the death of her crew and her decapitation. And there was even a Togruta Chancellor of the Republic, Karamis Kaj, who was in office around 40 BBY, and who took care to aid Master Qui-Gon Jinn. During the Clone Wars era, there was of course Shaak Ti and Ahsoka, and even the youngling Ashla. Confusingly, Ahsoka would take the name Ashla when she went into hiding after Order 66, She took it from the ancient name of the light side in earlier Jedi traditions, but it would have been funny if this is how her cover was blown. Some Inquisitor thinking that the youngling had survived. But we also got to note that each of these Jedi suffered deep depression at being separated from their people, which is somewhat true for all Jedi, who at least sometimes wondered about their family. But Shaak Ti gives us more detail on why this was particularly hard for the Togruta, saying their tight communal upbringing, even if discovered when just a few years old, was something incredibly jarring to be ripped out of. Being around other Togruta had become something that their biology depended on, kind of like how solitary confinement drives humans insane. There's hints in the lore that it must be something like pheromones or certain kind of brain chemicals that are released when engaging with members of their species, developed over eons of evolution to reinforce the advantageous aspects of their communal living environment. So being ripped away from this sent Shaak Ti into dangerously deep depression. And though we don't have accounts of this from Ahsoka, just imagine how tough it must have been for her to come to accept the Jedi, and then have to leave this replacement family too. Feeling like she couldn't fit in with the Togruta or the Jedi, and then truly alone after Order 66, where she sometimes would go for months alone, making her home in starships or in remote caves. And just a couple other Togruta I want to mention. This era also had Karshoda, who was part of Prego's circus. If she looks, she has a very strange montrails. Perhaps that's what got her in the circus in the first place. Maybe they're hinting at something like she was in a freak show. And then there was the governor of Kiros, Rashti. In the Imperial era, there was a Togruta professor named Shreya Ordas, and a Togruta bounty hunter, Kaveri Ra. So that's it for the Togruta, their biology, history, and famous members. The only behind the scenes stuff is a funny observation. During the Old Republic era, Imperial Grand Moff Kilran had to forcibly put down a Togruta uprising. And thousands of years later, the man who would come to be known as Grand Moff Tarkin absolutely hated Ahsoka Tano, despising the fact that he was outranked by a child, and going so far as to ask for the death penalty during her trial. If you have any requests for future species videos, be sure to comment them down below. But most important of all, remember, just because they aren't poisonous, doesn't mean you should pick a fight with a Togruta and end up fighting the entire village. And the Force will be with you, always. You can always count on the Fishfolk engineers. What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to be a complete breakdown of the obscure but incredible MC-40A light cruiser. We'll cover all of its stats, do some comparisons, and learn its history. So let's dive in. It was manufactured by Mon Calamari shipyards, the same creator of all the Mon Cala ships with the MC title, but also things like the Viscount and starfighters like the Amphi-sub. At a length of 600 meters or 1,969 feet, it was the same size as an interdictor-class cruiser, and about half the size of a Venator. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be nearly twice the length of a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, or twice the height of the Eiffel Tower. Its armament was impressive, with 14 turret-mounted medium turbolasers, 7 on each side, 2 forward-mounted concussion missile launchers, with a total payload of 50 missiles on board. The medium ion cannons numbered 18, with 4 on each side and 5 each at the forward and aft. And finally 6 heavy tractor beam projectors, 2 on each side, and then 1 forward and 1 in the aft. This is a great combination of weaponry, and I really like how it's specialized for their naval tactics, not just purely offense. It has more ion cannons than turbolasers, and went with the heavy tractor beam projectors. Both decisions are incredibly rare on any capital ship, and show that the captain would likely open up with volleys of ion cannon, disabling the enemy ship's engines and shields, use those heavy tractor beams to push around or lock in place Imperial ships that might be more than twice its size, all while blasting away with the turbolasers until the enemy was finally in position to be completely destroyed by those concussion missiles. Its portside hangar also had room for a squadron of starfighters, which usually meant 12 units, and as we can see, it would often employ Y-wings. This too is a great pairing, releasing those bombers after your ion cannons took out the enemy shields. All this makes for a really nasty surprise for any Imperial that might overlook this simple seeming craft. And we can't ignore its speed. In hyperspace, it was faster than an Imperial Star Destroyer, with a Class 1 hyperdrive and backup Class 15. That means a ship like this could be across the galaxy with the speed of top starfighters. And its megalight speed, or how fast it travels through space, was faster than the MC-80, but still slower than most Imperial craft. To compensate for this, they had those beautiful Mon Calamari made shield generators, which are able to absorb incredible amounts of turbolaser fire, something that would screw up the tactics and timing relied on by Imperial captains, giving this relatively obscure ship an element of surprise, as its focus on those tractor beams, ions, and missiles, with this effectively larger HP, allowed it to really cause some havoc in Imperial fleets. It did take an enormous crew of 3,770, but this doesn't include a battalion of 650 soldiers. It also had consumables on board to last all of these people 2 years, and would only cost 15.5 million credits. That's about 1/10 the cost of an ISD, and about 1/7 the MC-80. So really a lot of bang for your buck. Or calamari flan, whatever you're paying with. As for its history, these ships would escape Mon Cala after the Imperial invasion, being a part of what is called the Mon Calamari Exodus fleet. Shipyards would be set up in space, and we see the Rebellion took full advantage of all of this ship's features. The MC-40A would often act as the anchor of smaller rebel attacks on larger Imperial fleets. Its shield allowed it to act like a blockade buster in some locations, and there are specific reports of how it would use those tractor beams to lock an enemy in place and then maneuver towards their aft, away from all those powerful forward-facing guns, and lay those rockets into the area just forward of the engine arrays on Star Destroyers, the area containing the main reactor, among many other crucial ship functions. It also served with Rebel Special Operations groups, its beefy shields absorbing and drawing the most Imperial fire, while the hangar could be outfitted with different craft to best serve the mission purpose. Basically, you would move your enemy into a better spot with the tractors, throw the whole enemy crew into chaos as the ion charges made all their systems go haywire, perfect for setting them up for infiltration and extraction by Rebel Spec Ops. This combo wasn't restricted to just ship-to-ship missions, but all those traits were used by Rebels to attack space stations and even planetary targets, with those ion cannons being able to knock out some city-sized shield generators. While its Class 1 hyperdrive meant that at a moment's notice it could quickly respond to new Rebel intelligence reports, things like the transport of some VIP or window to attack, and then be on the other side of the galaxy with the same speed as a starfighter through hyperspace. But it was also used to protect the Rebellion's crucial assets and VIPs. If somehow the MC-40A was the recipient of an ambush by Imperial Spec Ops, this shield, tractor, ion combo worked to break away from the combat and make some distance, maybe use the ion bolts to knock out the Imp's hold on you, and safely make your way through hyperspace to fight another day. It is said to have been used up past the Battle of Hoth and Endor, even fighting off the Yuuzhan Vong. So I hope you can see why I think it's a shame that we see so little of this ship, but at least we see that it retained all of its awesomeness in canon. Maybe you'll see it in some future show, but right now it's only appeared in canon in the books Starships and Speeders, and that's where a lot of these stats were retained, being previously laid out in the book Strongholds of Resistance, and making appearances in the Star Wars X-Wing and TIE Fighter games, as well as the comic Legacy War Issue 5. The only thing that really changed was that in Legends its shields were relatively normal, a 1696 SPD rating, which is on par with something this size. But in canon, while not given a number, it states that it had exceptionally strong deflector shields, which allowed it to slug it out with much larger ships. So that's it for the MC-40A light cruiser. Be sure to comment your thoughts on this ship. Do you think it fits a good role, or would you just go with some of the larger MC ships? But most important of all, remember, Mon Cala engineering plus Rebel hit-and-run tactics are the stuff Imperial nightmares are made of. And the Force will be with you, always. To think these two beautiful ships could have been the next generation of Star Destroyers in Sidious's 1,000-year empire. What's up, meta nerds? This video will be a quick breakdown of the Sovereign-class Super Star Destroyer. Palpatine envisioned that the ISD and a few SSDs would secure the transition from Republic to Empire, squashing any rebels that popped up in that first generation, of course along with the help of the Death Stars. And then for the next 100 years, peace would be secured by these two massive ships, the Sovereign-class and the Eclipse-class. We covered the Eclipse in the last video, a ship that had a super laser that was weaker than the Death Star, but could still one-shot any capital ship, even the Executor-class, and it could break through a planetary shield. Though it wouldn't turn a planet into space dust, it would cause such geological and atmospheric destruction that the world would quickly become inhospitable. That same weapon is inside of the Sovereign-class as well, and even if it was a little bit weaker, it wouldn't have been by much. And so personally, I thought the ending of the new trilogy, where Darth Oprah just gave every Star Destroyer a Death Star laser, this was also the plan in Legends way before Disney, whether you like it or not. And when we look at the Sovereign and Eclipse, it likely proves that this weapon system couldn't have been much smaller, as this is essentially a shrunken down Eclipse, but it still only loses 2.5 kilometers, going from 17.5 kilometers down to 15, or 9.3 miles. This makes it so you have a pretty steady decrease in size down from the Executor class. As for its weaponry, it only loses 50 heavy laser cannons, but keeps the same number of turbo lasers, ion cannons, and tractor beams, while also halving its gravity well projectors. It also went down to 480 TIE interceptors, making up 35 squadrons, and 60 bombers over 12 squads. along with 75 AT-ATs, but notably no prefabricated bases. The crew dropped by about 107,000, it would lose 20,000 troops, and 200,000 tons worth of cargo, which also halved their consumables down to 5 years. So that's still an overwhelming amount of force, more than enough to take out almost anything in the galaxy, and begs the question why the Eclipse had to be made. And though not exactly the same, the Sovereign even retained the bow that could slice through enemy ships or space stations, even if this top part might be a bit of a problem. But what's also striking is how much sleeker this ship is than the original Star Destroyer line, from the more rounded aft to the more gradual slope of the sides that provide better stacking of the guns. And of course, even with all this redesigning, they still didn't move away from the exposed and iconic bridge position. Much like its big brother, the Sovereign was started in the same year as the Battle of Yavin, and would not be completed by the time of the Battle of Endor. But unlike the Eclipse, it did not go on to have any epic adventures. The only way we even know about the Sovereign class is because the Rebel Alliance captured the Imperial Handbook. And despite mentioning both of these next-gen ships, General Carlos Raikin didn't believe either of them had any hope of becoming a reality. He was half right. While the Eclipse would terrorize the galaxy for a brief time, even though the Kuat staff was able to get the Sovereigns over to the secret shipyards of Biss, they were still never completed, though at least 3 got so far along that they got individual names: the Autarch, the Despot, and the Heresiarch. So I know this is a shorter video, but a lot of people wondered what exactly the Sovereign was. It's a ship that was so potentially important. In an alternate timeline, this would have been the ship that ensured Imperial rule across the galaxy, and the main capital ship standing guard against extragalactic threats. We cover so many ship works of arts and all of their awesomeness, that I wanted to make this short video explaining what exactly the Sovereign was, and what went wrong with it. Why it may be a ship that you might have heard of, but now you understand why you don't see or hear too much about this ship, even if it was awesome on paper. The only behind the scenes fact is that it was first mentioned in the Dark Empire sourcebook, and then in the Imperial Handbook and the Essential Guide to Warfare. And shout out to Unusual Suspects over on DeviantArt. We really brought this ship to life, because before that there was only this single image, even though again it was planned to be such an important part of the future of the Empire. If you like this video, be sure to leave a like and comment, it really does help with the YouTube algorithm, and subscribe if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, some economics teacher on Naboo must have really convinced a young Palpy that a galactic economy runs on shipmaking, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, meta nerds? This video will look at the Tuscan Raider people, covering everything from their biology, culture, religion, and history. And this will have lore from both canon and legends, as I didn't really find anything that contradicted, as these are one of the most richly detailed people in the galaxy. To understand the Tuscans, we have to go back to around 30,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. The species that came to dominate Tatooine were called the Kamumga. In a time when this world was covered in lush jungles and forests, multiple oceans, and dotted with lakes, these people would develop a technologically advanced society that mastered space travel and went out to explore many other worlds in the Outer Rim. With this spread into the stars, they were discovered by the Rakata, the master race of the galaxy in the era of 25,000 BBY, who manipulated countless worlds and countless species to all serve their will, in their dark side-fueled attempt to mold the entire galaxy to serve them. The Rakatans' infinite empire would track the Kamumga to Tatooine, invading and enslaving this entire race. But these were a hardy people, and they attempted to overthrow the Grand Masters of the galaxy, and were successful for a time, but ultimately this revolt would permanently devastate their homeworld. The Rakata decided to give up the fight, but before they left, they executed a complete orbital bombardment that burned away all of the greenery, evaporated almost all of the surface water, and altered the very atmosphere of Tatooine. From here on out, it would be the desolate, sand dune world that it remains today. However, this was not the end of the Kamumga. They anticipated this advanced species would bomb their world into oblivion, and moved much of their population into the deep cave systems. Over the millennia, these people would evolve and diverge to become the Jawas and the Gorfa. The Gorfa would form into tribes, and then spread out across the surface as a nomadic society. This period would be recorded by their shamans as the time of the Long Walk. Now, the Rakatans had biologically engineered the human race, along with several others, and many Coruscanti biologists believe that they may have used the Kamumga as the template, developing humans out of these people. Though this is still a theory, but what is certain is that by the time they evolved to become the Gorfa, they could not interbreed with humans. There are still no official depictions of what they look like under these suits and headgear. In fact, there are some conflicting depictions. Anakin once had a nightmare where he saw one with a broken mask, showing the side of its face and the mouth circled with sharp teeth. But there was also a group called the Grave Tuscans. They were taken from Tatooine and pressed into mercenary service for a Dark Jedi, and would retain none of their traditional garb. Here we see that they have a very humanoid appearance mixed with a lot of feline features. So the terrifying version envisioned by Anakin could have just been dreamt up based on his fears of these people. Interestingly, it is believed that they do not have the capacity to become Jedi, which is pretty rare for a sentient species. There were those like Tahiri Vila and Sharad Het who are incredibly strong with the Force, but they were simply raised by Tuscans. They were not genetically a member of the species. The practice of adopting orphans was common throughout all Tuscan Raider tribes, having no concern for one species, but their ethic. This often came in the form of babies and young children that survived raids, with the general rule being that most teenage and older settlers would all be killed during these attacks. But the young ones were seen like an asset just like anything else that could be taken and used to grow the size and power of a tribe. This may sound brutal, but to the Tuscans' credit, most that were raised by them came to prefer to stay in this lifestyle, even when given an opportunity to escape back to more galaxy-typical societies. This culture of adoption and warrior ethic made a lot of people compare them to the Mandalorians. And we see that some Mandos at least felt very comfortable with these people, speaking their language and relating to their traditions. One thing that they certainly had in common with the Mandalorians of the post-Imperial era is that they never took off their headgear. The only place they would ever take it off was in the privacy of their tents. The first time a couple would see each other's flesh would be on their wedding night, and then again only during childbirth, though this too was carried out in the privacy of your family tent. If even the slightest piece of flesh was exposed at any part during your lifetime, they would be expelled or executed depending on the laws within that tribe. Something that morphed from being a practical concern of avoiding the harsh sun and sandblasting, becoming enshrined in the culture as a sort of religious practice of covering. Someone seen to be careless with something as important as their covering was one who did not understand what it took to survive, and thus would lead to the death of themselves and the entire tribe if that mindset spread. This traditional garb differed for both males and females, while children, called Ulia, had this sort of covering until the age of 15. At this age, they would attempt a rite of passage, being not official members of any tribe until this was passed. If they were successful and became an adult, they were immediately paired with a mate, upon which they both got their gender-specific outfits and carried out a blood exchange, mixing the female and male's blood with that of their banthas, as each member of the tribe had their own bantha since childhood. These people would learn to get the most out of every resource they could get their hands on, and this led to a mastery of wildlife. The Womp Rats were hunted, turned into leather, and their tusks used as ornaments, while the Massives would be a Gorfa's best friend, used as sentries at camps and as reptilian hunting dogs, though these were not owned by every home, seen instead as a sign that you were powerful within your tribe. But each and every Gorfa had a bantha since they were a child, and it would become their main form of transportation, but also in life providing everything from milk to warmth, and in death providing the leather and bones used to construct their tents. This tent was called an urtia, and would even incorporate thin pieces of wood, a material that rose up seemingly like magic, as a sort of gift from the gods, being the remnants of the forest that once covered Tatooine, and which were dislodged from the ever-changing sands and frequent seismic activity. But the animal they could not conquer was the crate. Tribes would be forced to keep tabs on every crate within their land, monitoring their eating and sleeping cycles, which eventually developed into the practice of offering up large animals like banthas to placate this beast, to keep this dragon sleeping. And in this way, the Tuscan population could be seen as a keystone species. This practice was unknown by the settlers, but it was this practice of keeping the crates satisfied and isolated in their caves that helped to make Tatooine a much more safe place to live, perhaps allowing for Tatooine to have become as developed as we see it. Even if it is still sparse and inhospitable, it would have been a whole lot worse without this Tuscan practice. As we see, when this greater crate was on the loose, it could devour entire towns if it wanted to. But in the rare case that they could kill a crate, they would search the corpse for its pearl. This was the only thing these people considered a treasure, and the only thing they would pass down across the generations were the skulls of their ancestors and these crate dragon pearls. It's unclear what the Tuscans did with them, but it should be noted that smaller crate dragon pearls could be used as energy crystals in lightsabers, similar to the function of kyber crystals. As for their social structure, clans were groups of immediate family that consisted of 20 to 30 people, and tribes were not limited in number. In fact, they varied greatly in the number of clans that made up each tribe. But what was consistent was that the males would do the hunting, being away from the camp for long periods of time, while the women would stay back and take care of the children and animals, the camp guards being the massiffs. The women would ensure that the children became proficient in climbing up the enormous banthas and controlling it over the shifting sands and through sharp rocky terrain. The women and children would also gather hubba gourds and black melons, two of the only forms of vegetation that grew on this world. Both were repulsive to humans, which just added another layer of tension between these peoples, as the sharing of this rare commodity was seen as a sign of friendship, the rejection of which was seen as incredibly insulting. Though they were nomadic for most of the year, at the peak of the heat season there would be semi-permanent camps established in locations that were seen as holy to individual tribes. This is also where their dead were buried, while also being centered around wells. The discovery of water and its literal life-bringing miracle developed into another religious tradition. And though they had no forced traditions, there was a strong sense of mysticism. Some youth would be seen as more in tune with something metaphysical, and entrusted with becoming storytellers, relating the tales of their ancestry. This art would be mastered over their entire lifetimes, memorizing perfectly a story that would take multiple hours to recite. They were considered to be the most important members of the tribe, though if they recited even a single word incorrectly or in the wrong order, this would be considered a moral sin, and most tribes would punish this by death. But this was usually a death sentence for the tribe as well, as no other tribe would work with one who had lost their storyteller, seen as something like a sign that you were abandoned by the spirits, and this would result in brutal infighting that disbanded the tribe. The surviving members would die off in isolation in the Dune Seas, or best case they were allowed into other tribes. By the year 4000 BBY, this story accounted of their transition from being spacefaring to domination by the Rakata, who they called the Builders, and involvement from Kamumga to Gorfa. And at this time they had fully abandoned any form of writing, though early Gorfa petroglyphs would be discovered and studied by archaeologists. And both Coruscanti experts and the droid HK-47 point out some interesting discrepancies. The ways they told them stories of themselves changed to be more of a moral lesson than strict history. As the storytellers put it, their ancestors were once ruled by evil leaders, and the evil ones were taken away by the Rakata as a way to test the morality of those left behind. Objectively, this was because most of the population was taken away to work slave labor camps on Rakatan projects that were off-world. HK points out that the Rakata left because they felt Tatooine was worthless, but the Gorfa believed their ancestors to be heroic liberators of this world, and though the aliens did bombard them, this was only to punish them for the path that they were on, as their evil ancestors showed no respect for the planet's natural resources. A lesson they think they corrected by their ways of living off the land, getting the most out of everything they find. The planet's twin sons were seen as symbolic of a family split. They were called Sky Brothers, and the elder one had tried to kill the younger. The younger survived, and was chasing the elder across the sky to get revenge. Each and every day, the Tuscan was reminded that they were the younger people, that they had survived and would not stop living in a way that expressed this revenge, for as long as the younger son chased the older across the sky. This also fed into their hatred for off-worlders, who would keep growing in number from 5000 BBY on. The Tuscans saw all off-world technology as a trap, trying to pull them away from the traditions that saved them from the time of the apocalypse. And thus all these imports played the part of a cosmic trickster, trying to bring them back into the sin of their hubris-filled spacefaring ancestors. And specifically with the humans, who were the most populous settlers, the Tuscans believed that they were the descendants of those evil ancestors that were taken away by the Rakata, old corrupt Kamunga returning home. So deep in their cultural core is the fear that all humans are the sons of Cain, descended from evil, and still living in the tech-focused, spacefaring-centered civilizations. And there's a couple more interesting ritual beliefs and practices before we finish their history. One of the most gruesome traditions was the practice of forcing adolescents to capture animals and torture them to find the perfect balance between pain and death, trying to make it suffer for as much and as long as possible. Many prefer dewbacks and desert hulak raids, though it could be anything. And the most brave would go after young crate dragons, though no one would go after the greater crate. Other youth would take great joy at firing on pod races, celebrating the deaths of these off-worlders. And then there was the connection with the Bantha. Remember, every member had one since childhood, and if their mount died, the practice was to roam the deserts aimlessly, either dying themselves or being saved by the appearance of a new Bantha, which was said to be possessed by the spirit of the previous mount. But the craziest is that this worked in reverse. If a Tuscan died, Bantha were known to walk away from the tribe and rush off of cliffs. This was something Han Solo and Luke saw personally. Now in 4000 BBY, the human settlers had been growing for around 1,000 years, and a war was breaking out with the powerful Zerka Corporation. The Gorfa were able to chase them off-world, and the sandcrawlers they left behind would become invaluable to their now distant cousin species, the Jawa. This actually worked to discourage any further incursions by off-worlders for a while, though the settlements that were there hung on for thousands of years. Tatooine was considered so remote that in 1100 BBY, the Republic announced the formal rediscovery of this world. And by around 550 BBY, a Republic researcher called Alcara would manipulate both sides into a never-ending war. He was a member of the Bureau of Ethnicity and Socialization, and he was able to embed himself with a tribe of Sand People. And after living with them for a while, he decided to further the tensions between them and the Offworlders. He would lead the Sand People into a strike against settlement police, eliminate all of them, but then led the Tuskens into a trap to be massacred by the settlers. This is seen as the start of the modern blood feud between these people, that would last up until current times. When a wave of new settlers came in 100 BBY, the settler city ship, the Dowager Queen, was raided shortly after establishing Fort Tuscan. Now the term Gorfa is how they refer to themselves, but it was this massive and successful raid on Fort Tuscan that they would be from then on out referred to by all settlers as Tuscan Raiders. And in 22 BBY, these nomads would add a new evil spirit to their pantheon. In just the latest of raids on settlers, they had captured a woman named Shmi Skywalker. The traditional blood rite would be carried out, the process of painfully torturing a victim for as long as possible, but a demon appeared and slaughtered the entire tribe. The unique weapon that was used and the thoroughness of the executions frightened the tribe that discovered the carnage, and word of it spread to every tribe on this planet, shaking the Tuscan Raiders to the core, seeing it as a sign that the spirits may have been punishing them, a rebuke of something the Gorfa had done. And to appease this demon, the village became the site of ritual sacrifices. Everything from food, valuable goods, and even human captives was sacrificed to the spirit at this location in an attempt to feed the hungry ghost, a sort of metaphysical mirroring of their practice with the greater Krayt Dragon, keeping the evil satiated so that it doesn't go out looking for more Tuskens to devour. And so that's it for the complete breakdown of the Tuscan Raider species, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. One of the most iconic species in all of Star Wars was not included in the first draft of A New Hope, and in the second draft they were Imperial spies that came in the form of an entire platoon that was sent to hunt Deke Starkiller, the name for Luke Skywalker at that time. Various versions of Tuscan society have been in a lot of different games of the decades, some seemingly to conflict, but the lore amends this by stating that Tuscan tribes vary wildly, and the sound for Tuskens was based on donkey braying sounds, though most people think they sound more like sea lions. Well, one of my favorite facts is that the old lore writers locked in some names that might have just been trolling, making light of taking all this too seriously, as the Tuscan who attacked Luke is which would make it so that he's more like a Pokemon or a rapper, having to say his name while he does his thing. And then there was also and Now there are also a ton of real-world references to ancient Arabia, with a long history of raiding each other and the also nomadic people like the Bedouin, while the storyteller position seems to have been influenced by Hinduism, where the Vedas would be memorized word for word exactly, and would take around 4 hours and 18 minutes to recite, and they held that the exact pronunciation was also crucial, as the vibrations produced by pronouncing their words was what was seen as holy and had to be retained across the generations. I don't know if this is over-romanticism, Hindu experts please comment below, but from what I've seen, most modern scholars do think that this oral tradition worked, and retained the Vedas nearly perfectly, even down to each syllable, for thousands of years before they were written down. In The Mandalorian, we see a sign language used, which was developed by a cast member that is deaf, which is also a reference to a lot of tribal cultures that use a form of sign language when hunting. So I think this made a lot of sense with the lore, if not something that was already a part of the lore somewhere that I just missed. To end it, I want to mention a canon story involving an interesting dream by Luke. In 34 ABY, while on Ahch-To, he had a dream of an alternate reality where he ignored Princess Leia's message. He stayed on the homestead and lived on Tatooine for the rest of his life. In the dream, he jumps 20 years into the future to find that Anchorhead had nothing left of the Tuscan people, besides their bones that dotted the deserts. And though Luke would have been raised to fear these creatures, especially in this dream scenario where he just lived the life of a typical settler, he said that when he realized that they were extinct, all that was left was just these bones in the sand. He felt a deep sadness at the loss of these people. A really interesting and strange story, so please comment what you think of that down below. But most important of all, remember, and the Force will be with you, always.
Welcome to Tython, Padawan. Everyone at the temple is looking forward to meeting you.
Go to the planet Tython. There you will find the ancient ruins of a temple that has a strong connection to the Force.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of one of the most important planets in all of Star Wars, especially for the Jedi Order. There have been a lot of things from this world that have been slowly incorporated into the new canon, so I will include everything from legends and canon in chronological order and stressing the impact of key events. Just be sure to look out for the canon tab on screen if you care about that distinction. So let's head to grid coordinates L10 on the galactic map, within the deep core. Its sun was Tythos, and it had two moons, Ashla and Bogan. As Tython had an incredible natural connection to the Force, much like what we've seen with Dathomir and its connection with the dark side, Ilum's abundance of kyber crystals, or the living Force planet that was the font of the midichlorians. These three celestial bodies form something of a Force trinity. It is often believed that Ashla represents the light and Bogan the dark, but that oversimplifies the earlier Force worshippers' understandings of these moons. Tython represented balance, and if one was seen to be focused too much on only the light side of the Force, they would be sent to Ashla, but not because they aligned with the light, but because from this moon they would look out and see only the ominous Bogan. The opposite is also true. Those delving too deeply into the dark would be forced to stare out on the shining light of Ashla. From one, you only saw the other. From Tython, the point of balance, you could more accurately perceive the Ashla and Bogan, the light and dark. This acted as a sort of naturally occurring metaphor. Exiling the practitioner to the moon of their dominant aspect showed them that from that perspective, they saw only the opposite, equal in size and influence, and just as timeless. And we see that over 20,000 years later, there were beings like the Bendu that still upheld this belief, believing that the Jedi and Sith had forgotten this original understanding.
Jedi and Sith wield the Ashla and Bogan, the light and the dark. I'm the one in the middle, the Bendu.
And curiously enough, the Jedi Order that would emerge from these original Force practitioners on Tython still had this relic of this belief in their phrases, even if they didn't live by it.
Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness!
To these later Jedi, balance had kinda lost its meaning, and came to be understood as absolute aversion to the dark side, which rejected the whole symbolic significance of Tython, as the Force nexus that was the anchor point upon which the equally legitimate and necessary light and dark orbited. And even more evidence that the Jedi still knew of this celestial trinity was that when Ahsoka went into hiding after Order 66, she took the name Ashla. But these were concepts of the Jedi, who we will talk about in great detail in a second. But to get the full context, let's head back to somewhere around 100,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. Tens of thousands of years before the Old Republic was created, a still unknown species of giants constructed enormous ziggurats and pyramids all across this Force-soaked planet. These structures are all that remained of this original, presumably native population. But the Gree would arrive in 36,453 BBY. They found a lush world covered in mostly forests and jungles, but there were also some deserts and ice caps. Numerous continents all separated by large seas. The Gree were the first species to achieve interstellar travel, and by the time they set down on Tython, the natives were long gone. But there was an abundance of wildlife, with some abnormally high levels of aggression and ability. Things like screech lizards, acid spiders, hook hawks, blood spites, and flame tigers. The Gree would set up one of their hypergates in the bowels of these structures, but they would eventually abandon this planet as well. Why they did this is still unknown, but is presumed to be due to manipulations by the Force itself. Later we would see the Qua, who had a technology called Infinity Gates, which were very similar to Gree tech, and they too would set up these gates in the enormous ruins. The Force would leave its mark on this species, and the Qua would use their gates to travel across the galaxy, uplifting countless populations, introducing them to the existence of this all-binding energy field known as the Force, and preaching that one must find balance. So we see that long before the Jedi, this species also learned from Tython that balance in the light and dark aspects of the Force was key. But one of the species introduced to this belief decided to reject this teaching in favor of more power. the Rakata would come to draw exclusively on the dark side of the Force, and seek to destroy their superiors and put an end to their benevolent missionary work, replacing it with what was called the Infinite Empire. Using a new technology that channeled the Force itself into their hyperdrives, their empire literally ran on dark side power. To protect the galaxy, and especially Tython, the Qua destroyed their own Infinity Gates to stop the spread of Rakata. Those that were isolated on Tython eventually died out, but at least the Rakata did not make it to this Force Nexus, at least for now. Circa 37,500 BBY, massive pyramidal ships called the Tho-Yor departed from Tython and traveled across the galaxy to various Force-worshipping people scattered across the stars. One of the most notable were the Order of Dai Bendu, monks that lived in the harsh, snow-covered world of Ando Prime. These ships had no apparent pilot or technology, and these monks would meditate on its mystery for over a millennia before it opened up one fateful day. Again, with no organic being or technology seeming to be behind it, through their minds, these Bendu monks felt commanded to enter the craft, feeling that the Force itself was conducting this strange series of events. Each of the pyramids then traveled to several other worlds to collect more Force-sensitive beings. The year 36,453 BBY could be considered the year that the galaxy would change forever, as it is the year that various Force-observing groups were delivered to Tython on the 8 Tho-Yor ships. Numerous Force observers from dozens of different species were all thrust into the same mystery, having no idea what had just happened to them or why, but they all agreed that the Force itself had wanted them to all come together. Each of these 8 ships encircled a large central Tho-Yor that floated above a stone monolith, but their arrival brought on an enormous Force storm, the skies consumed by dark clouds and powerful bolts of lightning, followed by earthquakes and tsunamis. Each contemplated the meaning behind this, thinking it may be showing them how much destruction could be wrought if their combined Force powers were ever to go astray, a warning of what would come if this community lost control. The 8 craft then shot out to different regions to release their passengers. It would take roughly 1,000 years for all of these Force observers to unify, and when they did, they agreed on a code, and decided to call themselves the Jedi Order. Jedi being a word that meant mystic center in the language of the Dai Bendu practitioners. They had set up 8 different temples around each of the Tho-Yor, dedicated to different aspects of the Force, while that larger one located at the monolith they were first brought to was called the Temple of Balance. And it was this Jedi Order that set up the Ashla and Bogan meditation mentioned earlier. In 36,019 BBY, they would construct their first Jedi Temple, where they both studied the wisdom of their various Force traditions from these different groups and species, while also trying to understand the mystery of this planet. As Jedi Master Dila John Marola put it, quote, "Never forget that we were brought here. Tython is a planet rich in the Force, but it is also a place of mystery, unknown to us, existing here for eons before the Tho-Yor arrived. Its age is deep, its stories deeper." They would also discover that the physical characteristics of this planet would change due to perturbations in the Force. Force storms were still breaking out on occasion, something they realized was due to shifts in the balance of the Force in the galaxy. And Padawans would have to travel to each of the continents across a 2-year journey to all 9 temples. Over the millennia, these Force wielders would reproduce and create a large society and ports for trade. But it quickly became clear that outsiders that were not Force sensitive would start to go mad, eventually leading to biological failures as well. And the Jedi realized that this was true of their own offspring as well. Though Force sensitivity does have strong heritability, there was an ever-growing number of children that did not have this connection, and thus needed to be moved off of Tython. And when the major city of Aurum was destroyed by a Force storm, this sparked what was called the Second Migration, a complete removal of all non-Force sensitives from this Nexus world. Their solar system contained 8 other worlds, and each would be populated by these Tythons. And then as those worlds became more populated, more Force sensitives would pop up there. And when this happened, these children would be brought to Tython, which was a reunion with some long-lost relatives, as still at this point, this solar system didn't have a lot of outsiders from the galaxy at large. Almost 100% of the populations of this solar system were still the descendants of those original beings brought in from the Tho-Yors. But as these other 8 worlds would grow in strength and power, there came to be a resentment for those on Tython, those weird mystics that occasionally stole your kids and forbid others from visiting. A female Twi'lek named Hydia would rise to unite crime syndicates on these worlds, and eventually unify a great force under the title of the Despot Queen. She would launch an invasion of Tython, saying to her followers, quote, "The Jedi say, there was no ignorance, there was knowledge." but they are ignorant of your lives, your struggles, and their superiority blinds them. They say, there is no fear, there is power. Yet in their power they are smug, and I will make them fear me. This was in 25,805 BBY, and her war would lead to the deaths of millions of her troops, along with thousands of Jedi, marking the first time that these Force-observing monks would step into a military role, in defense of the world that represented the Force's place of balance in our physical universe. But things were about to get even worse. Just 12 years later, the Rakata would finally find Tython, after 10,000 years of searching for the Qua's most sacred Force Nexus world. At this time, the Infinite Empire was becoming degenerate. The constant tapping into the dark side was corrupting the Rakata, killing them off as the Force struck back, much like it would during the era of the Sith Darth Plagueis, who posed such a threat to the Force itself, such a potential for mastery over midichlorians, that the Force spawned the Chosen One into existence to destroy the Sith. Similarly, the Rakata were seeing that the Force itself was their enemy, and thought that by conquering Tython, by accessing the old Infinity Gate at the core of its central temple, perhaps they could conquer the Force, control the legendary Nexus. The first round of attacks would see their Flesh Raider troops thrown against the Jedi, and they would be pushed off-world at first, only to regroup and strike back at Tython. The settled worlds had put aside their differences and joined forces with their old Jedi enemies, and lay in ambush on the moon Ashla, but the invaders detected them, leveling entire cities and the destruction of their allied fleet. The fight would come to the surface of Tython, and this conflict would result in the creation of the lightsaber. The Rakatan forces used a device called a Force Saber, which channeled dark side energy through an artificial crystal. The Jedi found a way to produce a similar weapon by drawing light side energy through a naturally occurring crystal. This conflict would also show us that at least one Jedi, Tasha Rio, did come to fully understand the role of the Thoyor, by becoming one with the Force inside of one of these pyramidal craft. After stepping into the blue energy, she says, quote, "I am one with the Force again, one with Tython, one with the Thoyor. I understand who created it, and why." With this, the Thoyor activate and emit beams of orange destructive energy, which seek out the Darksiders commanding the Rakata fleets, completely destroying these impressive ships and allowing the Jedi to finally be rid of the Rakatan plague and continue their stewardship over Tython. But this shook the Jedi Order, placed the first seeds of the rise of the Sith. Though the Sith title itself was still a ways away, there were many who were traumatized by these wars and thought that they should look more towards the power of the dark, the Bogan, while others thought they needed to go even further towards the light, the Ashla. This tension within the Order would quickly erupt in a civil war, a conflict called the Force Wars. These people were split, and those who felt the Ashla was the true path decided to call themselves the Jedi, and established a High Council and warrior knights. But one of their High Council members was being drawn to the dark, backing the Bogan minority, and setting up a military presence in the Thoyor Temple of Knowledge. Not a Sith in name yet, but this dynamic would plague the galaxy from here on out, originating from Tython's Force Nexus being knocked out of balance.
My colleagues wouldn't listen. I spoke of strength, they cowered. I spoke of a golden age, they chattered of overstepping ourselves.
It took many powerful Jedi to stop you, Master Rajavari. Those who survived were clearly worthy to survive any challenge.
Remember that battle, my friends, my death.
These Darksiders were defeated and pushed off-world, but these force storms, earthquakes, and tsunamis were growing in proportion to their straying off balance. Most Jedi believed that their force powers came from Tython itself, but when some knights ventured out to liberate other worlds in the system, they were shocked to see that they still had their powers and deep connection to the all-binding energy, if not as intense as back home. Though victorious, the fact that these reverberations in the Force were physically altering the planet pushed the High Council to move its home to Ossus, going from the deep core all the way to the fringes of the Outer Rim. About 1,000 years later, these Jedi would face another civil war, known as the First Great Schism, which resulted in the Juntapal taking the title of the first Dark Lord of the Sith. The Sith Order would eventually bring about the destruction of Ossus as well, driving the Order to the core world of Coruscant. They still had records of Tython, though none dared visit that volatile world. None who followed the Ashla, that is, as the Sith would travel back to their shared homeworld, and would use this nexus point to power their alchemical experiments. One of the most terrifying beasts produced were the Terentatex, who came to swarm all over the continents of Tython, and then numerous other worlds as the Sith spread these evil spawns. The Jedi High Council initiated the Great Hunt, and Jedi would set foot back on the original homeworld of their order after 20,000 years, finding a world torn apart by the rift between the Jedi and the Sith, but they were able to exterminate the Terentatex. Though shortly after this triumph, natural, or perhaps force-guided shifts in the galaxy resulted in the collapse of hyperlanes that led to Tython, leaving it abandoned again for nearly 400 years. It wasn't until the great Jedi Knight Satele Shan decided that it was her duty to reclaim the ancient homeworld. Following the sacking of Coruscant and the tentative peace of the Cold War between the Republic and Sith Empire, Shan set up new Jedi temples on Tython, which at this time had gone back to looking like a lush, beautiful world. She would set up the headquarters near the site of the original Darksider stronghold at the Temple of Knowledge. It wasn't long before the Sith Empire wanted to show the Jedi that they would not take their shared homeworld with ease.
You've been invited here to perform an act once thought impossible. An attack on the Jedi Temple of Tython.
Launching a series of attacks that were repelled by one mysterious figure that would be named as the Hero of Tython by Satele Shan. But by 3638 BBY, Darth Arcus would finally take the Jedi Temple. Though interestingly, he was not a Sith, but a Revanite, a follower of Revan, a man who was considered to be one that had achieved the deepest connections to the light side and the dark side over the course of his difficult life. Revanites wanted to live by his wisdom, something that was more in line with the original Jedi, more in line with what seemed to be the will of Tython, fully seeing and understanding the light and dark. Arcus used his power in the Sith Empire to take this world simply to recover relics and holocrons that would let him better understand Revan, and the nature of the mysterious and ancient Rakatan Forerunners. This was followed up by the conquest of the Eternal Empire, a force of droids that were led by the spirit of Darth Vitiate. Though he was one of, if not the most powerful Sith of all time, it is unknown if he took any interest in Tython. At this point, he was inhabiting his host body Valkorion, having managed to transfer his essence and stay alive for over 1500 years. Perhaps he did not want to tempt the Force with his presence on this world. The Jedi communities were spread throughout the galaxy, and would eventually reorganize on Coruscant around 3630 BBY. It would be 2,000 years before Force users returned, and this time it was in the form of a Sith. During the New Sith Wars, Lord Belia Darzu would establish a fortress on this nexus, and use its energy to power her skill of Meku Daru, the alchemical ability to turn flesh into metal, beast into machine, taking up various strange creatures of this world and raising an army of techno-beasts, launching the Sictus Wars against Republic-held worlds. She recorded this technique in a holocron for future Sith, and by the year 990 BBY, this would be discovered by Darth Bane. As he approached the fortress, her automated defenses sprang to life after lying dormant for more than 2 centuries, though he was able to destroy them and work his way into the structure, finding that at this point in its history, all of this conflict and presence of powerful Darksiders was triggering that reflexive nature of Tython to lash out. The surface looked like a hellscape, with constant powerful storms. A lost paradise from the time of the Jedi Order. He would enter the fortress and be ambushed by the remaining techno-beasts, and after destroying them, discovers Darzu's holocron and meditated on it to learn how to build his own. But his apprentice Darth Zana was being pursued by Jedi, and she leads them to Tython. Here, light and dark would fight on this world again, and these 2 Sith would be victorious over their 5 Jedi attackers, ensuring that the existence of the Sith Order remained a secret. Though over the next decades, the High Council decided to erect one final temple on Tython, using it as a place for only the most disciplined of Jedi, braving the immense dark side presence and focusing on the light that was left on this corrupted Force nexus. Over the next millennium, Tython again faded into obscurity. If the High Council knew of its existence, they never spoke of it openly, though deep in the Jedi archives there were still records of its tumultuous past. Though the exact details on the origins of their own order did become obscured with time, some would place the first temple on Tython, while other Jedi researchers believed it was on Ahch-To. The confusion is understandable, and perhaps the temple Luke discovered could be a Bendu temple, the precursor to the Jedi Order. Or it could be the first place a temple was built after they had officially become Jedi, not Jedi. As this Ahch-To temple was first built tens of thousands of years before the Battle of Yavin, putting it in the range of the legends of Tython. We are also told that the Jedi of the Clone Wars era gave Tython an almost mystical aura, saying that if one could make the journey and brave the Force storms, they could discover fantastical hordes of holocrons and data cards, containing all sorts of ancient wisdom. Though for all we know, none of the Jedi of this era dared to go here. but Darth Vader and his accomplice Dr. Aphra would dare to set down on this cursed world. In 3 ABY, she would lead the Sith to this legendary planet, arriving at an ice cap. The site was called the Martrium of Frozen Tears, a structure that was made to house the relics owned by noble Jedi who gave up their lives for the Force. Aphra tries to betray Vader, leading him into a place that her archaeologist father had suspected was an ancient Jedi confessional. It was built of solid kyberite, a material that channeled the Force, and was within a Force-active mountain, on a planet that was a Force nexus. So after leading Vader into it, she sees that he is ambushed by visions, and she explains that with millennia of people explaining their guilt, their sins in this Force Nexus chamber, she suspected that it would cause psychological havoc in the mind of someone who was full of regrets. Aphra would be able to escape just seconds before Vader overcame his psyche and exploded this ancient chamber of solid kyber with his pure darkside energy. By 9 ABY, we see that Ahsoka Tano was well aware of the significance this planet had in the Force, likely spending a good amount of time exploring this nexus point, just like she explored the dark side world of Malachor. And when Din Djarin arrives, we see that Tython was again becoming a lush world, always reacting to the state of the Force in the galaxy. Hopefully this is a sign that the light was rising, with the ancient Jedi sites, older than the Republic itself, still in working order, still acting as a physical connection to the energy that binds all living things together, uniting all Jedi across space and time. So that's it for the complete breakdown of Tython in canon and legends. But you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Tython is set up like a metaphor in a ton of ways other than just the moons. Things like the Flesh Raiders and tons of violent native species, and areas like the Gnarls that were so densely covered in brush that it took months for the Jedi to clear, are all there so we can infer something about the Force, that it wants us to be strong and diligent. It wants you to come here to meditate on the glory of the Force, but that doesn't mean you should be weak. You will be attacked and killed off by the wildlife if you are not strong, and if you do not work to preserve your achievements, they will quickly be swallowed up by vegetation. The Jedi of around 4,000 BBY found enormous compounds and series of bridges and roads that took months to reveal, a warning that this too would become their fate if they did not find a way to preserve their achievements. As if the one thing the Force wanted you to be afraid of was your physical weakness, which would allow evil to dominate, and entropy, of order going to disorder. There are a ton of things that have come back into canon, most recently with the Mandalorian show, but also there's a ton of similarities with Palpatine's hideout on Exegol. The first thing I thought when seeing this was it might be a Thoyor. Of course there's a ton that's still different, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the intention. Tython was first introduced in 2007 in the novel Darth Bane Rule of Two. The Bane trilogy is one of, if not the best Star Wars books ever written. I go back and forth between them and Darth Plagueis being the best, but in that book we learn that the Jedi Order started here, which was also confirmed by the Old Republic game in 2011. Though Luke is now saying in canon that Ahch-To was first. In universe, even in canon, there is debate over where the true original site is. And I hope you see that even in Legends, you could see one debating over whether or not the Dai Bendu's original temples, the Jedi's temples, or the Jedi's temples should be considered the very first one of this order. So it's cool that there's both in-universe and out-of-universe debate on this. And we get the most details from the Dawn of the Jedi comic series. But if you want to explore more of the Old Republic era Jedi philosophies, the debate around balance and the will of the Force itself, I really suggest the video Philosophy of Kreia here on YouTube. Besides being one of the most interesting characters ever, not just in Star Wars, the video is incredibly well made. You get to hear the characters struggle in her own words, and I agree with this video's creator that Lucas's point within the movies, coming from Lucas's love of Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell and mythology in general, is that one cannot start down the path of deciding when it's okay to do an evil act and when it isn't. Also that we do seem to be tested by something, and so you should completely abstain from rationalizing with evil. You will go down a path where you become evil, and that most evil people in history could conceptualize why the ends justify the means. That is what a Sith does, and Kreia struggles with this, and really with her hatred that the Force puts us in these situations. We make fun of the Jedi for saying balance, while losing their minds if someone gets mildly upset, or force forbid just wants to shoot some lightning. But I think I'm with the Jedi Order on this one, not the Jedi or Bendu, at least in theory. But it definitely is a great debate, and at the core of Star Wars. If you want to show your support, please hit the like button and comment down below. That's all great for the YouTube algorithm. And be sure to subscribe so you can see future videos like this. But most important of all, remember, always check and see if the Force is in balance before heading to the surface of Tython. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Eli stared at Thrawn, thinking back to the campfire stories of his childhood. The tales had spoken of Chiss unity and military prowess. Never once had the stories talked about them exiling one another.
What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to cover every bit of lore on the Chiss species in both canon and legends. When something is mutually exclusive, I will put a legends or canon tab on screen if you care about that distinction. A lot of the detail will come from this most famous of Chiss, but we also get plenty of accounts from other species who interacted with the mysterious blue-skinned outsiders. And by the end, you'll see just how important the Chiss species are to the entire galaxy. In effect, being the people that keep the demons of the deep from emerging, from breaking the surface, breaking out of the unknown regions to the parts of the galaxy we're more familiar with. How they are the leaders of this sort of parallel dimension, only coming through to spy on other civilizations, and hoping to work with the Emperor in his fight against an ancient evil that Lord Sidious himself had only caught glimpses of, but which he knew was far greater in power. As you'll see in this video, the Chiss are all about absorbing as much information as possible in the most efficient manner. To start this tale, we need to go back to around 100,000 years before the Battle of Yavin, when the Celestials were designing the galaxy. The Celestials, beings like the father, son, and daughter found on Mortis, once manipulated everything from the placement of stars and planets to the creation of new species, planting them across the galaxy, and even constructing enormous craft for various roles over the ages. Most Coruscanti researchers believe that the Celestials created the human race, either on Coruscant or that they were moved to this world at some later date. Though some theories believe that they were created by the Rakata, there's more pointing to the Celestials, simply for the fact that they are the true original masters of the galaxy. And even though the Rakata made a bunch of humanoid species like the Zabrak or Twi'lek, this human shape was there first, and is seen in countless species across the galaxy, linked to their shared creator in the form of Celestials. Now, genetic studies done by both Imperial scientists and those within the Chiss ascendancy show that they are genetically very similar to humans. They concluded from this that the Chiss were the long-lost evolutionary cousins of humans. But it's also the possibility that they were created by the Celestials separately, that perhaps this shared genetic code may point to the Celestials working from a base code template, something like you might do with a computer code for a website or video game, reworking some elements for this new project, but not building a completely new code from scratch. Why this distinction matters is because of how the Celestials disappeared from the galaxy. You see, their mastery did not just extend to matter, but even into a multiverse. The only Celestials we ever see are on Mortis, which is not in our dimension. As we saw during the Clone Wars, two ships could appear to be in the same spot in the normal galaxy, but the Jedi had been pulled into this other dimension with the Celestials.
We're at the rendezvous point awaiting your arrival. Where are you?
Sir, we are at the rendezvous point, and there's no sign of you in our scanners.
Oh, come on. That's impossible.
In the Celestial civilization's golden age, they came into contact with an interdimensional being known as the Nal Nal. Accounts from this come to us from a being known to the Chiss as Waru, another interdimensional organism that may have come from the same original dimension, as both were gray ooze, shape-shifting creatures that were bent on consuming life. Waru just wanted to use his unique connection with something akin to the Force to get back to his home dimension. But Nal Nal was like a plague, a virus that could not be stopped despite the best efforts by the masters and architects of the stars. They decided that their only option was to cut off its spread, to collapse areas of space-time, and make hyperlanes to this area impossible. For a hyperlane to be useful, it had to extend for thousands of light years at a time, just one light year being around 6 trillion miles. So by creating a scattering of anomalies, became like a maze or space-time thicket, that if not entirely impossible to traverse, would make it unbelievably difficult, only with a preposterous level of effort or luck. This worked to save the galaxy that we know, while resulting in this bisection that would forever sentence this third of the map to be referred to simply as the Unknown Regions. Remember, though they may have been a species created separately by the Celestials, the Chiss believed themselves to be descendants of humans that had been trapped in wild space. And there was a human sleeper ship that was lost in this area around 27,500 BBY, though it's unclear if these became the colonists on the world Scylla, which at that time was a lush tropical world. But this planet's migration through space put it into an ice age, compounding the trials for these people. They were now cut off from the galaxy at large and freezing. Luckily, these were a high-tech, spacefaring people, and they were able to move underground to survive, evading the quick growth of glaciers and snowstorms, while they plotted to branch out and build an empire. Despite the difficulties, or perhaps because of them, this world would remain their center of their civilization. And it was this living underground for tens of thousands of years that resulted in the change in their skin color and eyes. Their blue skin was due to minerals in the glaciers that now became their main source of drinking water, while the hue of the blue in their skin was dependent on the level of oxygen that they were exposed to over their lives. Almost all had this blue-black hair, but there were a few that had gray hair, something that was believed to be a sign that you will have exceptional children. While one of the most useful adaptations were their enhanced hearing and vision. They could hear a slightly greater range of sounds than most humans, but their vision had evolved to let them see in the infrared range, something that could show them how parts of a person's face were heating up in conversations, coming to learn how one's face would light up when they were lying, angry, scared, or calm. Just another non-verbal cue to pick up on in conversations, often giving them an advantage over humans. And they would grow to be a bit taller than your average human, at 1.85 meters or about 6 feet, and live just a bit longer as well, with an average lifespan of 80 years. The Chiss are known for their cool-headed, stoic, and tactical nature, which is a result of both biological and cultural factors. Biologically, they mature at about twice the rate of humans. A 10-year-old Chiss was as mature as a 20-year-old man, and so the demeanor of a 40-year-old would be comparable to a wise old sage in human societies. Though a major shortcoming was their connection to the Force. There were a few Chiss Force users in the form of Jedi and others, but notably only on this side of the galaxy. In the unknown regions, most Chiss would lose their Force abilities as they grew out of childhood. And this isn't lore here, but I speculate that this could be the result of manipulation by the Celestials. When they altered space-time to cut off the spread of the Nal, these master wielders of the Force may have done something to alter the connection with living beings in this area. Maybe as a way to deprive the all-consuming gray ooze of Force-wielding slaves. Though it may have opened the door to some Force abilities that some would consider unnatural, an enemy of the Chiss that we'll talk about later in this video. There is a less intense theory that it may just be the Chiss culture that stunted the expression of this Force connection. Ahsoka points out during her time after Order 66, when seeing a child use the Force, and knowing that the Emperor was hunting down any Force sensitives, that if the child was not trained by a group like the Jedi, these abilities would weaken over time to the point that she could not use them in any detectable way. This might be a good explanation for what's happening here, but the only problem I have with this is that the Chiss had a very good reason to keep around Force users. The way that they explored space in this space-time thicket of gravitational anomalies was to use mostly young female Force wielders as navigators. These children would be pressed into service for the Chiss Ascendancy, and help with the slow and careful journeys out from Scylla. They called this ability the Sight, as their focus was to detect unseen dangers via their precognitive abilities. This sense was called Third Sight, while telepathy was referred to as Second Sight. So while most cultures would rely on a trusty astromech to safely travel the stars, the Chiss Empire was built from the sight of gifted children in the role of navigators. Though most Chiss would never know this. In fact, most were completely ignorant of the Force at all. And though it seems odd that Chiss on the main part of the galaxy can be seen becoming Jedi, it is this seemingly unstoppable degeneracy of the young Chiss's Force connection that makes me think it may be built into this area of space, something the Celestials did to prevent the Nal plague from using the Force, as the Chiss military had every reason to develop the Force abilities of their children, keeping a lifetime of navigator experience, instead of always churning through new kids, training them all the way up from scratch each time to just serve a few years. But to make it even weirder, as the Force would choose to immaculately conceive the Chosen One via a woman named Skywalker, the Chiss independently chose to name these beings with the gift of sight, these navigators of the stars, Ozili Ashembo, a Chiun word that means Skywalker. And so these Skywalkers were key to the power of the Chiss Ascendancy. The Ascendancy was the name of their empire, which would come to conquer the homeworlds of several other species, as well as plant Chiss colonies on a number of lifeless worlds. It was ruled by the 9 ruling families, the leaders each being called aristocra. It should be noted that some later researchers during the New Republic era believe that these ruling families came to power after winning a civil war during that dramatic climate shift when Scylla was entering its ice age, a war that saw about half of the population eliminated. And though nothing in Chiss history mentions this, the Chiss are extremely secretive about their past. forbidding outsiders from seeing their accounts, while admitting to having detailed records over tens of thousands of years. But no one but the ruling families can access them. There was at least a superficial democracy, with an elected parliamentary body from each of their 28 colonies. But the next step were governors appointed by the 9 families. And so those governors acted as gatekeepers, as they were the only ones to pass on legislation to the rulers. Each of the 9 houses would deal with different issues, such as justice, education, healthcare, science, and military. Because their society was a collectivist economy, House Sapla, the family in charge of logistics and redistribution of resources, became the de facto head of the Chiss civilization, with House Nurodu, the head of warfare, being a close second. When they met to make a decision, they tried to never use individual names, instead each wearing colored robes to distinguish each house, a practice that made the family seem timeless. No exceptionally great or exceptionally weak individual that would stand out in history. And while we're talking about names, the Chiss have a 3-part naming system. The first was their family name, while the second was their personal name, and the third was their occupation. Or if they were a member of those 9 larger families, the third one would be that overname, since it was almost always also your individual occupation. But these names could change over your lifetime based on major changes to your status. Thrawn's original birth name was Kaivu Ra Nuru, being named Ra and of the relatively small and poor colony family named Kaivu. When he rose through the ranks of the Chiss military academy, a man named Myth Urf Ianiko noticed the boy's genius and took him as a merit adoptive. One of the only ways for a Chiss to ascend out of this authoritative socialistic caste system, where he would go on to serve the military branch or House Nurodu. His name was now Myth Ra Nurodu. As the Chiss Expansionary Defense Force consolidated their strength in the unknown regions, they established alliances and lucrative trade networks with numerous species from countless worlds. With these people, they would speak the language Minisayat or Saibisti, trade languages that had been developed in the unknown regions that could be produced by almost all species, as their native language Sheun had syllables that were unpronounceable even by their human cousins. The first humans they met were the most remote of settlers on the fringes of the Outer Rim. Life always has a way of breaking through boundaries, and some were able to trickle through the celestial-imposed hyperspace thicket over millennia, having a handful of Chiss popping up on both the sides of the Old Republic and Sith Empire. But considering what we know of Thrawn's role with the Empire, I think it should be considered that many, if not all, were acting as double agents for the Chiss ascendancy. With characters like the Chiss Jedi Nuru Kungurama, who conveniently dropped his Nurodu last name, and who, like Thrawn, was also serendipitously discovered by the Republic. While Thrawn was placed in exile to be discovered by the Empire, and to work his way up through the ranks of the military, Orama was picked up by the Jedi and rose through their ranks. Odd that such a series of events would happen on their own when it was already extremely rare for Chiss males to be Force sensitive. I think this was the work of the invisible hand of the Chiss ascendancy, the ruling family that had learned from this abrupt bisection of the galaxy and the sudden onset of an ice age, that they needed to collect as much information as possible, always trying to understand all the variables in the galaxy at large to make sure they weren't blindsided again. A sentiment that leads to the stereotypical Chiss being defined by incredible self-control, intelligence, and a cold reasoning that planned out decades into the future. As they expanded their federation of planets, they also used automated drones to create a network of anchor points, similar to hyperspace buoys, but that could be used only by Chiss craft, with a fleet that was the closest thing out there to the strength of the Republic, with everything from carriers, destroyers, fighters and bombers, APCs and gunboats, with their troops possessing the most advanced tech in the region, like a cloaking armor device and Charic weapons. A weapon that was a sort of combination of slug rifle and blaster, combining a solid projectile sent along a beam of blue energy, compromising most shields or armor, which were only suited to block solids or beams, not both. And that could not be deflected by lightsabers. This is also the same type of weapon that made the Chiss capital ship's equivalent of a turbolaser, called the Mega Mazer artillery. So imagine just how devastating that would be on ships like a Venator or an ISD. The Chiss pride themselves on an appearance of cold logic and peacekeeping, avoiding any conflict, which is their true goal, but only on their terms. Every species that dealt with them felt an aggravating air of superiority coming off the Chiss, and in private, this was truly how the Chiss felt, that they were the stewards of the galaxy, especially in the unknown regions, the only society of adults surrounded by all these other species that acted like careless, aimless children. And they went through great effort to make sure accounts of any conflicts were hidden. The Chiss would use biological weapons like a parasite bomb, as well as things like radiation bombs and the Chiss defoliator, all in an effort to bring worlds into line with the goal of the Chiss ascendancy. Instead of the major conflicts like those that consume the galaxy at large about every century, the Chiss went thousands of years without open conflict, due to the surgical precision of their special forces, and also a ton of espionage.
Long ago, Chiss agents stole a holomap from the Sith Emperor, in case our deal with the Empire went sour. It shows the coordinates to the Emperor's greatest secrets. Officially, we can't act on this. But you can. If you disposed of Zenta, you would have the gratitude of the Ascendancy. I may even be able to broker an alliance.
Forward to our partnership, Aristocrat.
The Ascendancy thanks you.
By around 4000 BBY, we see multiple Chiss in the service of the Old Republic and Sith Empire. As mentioned earlier with individuals like Thrawn and Kungarama, who infiltrated the Empire and Jedi Order. When the old Sith Empire tried to conquer the Chiss, they gave up without a fight, seemingly to be resigned to the role of a vassal state. They traded goods and even offered up military advisors and equipment, all in exchange for being able to retain their autonomy. Knowing how powerful the Chiss actually were, and how nearly impossible it would be for the Sith to maintain a campaign against Ascendancy space, with that hyperspace thicket being worse than Russian winters, I think it's reasonable to assume that the Chiss wanted to give aid to the Sith Empire. The Empire was essentially demanding to have Chiss spies in their midst, and to use Chiss technology against their rival superpower, the Republic. What better way to learn about these two superpowers outside the unknown regions? And proof that the Chiss were not at all conquered was in Zero Station on the planet Hoth. Somehow, they were able to keep the location of this base a secret even from their Sith allies, though they did put it to work to provide intel alongside other Sith installations on this icy world.
This is a top-secret Chiss Ascendancy installation. Self-sufficient, running in parallel with the above-ground outposts. Paranoia at work.
But our paranoia paid off.
So again, we see that even others were aware of just how cautious the Chiss people were. The psychological and cultural remnant of those unforeseen disasters that formed their species tens of thousands of years ago. If you noticed, the only Chiss that other species are meeting are either those that were serendipitously discovered, or military representatives sent out from the CEDF. And as you should expect with this species, this was of course by design. Even within the unknown region, no one has ever had direct contact with Chiss civilians. At least no one that ever survived or documented it. This was a combination of their view of cultural superiority, but also just another layer of precautions, as the military was an incredibly well-refined machine, with each and every action approved by the Council of Superiors. Every interaction the Chiss had with an alien species was according to their plans. They could not risk the billions of variables that would enter the calculations if civilians were engaging outsiders, getting in feuds or romances that could drag them into a whole web of alliances that the Historicas could not control. By the year 1000 BBY, Lord Khan's Brotherhood of Darkness discovered a group of Chiss in the unknown regions, and were able to convince a legion of them to join their forces on the planet Thule. Again, likely they were spies trying to learn about this new Sith force. And this is the first time that outsiders would hear of the Chiss policy of avoiding initiating aggression or any form of preemptive strikes. Though it should be noted that throughout Chiss history, just entering into Chiss space was seen as an act of aggression, and some within the military approved strikes against any violating vessel. From the year 178 up to 28 BBY, the Chiss were starting to be introduced to the greatest threat in millennia. Though this is a spot where legends and canon will differ in details like names and dates, but notice in their core these are very similar threats. Legends say that a race considered to be simple barbarians, the Vagari, seemingly out of nowhere were becoming more aggressive and were raiding closer and closer to the Ascendancy's borders. This was the first sign of the coming invasion of the Yuuzhan Vong, the extragalactic force that would conquer the entire galaxy in years to come. These invaders had forced the barbarians to flee towards Chiss space, and it also forced the living, sentient planet Xenoma Sekot to also escape into this space. The CEDF was quick to inspect it, but assumed it was just a strange rogue planet caught in some gravitational current. In 27 BBY, a Jedi exploration force was traveling into the unknown regions, 6 dreadnought cruisers arrived in a mission deemed the Outbound Flight. This sharp increase in activity in their quiet part of the galaxy concerned a young officer Thrawn. While his superiors were working on the construction of an enormous fortress installation with hopes to defend Ascendancy space, Thrawn urged them to abandon the policy that forbid preemptive strikes. They refused, but when his fleet was discovered by a Trade Federation vessel that was trying to engage the outbound flight, he took the battle to the alien forces, eliminating the vastly greater force through his remarkable tactics. He ordered the Trade Federation flagship to be kept intact, and boarded their strange vessel, where he would meet with a close associate of Darth Sidious. The robed figure explained over a holo that he was aware of the Yuuzhan Vong threat, something that was so great that it would require an incredibly powerful, unified galactic military to oppose it. Sidious was currently working towards that goal, and was impressed with Thrawn's ability to take down this larger Federation force. Thrawn understood that he was acting in the spirit of preservation of his species, the Chiss identity to take up the mantle of stewardship of the galaxy by being a strong enough force to face the evils spawned up by this cruel universe. While his descendants nearly died off, caught in the crossfire in the war between the Nal Nal and the Celestials, he would not let his Chiss go extinct in this inevitable conflict with the Vong and this Darth Sidious. He would draw the nearby Vagari force towards the location of the Jedi ship, and wait until both had been significantly weakened before rushing in to finish them both off. Nearly 50,000 Republic personnel were killed, but the Jedi back on Coruscant never knew the details, expecting that Outbound Flight's mission to explore the unknown regions only ever had a very slim chance of success, assuming that they were likely destroyed by these space-time anomalies. Before this rejection of their non-aggression policy, Thrawn was exiled, whereupon he would be discovered by the Empire and eventually rise through the ranks, Sidious remembering this competent blue-skinned alien. While during the Clone Wars, this was along the time that Kungarama was discovered by the Republic and raised in the Jedi Order, and Sev Ronstan claimed to be abandoned by her people and intended to become a Sith Lord, finding her way to Count Dooku to become one of his dark acolytes and even a general of a droid army. And her lover was becoming a prominent bounty hunter. Again, we can't confirm that they were all spies, but notice that the Ascendancy would have infiltrated the Republic/Imperial military, Count Dooku's acolytes and CIS military, as well as the criminal underworld. Thrawn would stay in a secret but powerful position within the Empire, appointed to his role by Sidious personally, and he used Imperial might to ensure that threats to the Ascendancy were eliminated, eventually even becoming Emperor himself of the Imperial Remnant forces. Though he would be assassinated before the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, his people were now taking the threat seriously, and becoming more proactive than ever to establish alliances with obscure forces like the Hapes Consortium, and major forces like the New Republic and some remnant factions. Together they were able to stop this all-consuming galactic-scale threat. This time would also see Jedi Master Luke Skywalker meeting with these people as an emissary of the Galactic Alliance. On Silla, Master Skywalker would also glimpse something that the ruling families had desperately tried to conceal. The ugly fact that their seemingly cold and logical leadership was also witness to some vicious assassinations, even of members of rival ruling families. The last time we hear of the Chiss in Legends is around 127 years after the Battle of Yavin, when they were at their old trick of letting themselves seem to bend the knee to a Sith Empire, while having their agents take on important roles in Darth Krayt's empire. In canon, there are some important differences. Thrawn wasn't really exiled. This was all an elaborate ruse to get the Empire to take Thrawn in, as he had previously fought alongside Anakin Skywalker during a time in the Clone Wars. Though their battle was not against the CIS, it would be Neimoidians that ended up getting the Chiss reinvested in the galaxy at large. When Thrawn was working with Jedi Knight Skywalker, the details he got concerning the Republic left the Chiss man disappointed. He felt the Republic was an unworthy ally. The Ascendancy had been aware of a looming threat from the parts of the unknown regions that even they had been unable to map. The Grisk were violent conquerors, with fleets of enormous size that were said to block out the stars of systems that they invaded, through means that are still not fully understood, but most likely some sort of novel force ability. They were able to employ a sort of mind control over their victims, deeming them client species and using them as their next wave of frontline soldiers and workers, snowballing their forces throughout the unknown regions. They were the only serious threat to the Chiss Ascendancy in thousands of years. And though their violence was what spread their infamy, Thrawn and many Chiss military intelligence officers noticed the Grisk's incredible planning and surveillance. The mysterious force was not plundering at random, but targeting blaster and lightsaber-resistant materials like cortosis, while also having a deeper understanding of Chiss society than any other species in this region. At this time, Thrawn would be approached by Neimoidians that were fleeing the abrupt collapse of the CIS. Knowing the punishment by Palpatine's new empire would be swift and deadly, they begged Thrawn to convince the Ascendancy to rally up the fractured and fleeing CIS forces, to rush back and topple this evil empire. But unlike with the Republic, Thrawn liked the description of the Empire. A force that had unified the galaxy, was ruled by a strong dictator that was bent on expanding the military, which had already proved to be incredibly powerful. Nothing to bog down the decision-making, no anti-war factions that might have a say in the government. This was exactly the ally the Ascendancy was looking for. So they agreed that Thrawn would fake his exile, be captured by Imperial forces, and use his proficiency against these imps along with his connection to Anakin Skywalker to open the door to a low-ranking position in the Imperial military. Thrawn would be just the latest of Chiss double agents, something Palpatine was not entirely unaware of. But the Blue Alien's tactics proved themselves time and time again, allowing him to rise through the ranks and eventually become Grand Admiral Thrawn. He would nearly put an end to the Rebel Alliance during the Battle of Atollon, but immediately after this, Thrawn and Darth Vader would recall to Coruscant to meet with the Emperor, who explained that he had felt a disturbance in the Force somewhere in the unknown regions. This investigation would be the way that the Empire learned of the Grisk. Thrawn's Star Destroyer, the Chimera, would engage a fleet of Grisk, and it was only from using the new TIE Defender that they were able to eke out a victory. A skirmish that showed just how closely the Grisk had been studying everything, having excellent counters to TIE fighters and interceptors. They hadn't just been spying on the Chiss, but even the humans' empire. And with all that the Chiss Ascendancy had learned of these people, Thrawn knew this was not a true victory, saying, quote, "The Grisk are not to be underestimated. If they fled combat today, it is because they chose to do so." Thrawn also learned about how the Grisk had been infiltrating the Ascendancy through means of political subversion. For the first time in history, at least within the records allowed to be viewed by those of Thrawn's level, one of the populations under Chiss rule was being manipulated by an outside force. The Chiss were laying the seeds of disagreement within the ruling families. These people were an alien virus that emerged from the depths of the unknown regions that now might lead to a civil war within the Ascendancy, and one which eventually would spread to challenge the Empire as well. After another skirmish, this time over the planet Batuu within the western reaches, Thrawn could read the writing on the wall. He knew his people would have to act as a bulwark against the Grisk, saying to Vader, quote, "The invasion is coming, Lord Vader, but I have now bought the Empire time to prepare." Thrawn believed that this species posed an existential threat to life in the galaxy. All might become mind-controlled slaves to the Grisk, and he knew that this fight might mean the end of his civilization, but that the Chiss species' only hope for survival was to build up this strong empire on the other side of the rift. A rift that separated these blue-skinned, red-eyed people from their distant human cousins. These peoples, a Chiss-led empire and a human-led empire, would have to unify in this inevitable battle. So that's it for the story of the Chiss species, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. I just want to explain this again just in case it was a bit confusing, but the Force-sensitive navigators that the Chiss used allows you to travel through the maze of space-time anomalies quicker. I worry people might have been confused how there was any travel past the rift caused by the Celestials, but it wasn't that it was impossible, just incredibly complicated. For example, the Skywalkers, or Ozili Ashembo, cut travel time from what should be months down to just days or even hours. So it could be done by others, it would just take an incredibly long time. So that's how some merchants on the most outer regions of the Outer Rim occasionally dared to explore these regions, and how other species came in and out of this region over millennia. This concept of supernatural navigators is similar to the guild navigators in the Dune universe. The psychoactive drug spice gives them mental powers that aid in space travel. The Chiss species was first introduced through Thrawn in the novel Heir to the Empire back in 1991. The idea that their force powers diminished as they enter adulthood is a new canon concept, but there are always only very few Chiss force wielders. Only the Dark Acolyte under Dooku, Severon's Tan, and 3 Jedi, Intaria Wellos, Kung Arama Nurodu, and Daz Ranos. An early design of Agent Kallus shows that he could have been a Chiss, but I agree with the Rebels team that this might have been a bit much. The fact that Thrawn was a Chiss that rose so high in the Empire, and was the only one we see, really adds to his mystery. I think it would have been odd if there was another Chiss in the story of the Rebel series. Author Timothy Zahn says on top of the already 4 new canon books made revolving around Thrawn, he hopes to be able to expand more on the Grisk invasion in future material. And one of the coolest attentions to the lore was in the game Jedi Outcast, when Kyle Katarn meets a Chiss bartender on the world Nar Shaddaa, and we can see that he's struggling with Galactic Basic, as the Chiss native tongue is very different.
Cares? Out of sight, out of minds, says us.
And it's all strictly legit, right?
As legitimate as anything on Nar Shaddaa.
And then there's also Iram Radiq from the novel Maul Lockdown. Radiq was a weapons designer that operated from within the most notorious prison in the galaxy, Coghive 7. 11 years before the Clone Wars, Sidious sent Maul in with the goal of identifying this mysterious figure, who was revealed to be so powerful that he had his hands on a nuclear device. And this is a bit of my own insight on this, not strictly lore, but almost every Chiss can be seen as spying on the society from the other side of the rift. Notice that the Chiss we see in the galaxy at large are always at extreme ends of society. A respected Imperial Admiral, a Jedi or Sith, and criminals. I see it like this. The Chiss Ascendancy wanted to see how strong those powers are, learn their operations firsthand, but also see the weaknesses of those powers. How strong are the Jedi and Sith really? How about the Republic and Empire? How much disorder or corruption is there? That side is tested via the various bounty hunters we see over time, and beings like that bartender, which might not seem like much, but he's soaking up stories from all of the criminals that poured through the cantinas of the crime capital of the galaxy. A perfect way to get the story from that end. Or infiltrating the most secret prison facility and trying to arm various groups like the Bando Gora. How long could you get away with that? Painting a fuller picture of the state of affairs, as they're collecting information on the success or failure of bribes. Is the Empire cracking down harder, or is crime booming, and maybe that strong dictatorship was just an illusion? The best way to find out is to have ears in the Republic/Empire, but also within the criminal world. Exactly what you'd expect from the species that managed to claw out their own empire in a part of the galaxy that was sacrificed and cut off. A people shocked by unpredictable events, that from then on out were driven to gather the most data available to understand all the variables at play in order to bring about their ascendancy. So that's it for the Chiss species. The best way to show your support is to hit that like button and drop a comment. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm. And of course subscribe if you want to see more. We have tons of other species videos like the Togruta and Tuscan Raiders, and all kinds of ship breakdowns and character stories. But most important of all, remember, the Chiss are always watching. So don't let down the human race by letting your search results scare away potential alien allies. And the Force will be with you, always.
They're back.
Oh.
The Empire. They're back.
What's up, meta nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Class 546 cruiser, which is essentially the Imperial successor to the Arquitens-class command cruiser. We'll use everything available to do a complete breakdown of the ship, from its weapons to complement, a tour of the interior, and take a wider look at the role of this ship, and even some speculation on the manufacturers, and some interesting behind-the-scenes facts. The Arquitens had been constructed by Kuat drive yards for use by the Republic during the Clone Wars, and they would continue producing this vessel into the Imperial era. There were some models that were not altered in any way except for the paint job, but most did receive some updates that cost up to 4 to 5 million credits, and included changes to the interior and weaponry. Racks for the new TIE fighters were installed, while the interior was redesigned for the dramatically increased crew, and storage for all the consumables that they would need. And then there were even some special Arquitens that received an even more dramatic overhaul, like the Thunder Wasp that got a larger hangar bay, and was a vessel upon which the then Captain Thrawn served as first officer. This craft was crucial to the Imperial victory over the Battle of Umbara. By the time we see Moff Gideon, circa 9 ABY, Thrawn is believed to be involved with some military presence in the galaxy. I should point out that one of the things Thrawn was known for was critiquing Palpatine's obsession with making ever larger ships, thinking that battle stations like the Death Star and Super Star Destroyers were a waste of resources. Better to have a more nimble fleet of ships in the size from Arquitens to Victory, since they all had more than enough firepower. And just in case someone sprinkled some force magic on their torpedoes, or flies a tiny A-wing into your bridge, you don't have to lose a spaceport-sized asset. It is possible that this is not Moff Gideon's flagship, and perhaps he does have an ISD out there somewhere.
But I think Thrawn's philosophy makes even more sense when you are an Imperial remnant force. This vessel, its armament and complement, is more than enough to oppose any opposition they would face, while also being more easily supplied and staffed, as being able to adapt to the abrupt collapse of supply lines after Endor had to be one of the most difficult parts of retaining power from the Imperial into the Remnant era. Almost all Imperial ships artificially increased the crew number from the Republic era, often by ridiculous multipliers, that led most to believe that this wasn't as much a statement of the technological needs of the vessel, but the result of Imperial politics. The Emperor wanted to have as many people as possible in debt to his war machine. So while the Republic Arquitens crew maxed out at 100, the Imperial variant now stated that it needed a crew of 750. This more than 7 times increase cannot be explained by anything else. It's just another example of how Palpatine was willing to kill 3 birds with 1 force choke. With these larger crews, it was a great way to deal with the potentially rowdy young people from the lower economic rungs of society, giving them jobs while also building an allegiance to the military.
You entered this facility as children, and in a few short weeks you will leave as soldiers. By the time you complete your training, you will be prepared to serve your Emperor.
Big Palpy was providing you credits, and the rebels were the ones killing your friends and trying to take away your paycheck. But of course, once those rebels proved victorious over Endor, these bloated crews had to be cut back. And though there are no official numbers for the crew sizes of the Class 546 cruiser, it's safe to say that it would have been a lot closer to that 100-man crew. As for the changes in weaponry, like we saw with the larger capital ships from the Venator to the Imperial Star Destroyer, there was a decrease in pure offensive and destructive capabilities, and an increase in things like tractor beams and ion cannons, reflecting a change in enemy from hordes of powerful droid fighters and CIS capital ships to the sneaky and fleeing rebel hit-and-run vessels. No more heavy port and starboard quad laser cannons, but it did retain the 4 launch tubes for missiles or torpedoes, and the dorsal and ventral pair of twin light turbo lasers, while adding a tractor beam projector for trying to detain rebels. Interestingly though, there was a variant of Republic Arquitens that did have a ventral laser cannon. The shot fired by the Class 546 that took out the Razor Crest could be a turbo laser blast, but every time we see those being fired, it's all 4 of the guns firing at once, never just that one bolt. So perhaps it was a separate weapon like a ventral gun. Though I admit I cannot find it, but if you think you spot something, be sure to comment it down below. And as a side note, we get a very unique look at the ship's heat signature. Note that it's showing that the hottest parts of the ship are the engines and the shields. Interestingly, not the weapon that was just fired, proving just how demanding those hangar shields are. And as for the sublight engines, there are 3 primary engines, while it adds 4 secondary ones for improved maneuverability and acceleration, while likely staying with a Class 2 hyperdrive, as that was what almost all of the Imperial capital ships possessed. Only things like starfighters and the Venator had faster Class 1 hyperdrives. The most unique tool in Gideon's arsenal are the 3rd generation Dark Troopers. They would deploy from these side hangars, while being stored in their own designated chamber. This was a room along the outside edge, and like many on spacefaring vessels, it could be vented to remove unwanted cargo or dangerous materials. The midsection of this ship is one enormous hangar that has port and starboard openings, while there was also a smaller ventral bay. This may be similar to this area on the Venator, which had a crane that could secure a ship or vehicle, as well as move cargo. So although it's a small space, the compact TIE fighter rack design does make it so that this space could contain a few TIE fighters. And then there was the most impressive part of this ship, that central launch tube. This isn't just an exit, but is described as a launch tube, and notice how the TIEs accelerate, jolting ahead here faster than their normal acceleration. These blue lights that line the opening are not found in any other ship, and can be reasonably assumed to be making this opening function as a railgun that shoots out TIE fighters, either through magnetic force or a series of repulsors. These 4 exits made for an incredibly rapid deployment of its complement. Just another thing that would be right up Thrawn's alley. Having a powerful mid-sized ship that could deploy a swarm of deadly fighters quicker than any other vessel out there. The railgun being perfect for the near zero resistance environment of space. Official reports say that it held at least 8 TIE fighters, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 12 or even 24 total, since a squadron is 12 fighters. So it would be weird if it carried less than 12. And remember, these TIE fighter rack designs are a great use of space. These hangars also contained at least 2 Imperial transports, the apparent predecessor to the First Order transport. And so while the Dark Troopers had their jetpacks, these transports were perfect for moving Gideon's wide array of specialized equipment and troopers, having both mortar troopers and E-Web gunners, in addition to the previously shown flame trooper, proving that the Empire retained its strength if it did lose its size. Moving to the exterior, we see the docking tubes on the port and starboard sides for connecting to larger ships and spaceports. Just another way that these main cargo areas could be filled with everything from food, fuel, explosives, and weaponry. And perhaps to carry even more, this section where the body meets the engine array has been extended from its predecessors. Notice how the Arquitens comes to a point at the junction with the engine array. Here the Class 546 adds these modular containers, 8 on each side. 16 massive containers that can make this thing stay out on missions even longer. There's also a slight change in that central rectangular strip along the dorsal side that's been widened a bit more and raised more than its predecessor. But one of the biggest changes is on the bridge. Look at how narrow the bridge was in the original Arquitens, but in the Class 546 the space is now closer to that of the Venator or an ISD. Having multiple terminals being operated by engineers, pilots, shield operators, communication specialists, security officers, and others, while the center of the room contained a large hollow terminal. This allowed Gideon to pull up high-res scans of locations and design battle plans, and we know that this ship has the ability to send long-range encrypted messages.
When we come out of hyperspace, send an encrypted message to Dr. Pershing. Let him know we have got our donor.
That message is possibly going to Camino, Coruscant, or Biss. My speculation is that cloning researcher would be on the cloner's homeworld, or maybe the capital of the galaxy, hiding in plain sight where he could surely get access to anything he needed, or on Biss, where Palpatine was resurrected in Legends. As for some other details, like most ships of this size, there are elevators that connect each deck, and surveillance cameras that line every hallway and room. It is interesting to wonder if much of this ship is empty. When this ship gets attacked, it's not like they faced off against hundreds of stormtroopers. So since this ship was likely built during the Imperial era, there may have been whole sections for barracks and mess halls that were just completely abandoned. A potentially subtle form of demoralization, as you might have a remnant trooper being driven to avenge those that were lost, but he may also be growing to lose faith in the Imperial propaganda, likely having joined out of financial need, or at most out of a hope to be part of such an incredibly powerful military. Now looking down empty corridors and sitting in cavernous mess halls may have left some troopers feeling like they were holding on to a lost cause. Another thing to keep in mind is that Arquitens production stops in 4 ABY, but pirate groups and security bureaus held on to a few, and in Legends at least were able to hold on to them at least until the year 20 ABY, which would be 11 years after the events of The Mandalorian. And while we've been assuming that this was retained by Gideon throughout the fall of the Empire, it is possible that this was produced after Endor. Gideon, or perhaps even Thrawn, may have requested a ship with certain specifications to be fulfilled by the shipwright. As for which company that was, it could not be Kuat Drive Yards, as they were captured by the Rebels/New Republic forces in 5 ABY. So we can take a clue by the manufacturers that would end up working for the First Order. The company that supplied the capital ships was Kuat and Trala, and the TIE variants and shuttles were from Sinar Jamis. Execs and engineers from Kuat Drive Yards and Sinar Fleet Systems fled after the New Republic takeover and found partners in the smaller but still capable shipwrights on the planets Trala and Jamis, which were located in the Outer Rim, conveniently being the 2 planets directly flanking Munilist, the homeworld of the Mun banking clan that had funded both sides of the Clone Wars. I have a separate video breaking down this ridiculously obvious clue as to who funded the First Order, so check out the card or description if you want to see that. Whether this ship was an Imperial holdover or something designed by Gideon or Thrawn, I think it is perfect for the Imperial remnant. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these behind the scenes facts. Sadly, I had to leave the size breakdown to the end here. This was confusing the Bantha out of me, and then I tried seeing if anybody else was having luck with it, and there were a couple great threads on Reddit and Twitter that I found. Shout out to these guys, as this was way more detailed than what I was doing, and it does focus on the Lambda versus the TIE fighter size. On Reddit, we see how really the size of the Arquitens has been off from the official stats and what we see on screen. But I really liked user ProPeach's post showing that it could be the 546 cruiser at 650 meters, which is reasonable for what is essentially an Arquitens 2, and the Empire always makes a bigger version of the predecessor, and would make for a cool spot between the Arquitens 1 and Victory. But that doesn't make sense with the launch tube. What the Twitter thread shows is that the only way to have that opening make sense is if this is some sort of mini Lambda variant. Less than half the size, but then that doesn't really make sense either with what we see on screen. So sadly, this may just be one of those ship sizes that we shouldn't think too long about. I still think it's a cool and useful design, and I'm sure there'll be some sort of official size for it in the future, even if, like with the original Arquitins, there's some inconsistency with how that's shown on screen. But what did you guys think of this ship? Did you like the TIE Fighter railgun idea? And do you think a ship like this makes more sense for Remnant forces than something like a bigger Imperial Star Destroyer? And what do you think about this maybe not being Gideon's flagship, that maybe he has a larger fleet hidden somewhere else? Let me know in the comments down below, and leave a like if you like this video, as liking and commenting are the best ways to show your support, since they really do help promote the videos on the YouTube algorithm. But most important of all, remember, cool factor always comes before stats, and the Force will be with you, always.